Hey, hello, everybody out there. Welcome to this edition of Black Pill Digest. This is Black Pill Digest number 8. We're calling this one the State of Freedom. And I'm in rare form today. This is something that not a lot of people are used to seeing out of me, but I am alone in my house today. So we're going to really be able to cut loose a little bit, on my part at least. So yeah, the state of freedom, what does that mean? Where are we at with that? Are we free? Are we as free as we would like to be? Are we as free as we're led to believe we are? Well, we have some startling news for all of you people out there that don't get the fucking point. No, we're not. We're not free. We're enslaved. And they want to increase the amount of slavery that they're putting us through, that they want us to be in. And how are they doing that? We're going to explore that today. So, as always, I'm joined by my wonderful and bright and sunshine, ray of sunshine co-host Sean McCann of Wake the Dead.
Hello, I'm shining for all you people today. This is Black Pill Digest number 8, and we're looking at this is July 2023, and we're looking at we're people out there outside are celebrating Independence Day on this it's the weekend, and everybody thinks they're free. Like James said, we're not freaking free. We're under duress, and so we kind of wanted to just spend a little time really digesting the black pill of the state of slavery that we're in these days. And we're also going to focus a lot on what it takes to be free. What do we have to, I mean, it takes actions, and, we can think we're free all we want, but we got to act free in order to really be free. So we're going to talk about that too. And we have some guests today. We have a good friend of James, just met this gentleman at Pork Fest, Mr. Jeff Hippauf. Welcome.
Thanks, guys. Pleasure to be on.
That's wonderful.
So before we really kick it off, I wanted to just make sure that we put. I know from time to time on this show we really like to stress the point about the black pill. This is quite possibly, the biggest black pill of them all. When it comes down to being enslaved, this is the hardest thing for people to really wrap their minds around, how important it is to be able to defend yourself against tyrants. This is what keeps us free. And people want to get rid of that ability from a legal standpoint. And this could very well be, in my opinion, the biggest black pill of them all, to repeat myself.
That's a good point. That's a good point, man.
And I know we always try to stress how important these topics are, but this one really is, But Jeff, man, I'm so happy that you're here. We just met last week at Pork Fest. What did you think about Pork Fest, man?
That's a long-winded answer. I had people in group chats asking me all week because they were thinking about going and then they didn't go, and they wanted me to report back. The festival itself was better than the campground experience, in my opinion, but it still wasn't flying colors as far as the vast majority of people understanding even what freedom is. And there were a couple of speakers on stage talking about freedom, Lark and Rose being one of them, but there's too few, and it's just like an oxymoron. Have him talking about freedom and anti-state, and the big banner behind him said the Free State Project. It's an oxymoron. It's pretty funny.
I mean, state is a word that can mean many things. State is the existence of something. Like the state of my cup of coffee is that it's resting on the table here in front of me. It's not. So that's one thing that people get hung up on with the wording of the Second Amendment, and we're probably going to talk about that later. But I just wanted to clarify that state is not only the state of a nation or whatnot. The state, if you look it up in the dictionary, it means more than just that.
So. Yeah, absolutely. They the project is all about seceding and creating a new, smaller government just from
the
bounds of New Hampshire.
I agree with you. It's it's a lost cause.
But taking the word from itself, yeah, I mean, I think we are. If we take just the words and just the grammar, we are part of the Free State Project. We are trying to have this global project and have humanity on this planet be in a state of freedom.
That's right.
That is what we're working towards. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Exactly.
for sure. I made some of this some similar observations while I was up there, and I wrote a little bit of I wrote a very, very short couple paragraph type of essay as a Facebook post, just kind of highlighting my experience there. And all in all, like a lot of freedom loving people there, right? They were talking about things that they think will lead them to freedom. And that's great. I mean, we need to have conversations for the sake of a peaceful rollback of the situation that we have found ourselves in. I think it's necessary for us to be able to consider making the government smaller and smaller and smaller in incremental steps, the same way that they've made it bigger and bigger and bigger in order to avoid a bloody massacre that we might actually be facing down. So I appreciate their attempts, but as far as being able to go all the way, I don't think that I think that there's enough people willing to make small steps, but I don't see enough people in those crowds that are willing to go all the way. And Jeff, you and I confronted a guy together, and after Larkin Rose spoke, and it was quite breathtaking, to be honest, and it got me kind of shaky in the knees. The adrenaline was going, like it was just like, wow, this is really happening. Larkin Rose is making very good points on stage, telling people that the problem is between their ears. The problem is up here,
Right.
and people are having a very visceral reaction to that. The one, I hesitate to call him gentleman, but he screamed something about how do we defend the nation? And I got to say, man, I was impressed without skipping a beat. Jeff here is, fuck the nation. What nation? And that is the exact type of
Right.
response that these people that claim to love freedom, they don't want freedom, they want freedoms. Something that Chris Nelson kind of taught me, that there is a huge difference between freedom and freedoms. Freedoms is limited. Freedom is unlimited, unbridled. So that's something that I wanted to applaud you for, my
Yeah.
friend.
Thank you.
The between the space between our ears is the battleground. That's why we're doing this here. We're trying to help like keep a truth vibration, like a truth transmission on the airwaves so that people can, for at least the span of this time of this show, can have a clear, unadulterated perception of what we're trying to say. Because everywhere else, they only give one opinion, and that's the opinion of the satanic controllers of society.
Hmm.
They're all bought and paid for. They all work for their owners. This comes from our hearts. This is our care, and we're expressing it freely. So this is the antidote, really, to help in the minds of the people. Because, like, if we just take the black pill and listen to Biden say that, oh, you need nukes if you want to fight the government, you can't be free because we have F-15s and nukes, and you're a peon. Like we can do whatever we want to you. Like that's basically what he was saying in that. And I think that they need to be put in their place. They work for us, not for me. I didn't vote for them, but you know what I'm saying? Like they believe that the Constitution is quaint, and it's that's a nice idea, but they understand they're working for globalism. They're working for the power to destroy that Constitution. Like the Constitution is the one thing that keeps them from overrunning this country with martial law and keeps the globalists off the doorstep of every other country. They can't have globalism if America doesn't come on board. It'll be like America versus the rest of the world. But right now, the rest of the world is in control of America. And when Biden came, they put fences around the buildings with armed guards because it was a coup, because they know they didn't belong there, and they needed to have military force with guns to assert their dominance over us as a people. So, we need to wake up from our mental slavery and recognize that it's us who keeps America free. It's not them. We can't wait for some hero to come with a cape and a gun. We have to do it ourselves, and we all have to have our own guns. And if you want, wear a cape too. Might be festive. I don't know. So James, what do you think of that?
I'm not gonna be the kid in school that wears a cape to school. That's what I
Well,
think about that.
yeah,
Yeah, but I think that
I wouldn't let you go to school if
I
you're in my family. You know,
I think that you're right. Nobody is truly responsible for you but you.
right,
Perhaps your parents at one time were, but the fact is that no one is responsible to come and save you. You have to save you. You have to be the one to find it within yourself, to have the willpower to stand up and say no and take responsibility for yourself.
right.
No one else is truly under natural law responsible for your actions but you, is what I'm trying to say.
Hmm.
And the fact of the matter is, and that also includes the effort that you put forward in order to secure a state of freedom, capital S state, not just the borders around New Hampshire or the borders around Wyoming or the borders around this country. You can bring it from microcosm to macrocosm in that context all you wish. The fact of the matter is that we need to talk about a condition. This is a more proper way to refer to what we're speaking about. We can say state, but people are confusing that for some sort of governmental body. We're talking about a condition of slavery versus a condition of anarchism, which means freedom.
Right.
So this is what we're talking about, right? And that's what I think a lot of people need to get into their thick heads, is that, we need to fucking step up to the plate and make a difference.
Right.
No more of this, like, I'm only one person, I can't make. I'm one person, Sean's one person,
That's right.
Jeff's one person, we're all one people. Yeah,
Right.
good job, you noticed something for
Well,
once.
that's the problem. See, in their heads, they have the collectivism. It's like a mind virus.
Right.
We are all individuals, and that's what the framers of the Constitution were saying. They're saying that what is the militia? It's us. And how is the militia armed? Each of us has to have arms. There is no collective, and that's what we're all in this together. Wear a mask, don't kill grandma. Like all of this stuff that they've been saying to us, it's all collectivism, collectivism. I mean,
Yeah.
G. G. Edward Griffith, like he's been saying this for like 70 years or something. And really, it's the same thing. Like, we got to save the collective and give up your own rights. Well, really, all we have is our own rights. I own myself, and my rights are mine. If I give them up, then I'm a slave. And they put in our minds that, oh, it's for the good of grandma, or it's for the good of the nation, like, and we have this imaginary idea that it's going to be better when we give up our rights. That's the mind control that Larkin was talking about up on stage. That's really what anarchism is fighting against. It, the left wing and right wing, it's all collectivism. They all want to use the powers of, like, they want to use the collective weight of everybody's force against you to make you, the individual, a slave to that, because they've already accepted slavery, and goddamn you for being free, like crabs in a bucket trying to pull you down again. Like, anyway, Jeff, what do you have to say about that? You've been sitting there for a bit.
Yeah, I think you guys are touching on a lot of points, and it all comes back to that mental thing. And to bring it back to what Larkin was saying and what James had brought up with the heckler, Larkin was almost pleading with people on stage to go home and ask yourself these intimate questions, and don't report back and give an answer to him, but give an answer to yourself. And it was asking, what do you want? How do you want to live? How should you be in the world? How should you treat others? And are you currently doing that? And the guy just didn't want to hear it. He just totally missed the point. And I guess he had an egoic attachment to the nation that he was using, and he didn't want to, or it struck a negative chord with him that he didn't want to go and listen to Larkin's advice and do what he was asking of people in the audience. And that's where it starts first and foremost, is you in a room by yourself, asking the hard questions and giving answers to yourself, and then making actual physical real world changes to the conclusions you come out of that, and continuing to improve.
That's real important, that you're doing it for you and not to show others what you want them to see about you. A lot of people, they put on a mask of some kind to, like, this is me now, like, I'm Antifa, look, and it's to, there's a lot of deep psychological things going on there, but the idea of taking on the other persona takes away their own responsibilities and allows them to become part of the crowd, like the mass formation psychosis, I guess. It takes away your own responsibility, and it's easier that way to be a child and just go along. And so sorry, I was kind of taking it off the track, but James, where are we at here?
Well, I want to, before we're doing great. The pace is keeping up as far as I'm concerned, but I do want to make sure that people know that, like, I've been starting on a Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, taking calls, and we're doing that as well. We're going to try to squeeze them in. We already have somebody sitting in the green room patiently awaiting.
Thank you for being patient.
And but we're going to move along the show a little further before we get to that segment. So feel free to go to freeyourmindne.com/call. There are some criteria that will get your call accepted. You can come and watch from the green room, but there's very few criteria. It's just some simple instructions to make sure that no one's wasting each other's times. Yours is valuable, ours is valuable, and we want to make sure that we do the right thing for each other. So follow the instructions. It's 6 pieces of instructions. Please, show us the respect, please, and we'll get to you. We will. And so that's freeyourmindne.com/call, and we will get to your call eventually. And you're more than welcome to hang out in the green room. So with that, we can continue moving along.
Okay. So do you want to start, James, with your segment that talking
Sure.
about the birth of America here, because it is the 4th of July, and we want to.
Yeah,
that'll be a good place to start, I think.
so we are in the midst of a bunch of people getting drunk and thinking that they're celebrating freedom, and we want to kind of go over some of the things that led to this whole notion of 1776, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and all of these great things that people want to celebrate this weekend and into next week. And I think that it's very important that we tell the story about, just what started the entire American Revolution. And this is going to be, I think, a nice segue into the rest of the topic that we're going to cover today. So we're going to just do a brief, I'll just do a brief overview of kind of what went down. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at back in 1773. I mean, this is just some of the more extreme things that happened that really led to, what went down. So in 1770, was the Boston Massacre. And then from there, there's a bunch of stuff, right? I really don't want to spend all day talking about this because we could, but in 1773, though, December 16th, 1773 was the Boston Tea Party, one of the first false flags that this country ever committed, if not the first false flag, in my opinion. So we all know by now what that involved. And then from there, we have in 1774, so that was December 16th of 73. And in 1774, we have in the early time of that year, from March through June, we have the British Parliament passing the Intolerable Acts, which is like the Boston Port Act, the Administration of Justice Act, the Massachusetts Government Act. They passed a Second Quartering Act and the Quebec Act. So the Quebec Act we're not going to pay attention to, but I wanted to draw some attention to the Massachusetts Government Act and the Boston Port Act. So this is basically how they kind of put Boston under the thumb of the British Parliament, and this put Boston specifically into martial law. And outside of Boston, there was, it wasn't martial law completely, but what they did is that they started stockpiling their gunpowder and their arms and everything in Concord. and in the outskirts as far west as like where Worcester is, and Lexington and Concord. So what we're looking at is
Was the Springfield Armory included in that too?
probably, yeah,
It's further west than
just
Worcester.
further west, but we're talking about like 10 miles out
Right.
from Boston at the time, where
Right.
Concord is there. And
Right. And that's the stockpile that will be defending Boston itself because it's closer.
if need be. So, we're talking about gunpowder, specifically, that a large stockpile of gunpowder was held in Concord, and other armament as well. But basically what had happened is that in the British Parliament, they had many, many discussions about what to do with these people in the Massachusetts colony. And what they had decided, through many, many discussions, what they basically had decided was that they were going to come after the armament. They were going to come after the arms and the gunpowder.
So they decided, in order to fully dominate the American colonies, the way that they were going to do that was take away our guns.
Yeah, and the long and short of it is that they realized that that these people in the Massachusetts colony, specifically on the coast, in Boston and the other surrounding little settlements and townships and whatever, that these people were really upset because of everything that had been going on for years and years and years. So
they're not represented in government over there. They're just dominated by that government. It's like a foreign invading power to them.
Yeah. And so basically what had happened is that in 1775, April 14th, 1775, what's his name? I'm sorry, Thomas Gage. Thomas Gage received instructions from, I'm going to read here from my notes. Thomas Gage received instructions from Secretary of State William Ledge, Earl of Dartmouth, to disarm the rebels and to imprison the rebellion leaders. But Dartmouth gave Gage considerable discretion in his commands. So Gage's decision to act promptly may have been influenced by the information he received on April 15th from a spy within the provincial Congress, telling him that although the Congress was still divided on the need for armed resistance, delegates were being sent to the other New England colonies to see if they would cooperate in raising a New England army of 18,000 colonial soldiers. On the morning of April 18th, Gage ordered a mounted patrol of 20 men under the command of Major Mitchell of the 5th Regiment of Foot into the surrounding country to intercept messengers who might be out on horseback. The patrol behaved differently from patrols sent out of Boston in the past, staying out after dark and asking travelers about the location of Samuel Adams and John Hancock. This had the unintended effect of alarming many residents and increasing their preparedness. The Lexington militia, in particular, began to muster early that evening, hours before receiving any word from Boston. A well-known story alleges that after nightfall, one farmer, Josiah Nelson, mistook the British patrol for the colonists and asked them, "Have you heard anything about when the regulars are coming out?" Upon which he was slashed on his scalp with a sword. However, the story of this incident was not published until over a century later. It's thought to be just like a family myth. But Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith received orders from Gage on the afternoon of April 18th with instructions that he was not to read them until his troops were underway. So he was to proceed from Boston, quote, "with utmost expedition and secrecy to Concord, where you will seize and destroy all military stores. But you will take care that the soldiers do not plunder the inhabitants or hurt private property." How nice. So Gage used his discretion and did not issue written orders for the arrest of rebel leaders, as he feared doing so might spark an uprising.
You think?
So we'll talk now about some of the preparations made by the Americans. So on March 30th, 1775, the Massachusetts Provincial Congress issued the following resolution: "Whenever the army under command of General Gage or any part thereof to the number of 500 shall march out of the town of Boston with artillery and baggage, it ought to be deemed a design to carry into execution by force the late acts of Parliament, the attempting of which, by the resolve of the late Honorable Continental Congress, ought to be opposed. And therefore, the military force of the province ought to be assembled and an army of observation immediately formed to act solely on the defensive so long as it can be justified on the principles of reason and self-preservation. So the rebellion leaders, with the exception of Paul Revere and Joseph Warren, had all left Boston by April 8th. They had received word of Dartmouth's secret instructions to General Gage from sources in London well before they reached Gage himself. So it was just basically an information race.
Right.
And Adams and Hancock had fled Boston to the home of one of Hancock's relatives, Jonas Clark, where they thought they would be safe, and all that good stuff. But the Massachusetts militia had indeed been gathering a stock of weapons, powder, and supplies at Concord and much further west in Worcester. An expedition from Boston to Concord was widely anticipated. After a large contingent of regulars alarmed the countryside, so they're moving through the countryside, and everything. But on April 18th, Paul Revere began the midnight ride. He wasn't the only one. The ride was finished by Samuel Prescott. So we all know the story: one if by land, two if by sea. So this is what Paul Revere and Samuel Prescott did. Was they were just trying to get to Concord to warn, the British are coming. The British are coming.
But it's not just the British are coming. The British are coming to take our gunpowder.
Right.
Like everybody, all the kids' stories, like, growing up, Paul Revere, yeah. But they don't tell us why he was running so fast. And, like, they're coming to do what? Like, take our Christmas presents, or like, what the hell, like they're going to eat our cookies? Like, no, they're coming to take our weapons. And that's, that's the last straw, I think. But we'll talk about that. Go ahead, please, Jim.
So basically to sum it all up, I mean, this is what was going on the few days before the shot heard round the world took place. But the colonists were also aware that April 19th would be the date of the expedition. So they knew, like, they had spies and everything. So, it's very important, because this is what started an entire revolution, an entire fighting of what was going on in those days. And it's important that people understand that, like, back in those days, the redcoats were the police.
Right.
So let's be honest here. Let's not,
that's what standing army is.
When the standing army of the day, who were keeping an entire city under martial law, decided that they would branch out from that city and go and take the armaments of the people on the outskirts of that city because they were deemed to be in rebellion of the government at the time. They sent the fucking cops out there to do it. And when they showed up, the people shot them.
That's right.
They fucking killed them. They didn't fucking wait. They didn't have any tolerance for that shit. They'd already had so much tolerance for all the other bullshit that the government was doing to them at the time. And when they came for the guns, they said, that's it, because they knew back then. It's nothing new. You can hear
the
guys
red
like
line.
me, all these other guys, like, you can hear Mark Passio talk about it. You can hear, slavery is perfected when the arms go away. Slavery is perfected when you don't have a means to defend yourself. You can hear all the modern day guys talking about that, but they knew that shit back then too.
Yeah, they said that in English, in the English Parliament, they were saying.
Yeah. Yep.
And they, they knew that the people of England in the 1600s were arming militias to fight against the Catholics. It's the same thing. They were keeping them free from the domination of the larger force of Rome. And that's, there's been trouble there the whole time. And these people that ran away from England, they understand the power of having weapons with militias to keep their people free. So that was written into the Constitution, obviously, that those people grew up with those ideals. And then when they get here, they're going to be dominated by their people, and it's the same thing with the slave patrols. I'm probably going to talk about that later too, after the country has started. We're dominating others and taking away their weapons too, like this. So Anyway,
Yeah, I think
I
I
don't want
see
to
a
go off track.
stark difference between then and now. I mean, this whole ideology of self-defense with firearms or any means necessary back then was a lot more prevalent because of I'm just noticing a lack of infrastructure in comparison to today. I mean, today people are generally feel safe unless they live in a highly urban area.
Unless they live in a gun-free zone like Chicago or
Sure,
yeah,
sure. Yeah, but back then a lot of people most of the people were out on their own. They had to defend themselves in order to survive and their
right.
family, whether that be from wild animals, from the natives lands that they were invading of the native lands, defending themselves, or the just like everyday bandits. And they didn't have the infrastructure. They didn't have the level of police force and the timely manner in which they think that they can rely on them. Even still today, we can't rely on any sort of force to come and protect us. Most of the time, I don't even know what the statistic is, 90 something percent that the police show up well after any
Yeah.
sort of crime is being committed.
They just show up and do paperwork.
Just paperwork, right? And scare people to try to prevent the crime.
Right.
But
kill children and dogs with their guns. Right?
yeah,
Anyway,
totally necessary things. And
right.
so back then, you had to defend yourself. You had no other way to live if you wanted to live. You had to rely on yourself. And when they started coming in, the British trying to take away the right to defend themselves, it maybe wasn't even for the everyday man. It wasn't even this whole larger scheme of, oh, this is going to lead to this. This is going to lead to this. It was mainly just maybe just a personal matter where how am I going to defend myself from all the threats that are in the world where I live today in that time? Whereas now there's the perception of, oh, somebody else is going to just defend me and stand up for my rights. And that's the politicians' jobs, the police jobs, the military's job. Who will protect us? Who will protect the nation? I'm going to quote the heckler from Porkfest that James mentioned. So that's a stark difference. And back then, you couldn't call anybody. It's the 1700s. You're not going to call somebody. 911 didn't exist for sure. And so you had to rely on yourself, and that principle of self-defense down to the individual family level was prevalent throughout.
There were even state laws that you had to take your gun with you to church. They were to defend yourself against the rebels, or, the Indians or whatever. Also to keep your gun from getting stolen by someone else at your house while you're off at church, because everybody's not home on Sunday.
Sure.
There's but the idea of that, like, that's the individual that's important. Like, that's what I mentioned earlier. It's like, we are all individuals, and really we all have to defend ourselves. But nowadays, everybody has the communism and the socialism, the collectivism in their head. And even when there's a cop, like, with his knee on some guy's neck who's pissing himself and yelling "mommy," people just hold up their phone. They're just like, oh, they shoot it with their phone.
Right.
They should be pulling their sidearm and be like, hey, get off that dude. Or they should, at least if they don't have one, they should run and push him off. But they don't. They're enslaved in their head. And therefore, all their neighbors get their necks stepped on by cops, like what George Orwell said. If you want to imagine the future, it's a human face being stomped on by a boot forever.
Yep.
That's what's happening.
To what you were pointing out there, Jeff, that's a very good point. What I would like to bring to the table is that, like, they knew that that in order to secure their freedom, they had to be armed. Even, they knew that back then. Even in England, they had laws and common law, English common law.
Right.
They had a right to bear arms for that purpose.
If they were Protestant.
And, sure.
But whatever, that's some more bullshit.
So, and even that was something that they really understood, and of course, like, defend yourself from maybe things that come up in wilderness, and it was because of the lack of infrastructure that you were highlighting that I think led them to know just how important it was, for the sake of self-defense, that you needed to be armed, because there's no one to call. They understood that back then because they lived more closely in tune with nature than we do today. because there's no one to call. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to help you. If there's something going down, you're the one that's going to have to fucking stop that shit right then and there. And then we can figure out what happened after, you know, sort of like how things go down today with the whole, like, we're going to react. Like the police force today is reactive. They're not responsive. They just react to things. If they were responsive, then they would be able to do things like prevent crimes instead of just show up after the crime has been committed. You know, there would be they would be people out there that understood, you know, there is allowance within the laws of the boundaries of natural law for voluntarist groups to form together who understand the difference between right and wrong and try to help educate the public about that. And if there's people out there that are being aggressed upon who are unable to defend themselves, we are allowed to step in and help defend that person. You know, if there's a group of volunteers that want to gather around in a town or in a community to say, like, hey, we're your guys for that. We're completely voluntary. Like, that's one thing. That's not what we have with police today. What we have with the police today is a gang of violent, aggressive thugs who want to impose their supposed authority, and they do it in such an aggressive manner. They can't be trusted. We did a 2.5-hour podcast like last month about this. Think about it. And this is not sympathy for the devil that I'm saying here. They're lied to on a constant basis because nobody fucking trusts these thugs. Nobody wants to deal with them. So everybody's lying to them. They have adrenaline coursing through their veins all day long.
Right.
You think that their lives are in danger, and they do this. No one forces them to be a cop. They could do fit like all the good deeds that any person could go and do. They could just as easily do and not be a cop.
Right.
You know, but they choose to wear a badge and a uniform like it's Halloween all the time. And they go around and they go, hey, the state said I could do this, so you better behave and do what I say or else, you know. And they have they are armed to the teeth with tasers and handcuffs, batons, firearms, body armor, all this stuff for a traffic stop. Somebody's ran a red light, or a traffic stop. Somebody was going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. You know, it's fucking unnecessary and it's disgusting. And you people out there who support these people, and then you're going to go and drink and pretend you're so free. Fuck you. You're not. And it's these people who are doing it to us. And back in the day, they get shot for fucking half the shit that they fucking do today. What's wrong with you people?
All those cops, like, they're all following orders. They're all beta minded. They're not alphas. And back in the old days, every family had to have an alpha that would take care of their family, you know, like the dad was the king, you know, and would protect his family. And now all the dads are betas, and they all like call the cops and, oh, help, save me, you know. And everybody looks to the TV as the alpha. The president is the alpha, you know, and everybody is just waiting for someone else to give them orders. You know, they've all been from all the mind control, and they think, oh, somebody better do something about these guns. You know, we need Obama to cry some more. You know, I'm sorry, I'm going off track.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in with what James was saying earlier in his point there. The true knowledge and understanding of personal responsibility was still intact back then. That was the only way to live. It was to be the alpha. It was to be personally responsible. You couldn't delegate that to anyone. Those systems didn't exist. And over time, the boiling water has gotten hotter and hotter. And that true meaning and understanding has become so diluted in that boiling water that it's almost non-existent today. And it's so sparse in society where people think that they have others who are responsible for them, when no such thing is the truth. But if those people back in the day weren't personally responsible, they were pretty much dead or in severe poverty. So that was hitting personally. And if you weren't that way, you personally suffered, physically in the real world suffered. Whereas today, there's so many systems backing the behavior of being not responsible, of just delegating all sorts of things away from the self to external perceived solutions that are nothing of the sort. That's where again, Larkin and others and James' website, Free Your Mind, the state of freedom really comes back to the starting point. If your mind isn't free, nothing else thereafter can be free in the physical world or anywhere else until your mind is free, first and foremost.
Yeah, that's like the principles of natural law we can get into for a minute. You know, mentalism, there's a reason why that's number one. It all starts up here. Everything else relies on what's going on upstairs. Because if you're not solid there, nothing else you attempt to do is going to work out. It starts in the mind, you know, and they're doing what they do on a daily basis in this country, all over the world. They do perception management. That's what they do with their media. Everything is all about your perception management and bringing your perception of the truth so far out of alignment with what is actually true that you're just like a fucking child for the rest of your life until you're old and withered away and you die. You spend your whole life as a child. And I'm telling people, I'm trying to tell people, it is time to grow up.
Yeah.
It's time to get back to, and yeah, we can still keep all of this wonderful infrastructure, that all this wonderful technology, but what we have to do is we have to get back to this kind of cultural tradition of being responsible for yourself and understanding what that means and really acting upon it. You know,
Once we are responsible for ourselves, no one has to protect the nation. What that heckler said, you know, the idea of the nation can fall away because we don't need it anymore. You know, really, we're a community of friends and neighbors that are like, you know, individuals, right? So the idea of defending a nation like that itself is mind control. You know, we can defend ourselves, and then we don't need a nation at all. So, just wanted to
facts.
wrap it up with that. That's pretty
Facts.
good.
I mean, what is a nation anyways? I mean, of course, like of course this is kind of, you know, a governmental term, but I mean, essentially it's a very, very large community. And if we could work off of that kind of, you know, sort of sophomoric definition that I just gave, then the entire world is one nation. We're all humans after all.
Right.
I mean, this apex species on this planet that we consider ourselves to be, we're all just human. We all have the same rights. We all have the same wrongs. You
We
know,
have the same
natural law,
genetics, like, you know.
right? Natural law. Well, not. I don't think you meant genetics, but
No, I mean, like, we are the human family. Our
yeah,
species has like a genetic print. Like, that's how we're built. We got arms the same. We got blood
yeah,
the same. You know.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right over my head for a
Yeah.
split
Yeah. Yeah.
second.
No, you got it though.
No, that's cool, man. Yeah, you're right. I agree. And you know, I mean, natural law is is the key. Natural law is the remedy to all of this. We could have all of the same wonderful things that we all love having. Oh my God, do we love having these things? You know, we don't necessarily need them, but we need freedom.
Right.
We need freedom.
And like,
We're built for it. We have free will. We're naturally built for a condition of freedom.
we're actually free. Like I always say, we're actually living in an anarchist world. Like, this is anarchy. You know, the thing that keeps people going to work and like voting and stuff, all that's mind control. Like, really, we do live in a state of freedom because we have free will. We can choose to follow orders, or we can not choose to. We can choose what we want. And like, that is the true state of reality. But I mean, people have to wake up to that because we're like born into this sleep, this slumber of mind control. It's from all levels. But when you clear all that away, you're like, wait a minute, I do choose what I do with my body, and I do own myself and my works and my, you know, and I do want to defend my family that I love. And it is wrong to hurt people, you know, like all these things. It's just like, it's common sense, or should be. But like Mark always says, you know, but
Yeah. Like
yeah,
like Jeff was really pointing out there,
exactly.
you know, it all starts up here.
Right.
It starts in the mind. What you're saying is like, yeah, we are in a condition of anarchy. We like, that is the natural order to
Right.
things. Like, not this law of the jungle Darwinism type of natural order that people's minds go to when those words are spoken in that order. It's a natural order. The universe itself has a frequency that it operates at, and we need to be going along with that frequency. We need to align ourselves with that. Our consciousness has to. It's the only way, and it's the only way to remedy all the fucking chaos that
Right.
goes on all the time, and we fight against the natural order, which is unbridled freedom. And you only get to maintain that by understanding the difference between right and wrong action. And when wrong action is coming your way, you stand up and you fucking say no.
That's right. Yeah. So there's the two
And
principles.
I'm sorry. And by no, I mean not only just like no, you have to stop that shit, right?
You have
And
to
it's
use
trash.
action, right?
You have to act upon it.
Because
And
if you
no
say no, and
Go ahead.
there was some protests recently and a couple years ago. I don't know, James, if you want to look them up, but there was the water protest, the
With
Native
the Bundys?
Americans. Yeah, and the Bundys. So there was the Bundy Ranch was getting encroached on by BLM, was trying to charge them money for land usage rights, and he's saying, no, this is our land, and I've been raising these cattle for generations, and so they stole his cattle. So he went and occupied one of their buildings, one of their and these people were armed. They were just camping out. They just had their weapons on their shoulder. They weren't pointing them at people and being aggressive or anything. They just had their weapons with them. And at the same time, there were the water protectors of the Native Americans. I forget what state that was, but they were trying to protect so that a pipeline didn't cross over their water source, and because it would poison the water if there was a spill or something. And those people did not have weapons. And if you look at how the cops treated each one, at the water protectors were getting sprayed with water cannons, were getting trampled by horses. They were being beat down and dominated by the cops. And if you look at the Bundys, the cops went and shook their hands and then gave them what they wanted. Lavoy Finicum got murdered because he left the protection of the place, like he was on the road, and they wanted to murder somebody because cops are evil. So they spent their load shooting at Lavoy Finicum, and obviously that was wrong. But we don't need to get into that. Basically, I want to show people, like, if you are standing within your right to defend yourself, then the cops aren't going to come and trample you with the horse, And so if everybody has their guns taken away, then the cops can trample everybody with a horse. Just like in Canada, the old lady getting trampled because some truckers wanted to honk, and they take. So look at how they treat other countries, treat their citizens. And the only thing that keeps them from doing that to us is because there's more guns than people here.
Well, hold on.
Registered.
Let's not just sum it up that some truckers wanted to honk. Let's
They wanted to be that they were defending their bodies against being raped by a needle.
Right. They wanted to be able to travel freely while maintaining their bodily autonomy.
Right.
And their government said, I don't think so, eh? And they wanted to, rape them with the jab.
With the jab, with poison that will kill them. And we're seeing now it's killing them. And I'm looking forward to this. We're thinking about doing a show recap of the first episode of Black Pill 1 year later. So this Thanksgiving, hopefully we'll have that lined up, and William already agreed to be part of the show. So
sweet.
we're going to talk about what in the year span that we have, haven't been looking at it, how many people have died, and what the real face of democide. It's not always like what Pol Pot was doing.
Right.
If you believe their mind control, then they will lead you right into the slaughterhouse, and it's evident. We'll talk about
Well, no, that's good that you brought that up, because that's a sort of a thing about Fabian socialism, is that it's small incremental encroachments upon your rights to change them and to change your perception of what your rights are and are not in order to gain more control over you. And that's how they've been doing the Second Amendment, trying to roll back what that is by bastardizing the terms used within that amendment, and even saying that it's not even that it's a right granted to you by government. And it's like, no, it's a natural right. Your right to defend yourself is a natural law right. It doesn't come from government. It comes from the universe, creation itself. You're born with it. You die with it. No one can take it away from you. They can only trick you into thinking that you don't have it anymore. That's what I mean by perception control. And that's what they do. They do these Fabian socialist tactics to, that's what, when Jeff earlier said the boiling water, that's what that phrase is, that kind of term is like referencing, is this small incremental stepwise progression into a more controlled population, slavery, whatever. And that's what they do. So
yeah, I think we're all striking the same chord where it really all comes back to a personal level, right? Look back when we were talking about the people having lack of infrastructure and being more in tune with personal responsibility in the 1700s, pre-revolution, and when the British Empire was encroaching on everyone on an individual personal level, taking away their personal ability to defend themselves against the dangers of the world at that time. And kind of relating that back to today, I like to make everything personal because it really is. And it's the state of freedom is the aggregate sum of our personal actions that is totally tied to the individual level and to the state, quote unquote, state level, and of freedom as a whole and the condition that we are living in. But when we talk about the police, when we talk about government, I really, we're used to using those big words and grouping people up and this and that, but I really want to bring it down to president this, congressman that, officer John Smith did that. The police didn't do that. The police is some philosophical idea that is mind controlled into believing that they have a moral obligation to follow blanket orders, harming whoever they wish, whoever their masters wish, right? But going back to Sean's point when he was talking about the Bundy Ranch, they got treated a lot more respectfully, because if they weren't treated respectfully, those personal police officers were going to experience personal injury.
Right.
It's not because the police force or the government was going to have this group stand up to that, and we didn't want this martyr group to be publicized. No, it was actually the personal police officers wanting to go home at the end of the day and not have personal injury. And look at all of the different events in the last 60, 70 years that have been really sparks for people awakening to this nature of the world and our condition of not freedom, of degrees of slavery. 9/11, COVID are the two big ones in the last 20, 30 years. And this is because it affected people at a personal level. 9/11, the increased securities on a personal level. You couldn't fly without personal bodily violations. And to name one example, the TSA. And COVID, you couldn't even have a job in some places if you weren't personally doing this to your body. So it all comes down to a personal level. And that is the most powerful way to reach people to get to this understanding. It's not the government. That's a blanket excuse, a blanket group to blame on, but it is the individual in each of those organizations, in the communities, from house to house, from street to street, from family to family, that it really all boils down to. You need to have it personally connected, whether you're free, you're a slave, whether you're committing wrongdoings, or you're a righteous person at a personal level. And that is the only way to get to a state of freedom, is if each individual understands that first and foremost and isn't perceived into believing something false and contrary to that, and enacting based on that understanding, harming no beings in a wrongful manner.
wow, Jeff, thank you so much, man. Bravo. Like that immediately is just like helping me retune and reconfigure my, like, just the complete understanding of what is going on. That's such a brilliant way to put it, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Well, what do you mean? We the people, that's us, man. Right? What here's old
Time
Joe.
to remember that we, the people, are the government. You and I. Not some force in a distant capital. Not some powerful force that we have no control over. It's us.
Just wanted to. That's the mind control we have to deal with now. It's but what you're saying is perfect. It was really well said. And he's trying to say, oh, collectivism, guys, collectivism. But individual.
Well, it's like when with what you're saying about that bringing it to like a personal level, really, if people really did understand that, they would have a better understanding of just how impactful one person's efforts can be. Where like that whole idea of I'm just one person, what can I do? That gets thrown out the window, you know, real quick when people understand what you were just saying, dude.
Yeah, I mean, taking the water protest that Sean brought up, what if the police officer or SWAT or whoever it was manning the water cannon just said, no, I'm not shooting it,
Exactly.
and just stood in the turret, said, come rip me down from this position. I'm not doing that to people, innocent people.
Right.
What if that one guy did that? You
Right.
probably would never hear of it if somebody did. They would never put it on TV unless some individual filmed it and put it online somewhere. But then they would still claim, oh, you didn't get the full story. It was just a clip, and don't look this way, look the other way, some distraction, of course. But what if that one guy did that with his firearms and was like, I'm not moving this from this position. I'm not letting anybody else use this weapon against innocent people protesting for water, for God's sake, right? Something as important and life-sustaining as the root of all life that we know it is the water. So just what if that one guy said no at a personal level? So Officer James Cordner, not
Fuck
to
you. Don't ever say that again.
what if that guy, to put it on a personal level, was in the turret and he said, hell no, I'm not doing this. Come rip me down. And if you try to rip me down, I'm using my any means necessary to defend this position from hurting anybody else. So it is personal, and it could be very powerful if somebody did that.
Yeah, I mean, talking about like that brings to mind the I don't know if it's myth, a fable, whatever, but the famous story about what was it back in like the Cold War and the Russians, the guys in charge of the nuclear missiles in Russia or whatever. The one guy in particular, he got like they say it was like false orders. I'm sure I'm butchering the story, but basically it came down to one guy being like, do I do this or not? And he said, I'm not doing this. And like the orders came through and one guy was like, I'm not doing this. This isn't right. I don't trust these orders. I don't want to do these orders. And he wasn't an order follower that day. And he decided to say no. And it was like, if that story is true, then we can say one guy saved the entire world,
Right.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't an order follower. He said no. Just like the guy in the water cannon could have said, no, I'm not doing this.
So
I'm not harming innocent people. We're just like trying to have an innocent, nonviolent way of life. I'm not doing that.
that's perfect, James. And I wanted to talk about regarding Second Amendment rights. One governor said no. Here.
President Joe Biden is expected to take action and address gun violence tomorrow, but any executive orders he issues may not be enforceable now in Arizona. That's because of legislation Governor Doug Ducey just signed into law this week. Fox 10's Jennifer Martinez joins us live with more on what this means for our state. Jenny?
Well, Christina, as you mentioned, this bill, it comes just one day before President Joe Biden is set to address the nation on gun control measures. But not everyone is on board with this bill signed by the governor.
House Bill 2111, signed by Governor Doug Ducey, the Second Amendment Freedom Act bill, will block enforcement of some federal gun restrictions just a day before President Joe Biden is expected to announce his own gun control measures. Fox News reports the president will put restrictions on ghost guns, which are assembled at home and hard to track, and stabilizing braces for pistols. Representative Leo Biasucci says the bill is simple. Arizona will protect law-abiding gun holders.
If the federal government does anything at their level that tries to infringe on our Second Amendment here in the state of Arizona, we're not going to comply. And that's something that, I was voted into office to protect our Constitution. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has been very clear that they want to ban things like AR-15s, they want to ban high-capacity magazines, and we just don't think that's right.
Supporters of March for Our Lives is strongly opposed to the bill. Maya Zuckerberg says the organization has been lobbying against it, and they're disappointed that it passed.
We are opposed to it because it takes any options off the table. It makes it so that any laws that are passed by the federal government on gun safety are not enforceable in Arizona. So it eliminates any conversation around it and makes it a more dangerous place in Arizona.
Governor Doug Ducey spoke on KTAR's Arizona's Morning News show about the law and says
the law is to protect the Second Amendment. It's an enumerated right in our United States Constitution, and it's one that just reinforces that Second Amendment and your right to carry a weapon.
And Biden's actions follow 3 recent mass shootings, and that includes the one that happened in the state of Colorado. Reporting live in Phoenix tonight, I'm Jennifer Martinez with Fox 10 News.
They gotta remind us that there was this mass shooting. Right at the end, they can't let us go with, this guy's helping to keep us free and helping to maintain the Constitution. Yeah, but people died because guns, and that's how they ended.
I would like to point out, just to show how ignorant these people are. If we rewind that tape, and when they say pistol braces, as soon as the word pistol, they cut to these handguns. That's not what they mean by pistols. That's not what a pistol brace goes on. Right. So these people are fucking ignorant. They don't understand the classifications of the firearms themselves. When they're doing that upward panning shot on the wall with all of those are pistols. Those are technically pistols. It has to do with barrel length.
Right.
Okay. And so this just goes to show how stupid and ignorant these people are about firearms. They shouldn't even fucking be talking about them.
Right. They get mad if you're wearing assault style shorts. Cargo pants.
That guy's got zip off cargo pants.
Oh, he's trying to help. He's one of them Trumpers, I guess. So
it's just like it's just these people are reporting. They're repeating headlines and news stories, and they think that they know what they're talking about. When the evidence, if you have a keen eye, is right there in front of you, and these aren't people that you should be listening to. So,
right.
Yeah, I always love the word assault when they tie it to anything. I'm like, I can take off my flip flop and throw it at somebody, and it's an assault flip flop.
We should ban those.
We should ban all assault flip flops because flip flops cause harm.
I just want to tell
they throw themselves at people.
I just want to tell everybody for the record that I personally 100% I am for gun control. Because if you're not in control of your guns, somebody else is going to be.
Personally,
and you need to be in control of your guns. So I'm 100% for gun control.
Right.
Take it.
I got another one here for you guys. Here, more Joe Biden.
You want to? Oh, here we go.
Right now, you can't go out and buy an automatic weapon. You can't go out and buy a cannon. And for those brave right-wing Americans who say it's all about keeping America's independent and safe, if you want to fight against the country, you need an F-15. You need something a little more than a gun. No, I'm not joking. Think about this. Think about the rationale that's used to provide this, and who they shooting at. Shooting at these guys behind me. Folks, look. I went to every major school shooting in the country since I was a chairman of the Judiciary Committee all the way through as vice president and president. Over 48,000 people died from gunshot wounds in 2021 in the United States of America. Over 26,000 by suicide. When guns are the number one killer, listen to this now, the guns are the number one killer of children in America. Of children, and number one.
Wrong.
More children die from guns than active duty police and active duty military personnel combined.
How scary, Yeah, there's more. He's said that many times. Here's another one.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
What's behind door number 3?
Here, this one.
Oh, but hold on
Okay.
No
All right, you can pause it from there.
For any of that.
I can't.
I love my right-wing friends who talk about the tree of liberty.
Well, it's muted anyway. Go ahead and talk.
I was gonna say that. Hold on, we'll just get rid of it.
Okay.
I was gonna say that the whole idea, all right, I know it's kind of a cliche trope at this point, but the idea that, oh, you're going to need more than just AR-15s or AK-47s. Like, what the fuck just happened in the Middle East for the last 20 years? Give me a fucking break.
Right.
Like, those people are in a desert and they're pretty organized, sure, but that's like pretty, it's pretty, it's pretty much the same armament.
Yeah.
And like we ran, the American military ran out of there like a dog with their tail between their legs.
Right.
You know,
Well, they wanted to arm Afghanistan, the Taliban for the future. Yeah.
Sure. But I agree. I agree with you on that. Like it's it is its own thing. But let's just look at the conflict that was going on over there. So to think that like that dude's words hold any water is just ridiculous.
But did you guys notice the crowd when he said that? He said the most dangerous word actually in that sentence. And everybody got quiet because they actually started doing it for once. He said the word think. He said, think about it. He paused. He said, think about it. And they're not used to that. So they had to like rewire their brains and start to think and then listen to what he was saying. But then what happened? Nobody even cheered. They actually thought about it.
Yeah.
He was like, he almost sounds like he's making threats with fighter jets.
Exactly that.
But nobody cheered for that. Because they were actually thinking. He's like, this guy doesn't make any sense. I'm actually thinking for a minute and listening because he asked me to, and I'm just doing what I'm told.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
With his point, nobody was behind it.
You're right.
His quote supporters.
He's like sitting there going, "Oh, look at how big my stick is. You're gonna need You're gonna need a stick just like mine if you want to take me." Like that's what kids on the schoolyard do.
Yeah.
It's that great. That's a great observation. That's exactly why Sean wanted to play that clip too. It's just like that was the point. Right. Is that look, he's threatening people.
It is a threat, absolutely.
Yeah.
Here
an open threat. An open threat right there
on national TV.
Here's another one. Yeah.
And like in order to understand how that's a threat, you really have to wrap your mind around and accept the fact of the matter that the Second Amendment was codified. It was ratified, to ensure that the people had a way to defend themselves from a fucking tyrannical government.
Right.
There's no other fucking reason for it. He don't wear Kevlar.
He can talk out of his ass all he wants, right? If nobody pulls the trigger, he's not going to go down there and put a uniform on and get in the F-15.
No.
It doesn't matter. All these words are totally empty if nobody's pulling the trigger.
Right. Right. He's just
at a personal level.
At people. If everybody says no, then this guy's just a madman.
Yeah.
Crazy old dude.
He's already a madman.
Well,
Here, listen to this, right?
Gun dealers feel like they can get away with selling guns to people who aren't legally allowed to own them. And I might add, the Second Amendment from the day it was passed limited the type of people who could own a gun.
Wrong.
What type of weapon you could own.
Partially.
You couldn't buy a cannon.
Yes, you could.
Say the blood of patriots, all this stuff about how we're going to have to move against the government. Well, the tree of liberty is not water with the blood of patriots. What's happened is that there never been, if you wanted to think you need to have weapons to take on the government, you need F-15s and maybe some nuclear weapons. The point is that there's always been the ability to rationally limit the type of weapon that can be owned and who can own it.
Wrong.
So
I mean, yes,
that blood of liberty quote. It was so silly.
But it is a harsh truth and a harsh thing to come to terms with as well. That like there is a partial correct statement in there. There were limits on who could own the weapons back then, but we don't have those limits anymore. I mean, there are certain limits today, but equal rights across the board for everybody. Women, if it's harsh language, get over it. But people that are considered minority races, whatever, all people in this country can. I mean, if you're a violent felon, okay, whatever. We can talk about that, right? But it's still not the government's responsibility to clean that mess up. It's our responsibility as people to take out street justice on people who are coming after us and performing violent, aggressive actions upon us. That's our responsibility to decide what to do. That's it. And the fact is that, maybe he's a little correct about some of the things that he just said, but no, you could own cannons back then.
That's right.
They specifically had it that way so that the people were the ones that made up the defensive force of the country. And there were letters written back and forth from the founders, from citizens to people like Thomas Jefferson, asking, hey, does this mean that I can own a warship? And Jefferson's like, yeah, you can own a warship. Sure. Yeah. You can be a privateer. Yeah. Whatever. Be a naval privateer for the country. Sure. Go ahead. You can do these things, whatever.
That's how Newport got so rich.
They needed to make sure, and this is why I always refer to it as that owning firearms, that we have the natural right to own whatever armaments are available, to and including nuclear weapons. We have the natural law right to defend ourselves with whatever means necessary is available to us at the time or in any time and place, ever, forever, the end, period, get over it.
I was talking to this girl that I used to know, and I was offering to give her one of these shirts for, whatever. She was a friend. And
who made that shirt?
This is my design. My mother drew the bird. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, she did it basically. But thank you, Mama. It's great design. Like I did the rest. But anyway, so I was like, here, I'm gonna give you this shirt, and it's got in one hand, it's got the sacred feminine of cannabis, and in the other hand, sacred masculine of an AR-15. And she was like, oh yeah, that's a great shirt. That's great. But I don't want it because I don't think people should be allowed to have those guns. And I laughed and I said, well, who's not going to allow it? What do you mean? Right. And then she's like, I don't care. I don't think people should have that power to kill people like that. And I said to her, well, when the government is outside your door and they think you did something wrong and all of them have one, what are you going to do? Yell at them? She got so mad. And because she hit the wall of the cognitive dissonance. And then all of a sudden, oh, damn it, you got a good argument. Rah, I hate you. It's really like what you're saying. Like we need to have the same weaponry, and the fact that they are allowed to have Tommy guns and we aren't, for back in the 30s is when it started. That right there is where it went off the rails. Right. And
and not to just kind of sorry, I'm so sorry.
Please, no, dude, no, it's take it.
But not to. I mean, we're showing a lot of clips of this dipshit Biden.
Sorry, that's it. No more of him.
No, but it's okay. It's okay. It's good stuff. But the point is that I'm trying to say is that it's not just Democrats that are doing this. Sean's talking about the restrictions on fully automatic weaponry. That was Reagan.
Oh yeah, well that right.
I'm pretty sure that was Reagan who did that.
Well, back in the day, there were with the prohibition of alcohol, all of a sudden they created this other market of speakeasies and stuff. And the gangsters in the Midwest, Chicago and Kansas City were using Tommy guns, which is it uses a 45 round pistol round and it's fully automatic. And they had 100 drum canisters that just blasted. And so they, all these criminals started getting them, and the cops had them too. I mean, the cops had Gatling guns, so whatever. So because of these famous crimes, Pretty Boy Floyd and stuff, that's when it started with, okay, you can't sell a weapon. I forget exactly what it was, but it was in 1938 is when that started. And then in the 60s, Lyndon Johnson made a law where you can't sell a gun through the mail. So everybody was starting to use, FedEx and stuff because of the horror and the spectacle of the kill the king ritual that was John F. Kennedy being murdered in front of everybody. And the patsy that they put in front and said, oh, he did it. He supposedly bought that rifle through the mail for $12.
Right, out of the back of a magazine.
Right. And that scared the people. And then, after Kennedy was out of the way, then they had their, their Satanist in charge, pushing all the, like, it really, the dissent really went full force after Kennedy was murdered. And like, we're just sliding down the slide, the little kid in the meme, like, oh, so anyway, that 68 was that. I think there was you couldn't saw off a shotgun anymore. Your barrels had to be like 18 inches. And so like they started, the infringement really started in 68 hardcore. And then Reagan had the assault weapons one. So like it's just been a further, the slippery slope has been really slidey. And now it's the kid in that meme going down the wee, and his face is scared. Oh, we're
Right.
going down into the chasm.
Right, like Reagan had the fully automatics, and then
Yeah.
within a decade from there, in 1993 or I think it was, no, 1994, they did it. They actually pulled it off. They did an assault weapons ban in this
With Clinton.
They didn't, but they didn't confiscate or confiscate them. The ones that already existed. If you had already owned one, you were grandfathered in, and you could remain in possession of it. Right.
I think they're trying to change that now.
That only lasted for a decade.
Right.
And that was a part of the agreement, was that it would only last for a decade. And then in 2004, it was obviously lifted. And then from there, we're here. And we can see the dramatic increase of mass shootings, which is 3 or more people. So it's like, again, a mind fuck into getting you to think that all these people died. And it's like, oh, okay, I don't want anyone to die. All right. I'm telling you the truth. I don't want these things to happen.
Obviously.
Okay. Right. Who would? But you're a psychopath if you do. But the thing is that there is overwhelming bodies of evidence that can prove that there is a better connection between these situations happening because of SSRIs and the drugs that they're putting the youth on, and child abuse in the schools, all of these different extreme factors that no one ever pays attention to. They go in for the guns, and it's again like these small incremental steps. And like the politicians, like on the right and the left, red, blue, Pepsi, Coke, they don't care about you. You're not going to get the Republicans or the more pro-gun. Like, you can be more pro-gun or less, doesn't matter. People like Trump, they're the ones getting rid of the bump stocks. It does not matter which brand politician it is. They're all doing the same fucking thing.
Trump said, let's take the guns and then deal with the courts after. Like, that was one of his quotes. He's not going to keep you free, people. Like, Trump is not your savior.
Innocent until proven guilty, right? Yeah.
And the thing is that we can sit here and say, come and take it. We can sit here and say it'll never happen here. Okay. What they're not going after your guns. They're going after the future the people that in the future will be eligible to buy them and won't want them because of how afraid they are of them. They are giving a prescribed hoplophobia to the mass amount of children out there. They're doing this to the children so that the next generation isn't interested in buying weapons, and then there's enough voters out there to consent to there no longer being gun possession laws in this country any longer. They can do full gun control. All they need is enough people to be on board, just like any policies or any situation, system, social systems, anything that ever exists in human nature. It does take the consent of the majority to make sure these things get pushed through. That's why a lot of us talk about, you really only need 51% of people to understand natural law and what true anarchism is in order to start really ushering in a condition of those things. But anyways, I'll digress. I'll stop.
Here, let me take over. So like, you got the SSRIs thing, and the kids that are doing the shootings, they're all drugged. But we also need to take into account those people are dissociative MK Ultra slaves. I mean, that people don't want to believe that, but you look at James Holmes, who shot up the Batman theater. You look at Sirhan, you look at these people, and they have been mentally mind controlled. Like Fritz Springmeier laid out in his book, how to totally control. I forget
How the Illuminati create a complete mind-controlled slave.
exactly. So the same, we need to take into account this reality that Hollywood is like full of these slaves that are putting on the show for you. This belief that you must believe this reality, but these people are doing what they're told because they're mind controlled to do so. They have alters that make them they switch personalities to a totally compliant slave of the master, and then they're allowed to go out in front of everybody on TV, on Jimmy Kimmel's show or whatever. That's all we get to see. And the same thing with these school shootings. I know that Alex Jones got in trouble with the Sandy Hook thing, and all the other ones, like, they don't add up. And these kids that are supposedly the perpetrators of these things, they're like a deer in headlights in the picture, and they obviously don't have the physical capability to get like 98% accuracy of their rifling, their rifle shot. They have teams to do these things, and then they give us the display of the MK Ultra dissociative freak that just sits in his car and waits for the cops to show up to get arrested. Like after John Lennon was shot by the doorman, the patsy just sat there on the sidewalk waiting for the cops.
Mark
Like that,
Chapman.
exactly. They're programmed like this. Like they're supposed to be there and be the patsy, while the real like assassin does his business, So this, like, we have to understand that what we see on the news with Obama crying and like, oh, they're killing, the kids are doing this. It's not just that their minds are affected by drugs, which they are. They use drugs as well as torture, to create these slaves, and electroshock and many other things. People should read that book by Fritz Springmeier. It's very informative. But these people are doing a show for us. And if we believe what the news is telling you, then we will believe that guns are bad and we got to take, like we fall into their trap. So we must realize that they are mind controlled, not just mentally handicapped, but they're fully under the control of others, and they don't have the will of their own. And they're doing a job to achieve a reaction in the public, just like what Dave McGowan talked about in Program to Kill. A lot of those serial killers, they're programmed that way. They went over into Vietnam to like exercise, to see how much of a murderer they could make somebody with this MK Ultra stuff. And the Da Nang massacre, like they were killing women and children, filleting them, like it was straight up SRA. Like they learned it from the cult. And then they brought them back to America and set them loose to scare people. All of a sudden, the 60s were done. Charles Manson, MK Ultra victim, did all the, like mind controlled others to do bad things. Just like his family was the cop enforcers of him. Like, anyway, I just wanted to say that it's not just that their mind is like messed up. They are under the control of others. So.
Yeah, I wanted to take back, and not to talk about your mom, Sean, but I've had similar, just to bring some levity. I have similar conversations and examples speaking with family members of my own who have the same point of view as what your mom had displayed. And I like to ask the question, well, let's just say hypothetically that you owned a gun, right? There was a gun in the house.
It wasn't my mom. It was a friend.
I'm sorry.
Right. It's all right. But still, go ahead. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm thinking in my head, like, what did I say? But go ahead.
I'm sorry. No. Yeah, your friend, whoever, in a conversation like this, let's say in your house you had a gun, right? You ask them, how many people are you going to kill? They're going to say, no one.
Right.
Which then you pose the question, well, what if somebody's coming to try and kill you? Would you kill them?
Right.
Then they might say yes. So I'm like, you might kill somebody, but if they're not being under duress, if you're not being threatened, you're totally peaceful. Right. Or how many people are you going to kill?
Is not murder.
Sure. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
right.
That's
What you're
how you
saying.
pose the
Because you're
question.
not premeditating hurting another, like,
You're not initiating. Yeah.
right. Kill is the actual cessation of life, but but it's not because you're initiating, right?
Right. Right. So if the vast majority of people, if they had a gun in their house, they're not going to kill anybody
Exactly.
unless their life is at risk, which is where the 1700 people in the colonies were under duress, and they realized that they couldn't defend themselves. But bringing it to today's conversations, like I'm saying here, is how many people are you going to kill if the gun's in your house? Vast 95, 98% of people, I'm not going to kill anybody.
Of course.
Well, why? Well, killing is wrong. Well, the people who go out and kill don't think that. They don't know that. Their minds are so messed up, bringing it to what you're talking about with all the mind-controlled victims.
Mm-hmm.
But even if they aren't under direct MK Ultra or other agency mind control, they're under the conditioning of society today,
right,
to believe that killing is just the thing that you can do without any consequence, that you can get away with it physically in the short term and karmically long term. And it's this lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, and these false beliefs into thinking that doing a wrong is okay is the reason why so many people are using guns, who would you also use a lightsaber if they had one. And if they didn't have guns, they would go and get a butcher knife.
right.
The same people are going to do the same things because
Right.
of their conditioning, of their currently false beliefs into thinking that they have any sort of right, or that it's okay in any degree to go out and murder or kill anybody with the weapons they have at their disposal. If you took away the guns, look at the percentage of knife attacks between the huge United States and the huge amount of people here and the little British islands in the Northern Atlantic. So the percentage of knife attacks is way higher and way more prevalent. Even probably the quantity is even higher in Britain than it is in the States. So bad people are going to be bad people until they're not bad people anymore. And that is what our job here is, to point out that the physical object isn't doing anything. It's always comes down to the person, their actions. What are you doing with the weapons or the lack of weapons, the assault flip-flop at your disposal? What are you doing with those? Are you going to go out and initiate harm and murder, or are you not? That's the question I like to pose people. With the guns in the house, are you going to go murder anybody? Well, no, I'm not, because murder's wrong. So it's as simple as that. So then they can see the true problem, the true solution is the lack of morals throughout society. Those people going out and killing with the weapons at their disposal, everybody can come to that conclusion. I've had my 88-year-old grandma come to this conclusion. She's very against guns, but then she comes to this conclusion when I walk her through that the reason why people are killed by guns is because there's bad people, not because there's a gun or any other weapon. Fill in the blank.
Yeah, it's so heavily it's the moral relativism, like you're saying. You're right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely right. This is the type of mindset that is bred into society. They want people to be morally relative because that's the only way that they can exist. First of all, like these control structures, the governments and everything, they can, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but yeah, that's what I mean by that's the who that rely on this mindset of moral relativism in order for them to exist. It's the governments,
Well, moral relativism is necessary for the collectivism because morals start with self-ownership.
Mm-hmm.
And, if there is no self-ownership, then the morals can so basically, if I own myself, they own themselves, and therefore it's immoral to do whatever Hitler wanted to do or whatever but once they remove the self part of it, and then there's this collective, they can make up whatever rights for the collective, because it's not you choosing, it's someone else choosing for you, and you're just have to agree or whatever, It's kind of, I was kind of wishy-washy with that explanation, but do you guys get what I was saying there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's the golden rule, you know, like it's realizing that I have my own property. I'm the one that's in charge of this vessel, and I'm going to
Right.
decide what happens with it. And I don't wish to be harmed, so why would I go and do that to somebody else?
Right.
And that's where it all really comes
And
down.
if there is no self and there's no separation between the self and other,
Yeah.
then they can have this moral relativist scale of like gray area of right.
Well, I mean, that's where all rights stem from property rights, and all
Exactly.
all property starts at your body.
Right.
So, I mean, when we're talking about it like property rights and all rights stemming from there, yeah, it all
Exactly.
starts with the self. And, you know, and it's not a self as in like the satanic self, because yeah, you do practice a little bit of the self-preservation because you need to be in service to others.
Right. I need to be here to feed my kid and like
Yeah,
teach them how to live.
exactly, you know,
Right.
but what that does is it creates this revolving type of mentality among the group of individuals, that each individual has this mindset of like, I'm going to take care of myself because other people might need my help. And then, you know, then from there we kind of branch out and everything like that. But like all groups, yeah, groups can exist, but groups don't have rights. Individuals have rights, and individuals make groups, but like that doesn't mean that groups have rights.
I
So
didn't mean to keep bringing it back to that, but it's really like this. I keep thinking,
no, it's such an important thing that people don't fucking pay attention to, because they think about, oh, it's good for the, it's like this utilitarian idea of you know, this utilitarian philosophy of like, you know, what's the greatest good for the most amount of people must be the good in total, you know?
right? Like the anti-vegan people are like, oh, you're killing more little,
Oh,
mice and
sure.
stuff by eating lettuce. So, oh, it's better when I eat this cow. Like, it's that's a moral relativist, and people can argue all day because everybody's subjective in their own little solipsism bubbles of like, I believe
Right.
this and I believe that, and then they crash. When
Right.
reality is we all own ourselves, we all have free will. Like, and we all have the right to defend ourselves. Like, even the animals have claws, we have brains, I guess fists, but our brains are what created the gun and created maybe it was
Yeah.
mind control which created the nuclear weapon, but
Well, I mean, that's
necessity created the gun, and
right.
of
It's our
it,
ability, our ability of innovation that breeds more freedom.
right,
Or it can breed slavery. Again, like right at the beginning, like, you know, to bring it back to it, it all starts in the mind. That's why
right,
mentalism is the first principle of natural law, because that's where it all starts. And that's what you're saying too, is like, and you're right. You're absolutely okay and right to bring it back to like the destruction of individual rights in favor of this collective mindset that is being placed upon people. It needs to be brought up over and over again, because people will hear that and it won't even register with them. They need to be told multiple times about this, because that's the only way to get through to them. This is the game plan of the controllers, of the masters. This is what they want people to do. This has been the game plan. This is the play over and over and over again through history. And that's what people need to realize. They keep testing the waters. They go, okay, that didn't work. So they adjust a little bit and they come at it again, you know? So
It all comes down to divide and conquer, right? Down to the individual level. If anybody can make up anything they want as what reality actually is, then there's no coherent understanding between person to person, and everybody's just fighting and bickering down to the individual level. So then with that, as
they
a
even
group,
fight they even fight within themselves.
Yeah.
With the cognitive dissonance. This is great what
sub-personal,
you're saying. Yeah.
sub-personal, absolutely. And in that state of chaos, truly chaos, there's no order there. Even sub-personal level chaos, you're easily controlled. If people who are more aligned personally and internally and as a group, which the dark occultists of the world, the mind controllers of the world are, don't mistake that, then it makes them in a position to instill their will, their immorals on the rest of people, because there's a lack of understanding, lack of common sense,
So
lack of conscience.
you're right this lack of common sense and conscience, like this, to the will to keep the protection of others. For the last 2 years, people willingly locked down. And I just wanted to share here just like a quick, like the list of the Bill of Rights there. Here, I'll see if I can. But basically, First Amendment, freedom of religion was trampled on during the lockdown. People couldn't go to church. Freedom of speech, obviously, we couldn't talk on Twitter, YouTube, like we couldn't say certain things. People were self-censoring. Freedom of press, again, YouTube was censoring. All that was in the press was the satanic propaganda. And freedom of assembly was gone. We couldn't gather in more than groups of 3 or some shit. Like people that were having a party at their house, the state government, like California, was cutting their power and their water because
they were cutting checks too to the people ratting them out.
Yeah. Dirty rats. It's like 1984.
Observe and report.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Second Amendment is currently in the crosshairs. They're always trying to like smash on that. And the quartering of troops that's currently being looked at in New York. They want to quarter the refugees in people's homes and pay people for housing refugees in their homes in New York. Anyway, Fourth Amendment, search and seizure. Everybody had to have those passports. There used to be laws against sharing medical information. You're not supposed, it's people's private property.
The HIPAA laws.
Right. And for some reason that all went out the window, right? Let's see. The Fifth Amendment, that's whatever. The self-incrimination, our phones were incriminating, like the people at January 6th, like they didn't have the right to not have their phone be searched by the government. The Sixth Amendment, the January 6th people didn't get their jury trial. They're still in jail, political prisoners.
Ross Ulbricht.
Yeah. Hello.
He's a political prisoner.
Right. I mean, that is all like, look at Julian Assange. That dude's famous for being a political prisoner, and they're like
Snowden.
torturing him in jail. Snowden, right? They're exiled, and so then here we got the excess bail or fines, cruel and unusual punishment. What are those January 6 people? They're in like solitary confinement. Like, who knows how they're being treated? This even just going to jail for weed is cruel and unusual, in my opinion.
Again, Ross Ulbricht, cruel and unusual punishment.
Exactly.
He just created a website. That's all he did, and he's got like what, 2 life sentences, or and like plus,
Right.
I'm just spitballing here. I'm just looking at the.
But I mean, you got it, dude. Like the state of freedom now is nothing. We're not there. We don't have it anymore. And all these things were enumerated. These are the rules. And then they swear on the Constitution that they're going to uphold the Constitution, whatever, on the Bible, I guess, whatever. Yeah, Joe Biden had that big occult Bible, a scary looking thing from the 1600s. But anyway, like these people, they think that the Constitution is quaint and they can do whatever they want, and they don't need to pay attention to it, because look how many rights we've already given up. And we're just going to roll over and give the last one. Like the right to bear arms is the one that keeps them from coming in your door. They're already like with mind control getting into our skin, and into our bloodstream and our blood-brain barrier with whatever toxins they concoct over 20, 30 years. They're mad scientists. Somebody's got to stop me. I'll go on and on.
Though it is true, though, like this Constitution, it's not absolute. It's just a piece of paper. It's just a document with some scribbles on it. But what is absolute in all times, in all places, is natural law. Right. And our natural law rights. Those are absolute. Good luck getting rid of those.
And my ability to have a gun.
Right.
And put a gun, like that law that they're trying to talk about, getting rid of the ghost guns and stuff. some clips about the evolution of.
Well, that's the ghost guns, the 3D printed guns. That's
Yeah.
that's freedom of speech. All you're doing is like with freedom of speech, you're just sending a file.
Right.
That's all you're doing.
I know.
That's downright to it. But
And
like,
I mean,
it's-
but these files, like, this is just, it's information, and the dark
Yeah.
occultists want to occult that and keep it from us so they can have that power differential where they're the only ones with guns. But we can 3D print an AR-15 lower and buy all the other pieces without having a serial number on it. They now have the ability to 3D print a gun with a barrel. They 3D print jackets for the bullets. I mean, it's next level, and it's only growing and getting better. So there is no keeping the toothpaste in the tube. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Pandora doesn't go back in the box.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Hope is alive. Hope is the one thing in the box that we still supposedly have. But, Obama tried to steal that with his hope and change and his thank you, Satan, So anyway, we do have, we're going to be talking about that. I don't know if you wanted to go to that segment yet, but we do have those clips. I don't know if you wanted to do that yet.
We can do that. I was hoping to honestly, I was hoping to wrap it up pretty soon.
Okay. Well, we can just play them after. We can set up a little.
I mean, if you wanted to take the helm, by all
Yeah.
means,
Yeah.
and you can keep going. But my kids are waiting.
Right. No, that's good. It's Saturday,
and we do
want to talk to the caller. So
yeah, let's bring. You want to bring them in now?
Yeah.
All right.
Can I suggest leave the segment off with a? I don't know if you guys have watched the latest Andor series from Disney Star Wars.
I've caught bits and pieces of it. So
I had just rewatched it. I watched it twice all the way through now. And in the finale, I don't want to spoiler alerts. If you haven't watched it, go ahead and I guess turn it off or hit mute for a couple minutes.
Don't turn it off. Just mute.
Yeah.
Share and click the button.
Right.
No,
right.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Right. Smash it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Smash.
So in the finale, there is this elderly woman who unfortunately passed away. And at her funeral, she had a droid who was under her care. She pre-recorded a speech as a hologram, as they can do in the Star Wars fantasy world, knowing full well that this speech was going to be shown to the entire people of the town, where the Empire has been encroaching, increasingly looking for, quote, criminals, right? And so she recorded a speech, and I would like to read it. It's just going to be really quick. And
go ahead.
Her name is Marva Andor, and the planet she's going to talk about is the planet of Ferrix, Ferrix. So those are the two words that you're not going to be familiar with, but everything else can be pretty much applied across the board to the 1700s and now. So the speech goes like this. My name is Marva Andor. I'm honored to stand before you. I'm honored to be a daughter of Ferrix and honored to be worthy of the stone. So backstory, when they die, they put their cremated remains and they make a stone out of the remains, and you go into a building to commemorate the previous members of the community. So she's saying she's honored to be worthy of the stone. Strange, I feel as I can see it. I was 6, I think, the first time I touched a funeral stone, heard our music, felt our history, holding my sister's hand as we walked all the way from Fountain Square. Where you stand now, I've been more times than I can remember. I always wanted to be lifted. I always was eager, always waiting to be inspired. I remember every time it happened, every time the dead lifted me with their truth. And now I'm dead, and I yearn to lift you. Not because I want to shine or even be remembered. It's because I want you to go on. I want Ferrix to continue. In my waning hours, that's what comforts me most. But I fear for you. We've been sleeping. We've had each other and Ferrix, our work, our days. We had each other and they left us alone. We kept the trade lanes open and they left us alone. We took their money and ignored them. We kept their engines churning, and the moment they pulled away, we forgot them. because we had each other. We had Ferrex, but we are sleeping. I've been sleeping, and I've been turning away from the truth I wanted not to face. There is a wound that won't heal at the center of the galaxy. There is a darkness reaching like rust into everything around us. We let it grow, and now it's here. It's here, and it's not visiting anymore. It wants to stay. The empire is a disease that thrives in darkness. It is never more alive than when we sleep. It's easy for the dead to tell you to fight, and maybe it's true. Maybe fighting is useless. Perhaps it's too late. But I'll tell you this, if I could do it again, I'd wake up early and be fighting these bastards from the start. Fight the empire. And that's the quote. That's the speech she gave at her funeral.
That's bravo.
Great. Beautiful.
That. That's great.
And find it in Star Wars on Disney Plus, believe it or not.
Yeah.
People won't hear it like that, of course.
There is not to, make this about Star Wars, but like I have been a big fan of Star Wars since I was about 6 years old, and it's been a big part of my life. There's a lot of occult teaching in those movies. I mean, it's insane the amount of things you pick up on, and you're like, wait a minute, I heard that in Star Wars. Wait a minute, what? And like even in that same episode of Andor, they're showing throughout that series, and I believe in the more specifically in that episode, these different factory workers who are making these parts, and they don't know what they're making, and they're just making these little parts, and then they're sending them off, and then like all the way at the end of that episode, it shows these parts coming together, and it's the laser for the Death Star. Yep. And it's supposed to be complementary to how the atomic bomb was created. And how these technologies were created, that these people were compartmentalized down into separate groups so that nobody knows exactly what is going on in the big scheme of things. And that's exactly the same thing that they're doing today in real life when it comes down to all of these different ways that they're taking our fucking freedom away from us, and there's puppet masters pulling the strings and everything like that, but then they're sending their cronies out to do the bidding, and the people that are doing the bidding don't even know what they're doing. They're programmed. They're programmed to do these things. Like a lot of them are Rhodes scholars, for instance. They don't even know what they're doing, but what they're programmed to do is to roll out these policies and to think that these are the correct ways to enact will upon people and the government's will upon people. And it's a stark realization. And
thank you, Disney, for allowing it onto our TV sets, I guess.
Apparently. Yeah.
It's really weird that they also want trannies and stuff. So let's get that caller in here. Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. All right. So Conrad, thank you for calling in to Black Pill Digest. You are the first caller ever for this show, Black Pill Digest. Yeah,
what?
You're the first caller ever.
Welcome.
Thank you for calling in. You are live. Conrad Rogos.
Awesome. I hope I'm sounding okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't know I was the first. That's awesome. But yeah, thanks for having me on, James. Hey, Sean. Hey, Jeff. This is my kind of company. These are the type of people I want to be around, I'm going to try to get this out rapid fire. So, I want you guys to have a chance to respond. It's been a great, a lot of things said about the topic of the state of freedom. And as you guys said, the word state has two different meanings. You got the condition of, or you got the actual group of people. And I was thinking, right, what is a nation? That word nation, to me, the NAT in it, the beginning is the same root as natural. Right, and the ion is it's the unit of nature. A nation is a unit of nature, not the collective, but a gathering of individuals. That's us. And we need to be that nation. And Jeff, it's like the speech that she read. That's our nation. We're part of that, but it's not this monolith. They say it's the monolith. Biden says the government is we the people. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's us.
Exactly.
And
yes. I agree that the NAT does have that root in the Egyptian, and it is a natural state for us to be family. We're community, we need other people. We have to have. It's part of our dopamine levels and our oxytocin and all this, like we're programmed to love others, unless you're a psychopath, of course.
I mean, look how bitter people became after they convinced a whole lot of people to stay 6 feet away from one another a couple years ago. Look
Right.
how quickly people became so bitter and cynical and hateful toward one another. There's something to be said about that energy that we share with one another as human beings, as one species, that we thrive off of that. Like you're talking about oxytocin, like the love, that's like the love drug, the love
Yeah,
hormone,
like
whatever.
when you hug your mom or your kid, you feel like, you feel
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, right, there's no better way to describe it. It is that feeling, and people will be familiar with what you're describing for sure, I hope. But yeah, that's what just brought to mind with what you said, Sean, is this 6-foot social
Right.
distance
And 6
oxymoron.
foot is like how far we bury the dead, you know?
Yeah.
That
Yeah. I wanted to say thanks, Conrad, for bringing that green language connection into the word nation. That's great to point out. And I think it in the example that they use as support the nation, in so many other ways, they corrupt these terms, right? Get you to associate something that's truly well-meaning with their control system, right? They always say the land of the free, like we're the free country. There's nothing farther from the truth. And it's just one of the things that get people to associate the government and the state, using it in that term, and other words like land of the free and other phrases that they use. God bless America. They use religion in that. They use the word God. They try to associate with bits of truth throughout, and associations that you naturally are attracted to, and you naturally associate with something that's good, but when really it's your own control system, your own slavery system. So I wanted to say thank you for bringing up that green language. It's very powerful.
plus, like, we're conditioned in school to love the flag and, like, to salute it and stuff, and, like, so that repetition of, like
Over your heart.
yeah, yeah.
Yep. Care. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of
Shooting
like,
it.
and that's a good point, Jeff, about how like they steal the real and they give you this false of like, an impersonation of what's natural. And like, yeah, it's the natural group, that's us, guys. Come on, jump on board collectivism,
Yeah.
It's really
It's a
interesting. Yeah,
proxy. It's a
exactly.
proxy, you know.
Yeah. Did you have anything? Were you thinking about any other points that were said?
Yeah, I'll bring up one more thing I wanted to talk about. I love the background of the revolution, right? And thinking about how was it different back then as opposed to how it is right now. I actually have a video on my channel called "The Case for Armed Rebellion," and that one is about, okay, let's look at what the case was back then and what the case is now. And Jeff, you mentioned one of the things. We have this kind of like relative prosperity where things are just not bad enough. So it seems like we're comfortable. And you guys also talked about, well, those guys, they wore red coats, they were English, it was easy to shoot at them. We're here now, it's our brothers, these people live in the same house as us, but they are these enslavers, right? So you got that.
I
Well,
think that's a
Conrad,
good.
hold on one sec.
Please.
Conrad, first of all, people are going to want to watch that video. Where are they going to find it? What's your channel?
Oh yeah.
Truth and Law is my channel on YouTube. You can go to truthandlaw.com and find everything
Awesome.
there. So
All right.
Truth and Law
And
is the website.
so second,
Appreciate
and
that.
not to push back too much, but we were in those times, there were the majority of people, even in the colonies, considered themselves Englishmen. So that
Yeah.
to be fair,
But they were represented over there, like
but
they
it
were subjects.
but you're right, it was easier to shoot at them because there was this separation, and
Well,
tensions were building and building and building for over a decade.
Well, it was easier because everybody over here could read, and everybody read Sam Adams and Thomas Paine, and like they had it within them. They had changed their minds first. Well, most of them. Well, at least 3% of them. You know, so and that's why they acted like Indians and threw the tea, and like they were sick of it, and they actually started to do something about it. And it really what kicked it off back then it wasn't because of the tea. It was because they came for the guns. And guess what, guys? It's happening again. Like, we need to be vigilant and we need to pay attention. And Paul Revere might not make it. We might have to see it ourselves and protect ourselves as individuals, protect our families. Because even if the government does fail, all the cops are going to run home to protect their own houses. Like, there will be no protector. So even if like martial law happens or the people are fighting outside, eventually somebody's going to come to your house and want to come in. You know,
I have
whether
a
it's government or not.
I have a question that I'd like to table for all of
Sure.
us here.
Please.
How do you guys think about the notion that it can't happen here? Just raise your hand if you think you got it. If you want to go for it, Conrad, go for it. Take it away.
So I'll say this: it is happening because, like you were saying, it's not okay. Come and take it. They might not come and take your guns, but this is a long game. This is a 100-year plan. So okay, if they ban assault rifles now and you don't have any means of getting replacement parts and the minds of your children are getting turned against you, it's not about right now. They're not going to come for our guns right now. They want the generation after me, and then they will never have to take the guns. There just won't be any good guns, or they will be so below the standard that it will be irrelevant and it'll go off without a shot.
Yeah, it's happening. It happened in the mine first, and that's why they have to have the kids in the school. It's against the law if your kid's not in school. Like, they need that mind control programming of the youth to create the future that they want. They need the kids to be kept home from school and on the Zoom for class and with the mask on, even though they're in front of a computer. Like, because the mind control. Do what we say, or else you're gonna die. You're gonna kill grandma. Like, oh, okay. And then those people, when they grow up, they're gonna be such total slaves. Like, holy crap! Unless they have parents like us. It's a bifurcation. It's like it's gonna be the Eloy and the Morlocks, where some people are free and they're gonna be agorists and they're gonna be trading cannabis or whatever, gold or whatever. I don't know, bullets probably for money, and the rest of everybody's gonna be on the CBDCs with a Neuralink chip in their head, and they won't own anything, and they'll be happy, But they're gonna be part of the brave new world, and it's they're gonna be grown in a bag. There won't be any actual reproduction of, they're going to Bakunovsky they're going to just make clones of the kind of kids they want. And then, we're going to abuse these kids this way. So they turn into janitors. We're going to abuse these kids. Like, look at China. They got whole towns. This town makes toothbrushes. That town makes sneakers. Like, it's just, that's how they do their economy. It's such collectivist, like, monoculture, like, so that's their plan, right? So arm up.
Jeff, what do you think about
Well, what was your question in direct context to?
It can't happen here.
The direct context of another armed revolution and or the confiscation or a buyback program of firearms held by citizens.
Yeah, I think my answer is going to be pointing to the video Sean shared. It already has happened. It's past tense now.
Yeah. See, I feel the same exact way, and it's something that I hear a lot of people in this freedom community. I try to refrain from calling it a movement. It's really not going anywhere. But I mean, it's got to start somewhere. So I hope that this is that point. But anyways, I hear it all the time. Like, oh, it can't happen here, and it frustrates me to no end because it is happening. It's been happening, and to have this idea that it can't happen, you've already lost. That's what my answer to the question is that
just like the Q thing, like, oh, it's fine, somebody will save us, I'll sit on my hands.
Yeah,
it disarms people. It can't happen here,
Yeah,
whatever,
it's
so that they don't think about it.
Yep.
And then the cognitive dissonance happens, and then Trump says, "Oh, why don't we just take the guns and we'll worry about laws later?" And they hear that and like, and and Trump's like, "Oh, I got my booster, and this warp speed's the best thing I ever did." Like, and they still want to vote for him. But I mean, people are under such mind control. They gotta, that's what this is all about. Like, it's a black pill. Like, we gotta digest it properly, because like, if you don't face it and you don't recognize, like, these things that we're like, there is no freedom right now. Like, we are under duress. Like, and they have taken fully auto weapons, and they don't allow a lot of things. You got to get a stamp for, like, if for a rocket launcher, you got to pay like $200 per shell. Like, you got to get like stamps for like each individual cartridge. Like, it's crazy what they're doing, and it's getting worse and worse. And thank goodness, at least for Arizona, making laws where they're not going to comply with the federal government. Like, states have the right to do that. People can still vote. Like, voting is enslaving your neighbor, but whatever. Everybody's got to make their own individual choice of what to do in that. So, don't enslave your neighbors, but still, anyway, we're trying to fight the mind control. So we're putting it all out there. We're trying to show everybody this is the reality. And I know, James, you got to go, but I can, if you guys, Jeff and Conrad, if you'd like to stick around, I've got some videos of some 3D printed, like, the future of weapons and what it looks like, what people are doing individually. Yes, go ahead, James.
Are you planning on showing? Are you planning on ending with the long video there?
Of our friend there, Mr. Yes, yeah, I'll put that at the end after the other ones.
Yes,
but like, but we'll say a goodbye before then and just let it end.
All right, excellent. All right, so yeah, this has been a fantastic episode.
That's great.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and hopefully we can do more like this, because having the house to myself has really been able to. It's just like I feel like more in my element to be able to like let loose, instead of it being like 9 o'clock at night. I'm like, okay, let's be NPR,
right,
and all of that good stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stall for a second to see if there's anything else I have to say. But
well, Conrad and Jeff, would you like to join me for a little longer?
Sure.
Okay,
I can stick around.
Of course. About those 3D printed guns, that's very useful information to me, because I'm here in Chicago. So let's go.
Right. Gotta learn how to be free. Yeah.
Yeah. So Conrad, if you're gonna stick around, you're gonna need to send us. You're gonna need to send me or Sean over your like a link for your website. That way we can include it in the show notes, because now you're kind of a guest instead of just a caller. So if you're going to stick around, we'd like to be able to include your info in our show notes after. So I want to make sure that you know that. And
that's great.
One last message to everybody out there. Like, we've been railing about this for a couple of hours now. I know I'm taking off, but I just want to make sure that people really understand that, like, defending yourself is an act of love. First for yourself and then for others, because others are going to be able to take that example and find the inspiration that they need in order to act the same. We are impressionable people. A lot of people will fight me on that, but yeah, there's a certain element of impression, that we do all carry with one another, and we see how other people are acting and we go, okay, yeah, things are possible. And that person set a good example about what's possible. So we need to act out of love and care. Like, that's what we need to exercise ultimately about all of these things that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours. And that's where it all starts. True care, love, do you think, and I'm going to take something that I heard from Passio. Do you think that when the American revolutionaries decided to start shooting guns at the cops of the day, do you think that they were doing that out of hate, or do you think they were doing that out of love? The answer is, and I'll give it to you, they were doing it out of love. They loved themselves and they loved freedom. They wanted it so badly that they decided not to take it anymore. And the enough was enough. And the authorities of the day crossed a line and they said no. So that's what I'm going to leave everybody with. I love everybody here, everybody that joined us today. I love you guys so much. And I love everybody that's been listening to our show. You know, we need your help. We need your assistance. This show can keep going and growing if you just do a few simple things. Yeah, smash that like button. Yeah, share it around with your friends. Subscribe to the channel. These things help and they're free to do. They don't cost a penny to do. It just costs a little bit of that spiritual currency, that time and attention that needs to, you know, happen in order for shows like this to fight the algorithms and this algorithmic intelligence that we're fighting against, this true AI that we're fighting against. Like, we need your help. So help us out. Do those little things. And hey, little things like that go a long, long way, you know, and for real, we're about to go through another, you know, like another Independence Day. Put a hyphen in between there. You are in dependence. You're not free. You are in dependence of these people, of these swine who do nothing but shit all over you every day of your fucking lives. And you need to come to that realization, or else nothing is ever going to change. Nothing will ever change. It'll be chaos forever. But if you can change the way that you think, if you can take responsibility for your own actions and change and be more moral, we can start working toward a better state of freedom that we all deserve. We all have the natural law right to be free. So stop fucking it up. Get in the game. Get serious about this shit. Let's go. Let's do it. I love you all. I'm out of here.
Cheers, James. Love you, brother.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Peace.
Mic drop. Take care.
Awesome. So I'm going to start with a, this one is about the history of 3D printed guns, and it's just going to give a little overview of where we started and where we are now. And if any of you guys want me to pause it, just speak up. I'll I can pause it and we can hear your voice over the video. So here we go.
Cool.
The history of 3D printed firearms.
Can you hear that?
Yep, coming through.
Yep.
Okay, good.
The history of the development of 3D printed firearms has gone through quite a lot of changes since its inception. We will explore how the advancements and price reductions in 3D printing helped to proliferate its adoption, as well as how some really revolutionary thinking allowed for it to become a practical hobby and means for self-defense.
That's the guy's YouTube channel, 3D Print Generator. He does videos about 3D printing, and this one's very informative. So want everybody to know where it was created. We'll provide links in the Gilded chat so people can find it.
While this type of content may match with the secondary channel I'm involved with, the 3D Pew General, I felt that this video belonged on the main channel. The entire 3D printed gun movement started just over 10 years ago when crypto-anarchist Cody Wilson showed the Liberator to the public for the first time. While FOSCAD did exist, which comprised of a group of individuals sharing potential 3D printed gun designs, Cody Wilson was the one who really brought media attention to the possibilities. The Liberator pistol is a single-shot pistol that uses all 3D printed components, even the springs, except for the nail that works as the firing pin.
I always give credit to Ben Denio. We were looking at 3D printers that summer to see, like, summer 2012, like, if there was some project we could pull off that was like WikiLeaks, but for guns. The only, like, discourse we had about it was, well, if we could do gun parts or entire guns, we'd call them wiki weapons, you know, and we try to kind of anchor the two concepts, like guns were downloadable somehow. And then that same summer, I saw this guy Have Blue, and he was printing, I think they were converted 22 AR pistols, but he was still printing AR lowers, but they weren't, like, really heavily modified or anything. And that's really what started it. And then all along the way, like in the next, let's say 6 to 9 months, we were like, well, we had some success with different types of printers like SLA machines and object printers before they were bought. Groups now that have become like service bureaus, but basically we were printing AR lowers, we were printing AR magazines, and then we began to kind of branch out and see, like, well, based on what we've learned, do we think we can build a whole gun? And that was what we ended up calling the Wiki Weapon Project. So that gun, like, it needed a name, and we had a few months at that point to think about what the name would be. And so, yeah, we named it Liberator after the historical Liberator.
Now, back in 2013, FDM 3D printing options were very limited. In fact, I didn't even get into this hobby until late 2014, and even then the options were still very limited and expensive. Because of this, early liberators were actually printed on expensive Stratasys machines.
Back in our day, you could only really build a handful of desktop FDM machines.
Yeah.
You weren't really getting the reliability that you needed in that. So we certainly tested Liberator and other components like on those machines, but we realized nothing we were doing there was reliable or reproducible. So I believe final Liberators were printed on a Stratasys machine. It was a Dimension machine, I think it was. But even from our point of view, just doing it on an FDM machine was worthwhile, because the only other machines we had access to were like much higher level SLS or SLA machines, and they didn't really serve the point in the same way. So we had to kind of cheat and say like, well, this is an FDM project and it's meant to be done on other FDM projects to come or other equipment to come.
Now, Cody's main goal in this was to bring up the idea that guns can be easily manufactured in someone's house. But in all reality, this wasn't true yet. The Liberator acted more as a symbol for Cody's philosophical ideals than an actual practical firearm.
Say the press kind of helped us suggest that it was more DIY than it really was at the time, but that was still like the political goal of the project, to say, well, anyone with an FDM machine should be able to do this. It is true that the first time we ever test fired, we would do it on stands and it would blow up. It would blow up a lot, actually. So the first time you see me like on the old BBC footage shooting it, that's the first time it was ever shot by hand, and we had virtually not had any success with it not blowing up. So I just assumed that it wouldn't blow up and just went for it. You know what I mean?
But his approach certainly worked in bringing on media attention. In fact, if you were to Google 3D printed guns right now, about half of the images you would see, as well as the image that nearly every media outlet uses, is his Liberator. Now, anyone who knows a lot about 3D printing and firearms would know that this gun is not only impractical, but can even be dangerous to the shooter, as is shown by this image of Cody shooting the Liberator for a high-speed camera from National Geographic. Now, after the media attention surrounding the Liberator slowed down, we did not see a ton of improvements to 3D printed firearms for the next few years. At least we didn't see a ton of publicity surrounding any firearm design improvements. During this 4 to 5 year period, files were few and far between. Defense Distributed hosted some AR lowers, FOSCAD continued to host untested designs, but in all practicality, none of these were very useful at all, and none of them had any proper beta testers or build guides. While these guns weren't practical to print, it doesn't mean that they didn't accomplish their goal of inspiring others to take on the movement. One such person who was inspired by Cody was a freedom advocate living in Europe with the pseudonym J. Stark.
A 3D printed pistol was shown to the world in 2013. I saw this and I was intrigued. And at the same time, Defense Distributed, after they released this Liberator pistol, ran some sort of web page where you were able to download various files for various gun designs, and also 3D printed gun designs. When I looked at the files, I saw that everything was incomplete, and the parts that were modeled and the technical data that was available there, it was in these files, was absolutely shoddily modeled. It was absolutely not true to the real world. So it would be basically useless to try to use those files to produce any firearm. What I did then is I wanted to start a community that was enthusiastic about this topic as much as me. And so I posted Discord invite links into the comment sections of each of those various files on that webpage. The idea was to build a community. And so I was able to start that community. I invited everyone. What I did was I also went onto a recruiting hunt. We ended up with a core group of a couple dozen people who had all sorts of knowledge. And so me and Ivan basically then had this goal of making an AR-15 CAD assembly happen.
The group that J. Stark, Ivan, and others started is called Deterrence Dispense, a play on the DD Defense Distributed name that Cody had started. This group started off, as J. Stark said, making lowers for firearms that would actually work when 3D printed. They had the intended goal of 3D printing functional firearms, properly beta testing them, and then giving everyone detailed instructions on how to build it yourself. You see, here in America, only the portion of the firearm that has a serial number is considered a firearm. For AR-15s, Glocks, and many other firearms, this means that the lower frame is what is considered the firearm. This lower does not experience as much force or heat as the upper sections of the firearm does, meaning with some design tweaks by Deterrence Dispensed, these lowers would become 3D printable and actually work. These lowers continued to be improved upon, with new options being added all the way up until this day. While these lowers have become extremely reliable due to extensive beta testing and design improvements, they didn't really help to make a gun fully do-it-yourself, requiring your ability to purchase the rest of the gun. Since the ATF only considers the serialized portion of the gun the actual firearm, you can order all of the other parts anonymously if you live in the United States. If you don't live in America, then these lower designs did not really help your situation on obtaining a firearm. Before continuing, you know YouTube is going to demonetize this video, so let's take a look at our awesome sponsor, GeoGrit. This video is sponsored by GeoGrit. GeoGrit is the compact RFID protecting, American-made
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to do his commercial for him. Sorry, guys. But, okay.
as this ECM process, the Ender 3 3D printer.
Ender 3.
If you are watching this channel, then you likely know about the Creality Ender 3, but this printer did a lot to bring down the price of 3D printers to the point any hobbyist could afford them. Before Creality and before patents expired, you had to spend over $1,000 for a very basic FDM 3D printer, and this printer would be considered extremely subpar by today's standards. This Ender 3 was launched in around 2018 and is still, to this day, recommended for 3D printing gun hobbyists on a budget, coming in at far below $200. Along with Creality cloning 3D printer designs and dropping the price points drastically, another major advancement in the industry that helped proliferate 3D printed guns was the expansion of 3D printing material options. If you wanted to print a Liberator back in 2013 or 2014, you basically only had two material options that your printer could handle: standard PLA and ABS. While these printers could print PLA just fine, the strength characteristics on standard PLA meant that it would definitely not hold up to the stress that a firearm would provide. While ABS would be much better at handling the stress and the heat from a firearm, it was extremely difficult to print back then. While ABS is having a bit of a renaissance today, since fully enclosed printers are now common, back then it was near impossible to print ABS without some warping and delamination or other errors occurring. Well, sometime during this gap between the Liberator and the FGC9 came PLA+. PLA+, or PLA Pro, is a variety of the PLA blend with added strength characteristics. This means that it is just as easy to print as PLA, but it can actually handle the stress of a firearm. While PLA Plus still had issues with heat mitigation, combining it with the proliferation of inexpensive 3D printers meant that just about anyone around the world would now have the capabilities to 3D print a firearm. The new standard for designing 3D printed guns was to make sure that it would fit on an Ender 3 and that it could be printed in PLA+. I'll let Deterrence Suspense co-founder Ivan the Troll explain.
Of course, at the time, like a decent quality 3D printer like that would match the quality of an Ender 3 was a good, a smooth $20,000 for a piece of crap machine. And you come along, 5, 6, 7 years after that, and all of a sudden printers have come down in price drastically, from $20,000 for something that's effectively an Ender 3 to Ender 3s are a $200 machine. So I was printing in ABS then, since have developed a hateful relationship with ABS.
So yeah, I mean, are you now, for your firearms, are you 100% PLA Pro, PLA Plus, or do you play around with anything else?
Almost entirely PLA Plus, PLA Pro at this point.
Ivan and Jay Stark, with the help of Jeff Rod, then took the Shuddy AP9 designed by Durwood and implemented the ECM rifling process. Along with a few other tweaks, they were able to create the FGC9 in 2020.
Like the FGC9 almost exists in a vacuum in that regard. Like, it's very difficult to have something that's as usable, let's say, as the FGC9 that is also as easy to make as the FGC9, owing to all sorts of different people's contributions, be they Durwood, Starks, Jeff Rods. Lots of people's brainchilds had to be mashed together there to get a gun that, at the end of the day, it's not a great gun, right? But it's by far and away the best DIY gun at that level, because otherwise you're looking at like a Ludi SMG or a Professor Parabellum design that are much more complex to put together and will end up being generally less reliable and less useful to you.
The FGC9, fuck gun control 9mm, is a firearm that is truly effective for self-defense, being offensive. And at the same time, It's a firearm that you're able to build yourself as an average Joe with no specialized tooling, with no special knowledge.
The FGC-9 was the first ever semi-automatic firearm that could be made entirely at home without any gun parts. And with Deterrence Dispense strict rules and firearm release protocols, it means that it was extensively beta tested and came with extremely detailed build instructions. They wanted to make it so that this FGC-9 was tested and as easy to make as possible. To this day, Deterrence Dispensed, also called the Gatolog, prides itself on extensive beta testing and detailed build instructions. Now's the time I think it's important to clarify that there are essentially 3 different categories of 3D printed firearms. The first is what we mentioned earlier. Only the serialized portion of the gun is printed, with the user needing to purchase all gun parts outside of the serialized portion, such as trigger assembly, uppers, and barrels. This process is really only available to those living in the United States, with the capability to order gun components anonymously. These are great if you want a firearm in America that isn't registered with the federal government, or if you just want a personalized gun. The second type of 3D printed firearm I'll cover is what we call primarily printed designs, where just about every component you can 3D print is 3D printed. The Liberator falls under this category, along with other unique designs such as the Songbird and the Maverick. These guns can use some non-3D printed components such as springs, screws, nuts, and other basic hardware parts. In general, these are very unreliable guns, but new designs are definitely making improvements in this regard. The third type of 3D printed firearm is what we call a hybrid design. These are guns that use a combination of 3D printed components along with non-3D printed components, but it still can be made 100% at home without the need for specific gun parts. This is what the FGC-9 falls under, since the barrel and bolt cannot be 3D printed, but they can be made at home without the need to purchase any gun components. These hybrid designs have proven themselves to be reliable as a means for self-defense, yet anyone around the world is able to make them. This FGC-9 really did spark a bit of a new revolution in 3D printing gun proliferation, and this was boosted even more by filmmaker Popular Front creating a documentary about J-Stark called Plastic Defense, clips of which I've been showing in this video.
We have that
This
video.
documentary
We
is
can
currently
watch that
sitting at
too.
just about 3 million views on YouTube, and it's helped to bring a lot more creators into the movement. Even popular YouTuber Print Shoot Repeat credits this documentary for bringing him into the hobby.
I saw the Plastic Defense video with Jay Stark and the Popular Front doc, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then I watched a lot of the Control Q stuff. That was one of the first people on YouTube that really got me into it, was Control Q.
Print Shoot Repeat has gone on to have hundreds of thousands of followers with millions of views on his videos, bringing in countless more people into this hobby.
Do the HK
During the time since the creation of Deterrence Dispense, there are now many other gun design groups and individuals doing their own thing, creating some great designs. Groups like Are We Cool Yet and individuals such as Hoffman Tactical have created unique designs, improved upon past designs, and overall just expanded the 3D printed gun options available to people today. This brings us to just about 2021, where 3D printers can be bought for under $200, PLA Pro and PLA Plus is available for cheap and is easy to print. We now have barrels that can be made in your house, and we have a lot of media attention yet again. The FGC-9 came out with its Mark II, having some improvements in design over the first Mark I. This is also when we see dozens upon dozens of new unique lower designs, such as unique lock stippling and the creation of brand new designs that can be printed. This is really when we start to see a massive boom in 3D printed guns, and it's the year that I joined the hobby by attending the Guns and Bitcoin event, where I got to try out numerous 3D printed guns. While 3D printed gun proliferation was having a huge boom in 2021, the community also has suffered a huge blow with the death of Jay Stark. The specifics around his death are a bit confusing, but he died after German police raided his home. Jay Stark is now remembered extremely favorably in the community and is held up as an inspiration to keep the movement going. Since then, communities and individuals joining the 3D printed gun hobby continue to grow and unique designs continue to be tested. One of the potentially most groundbreaking designs in this field is being worked on by a creator by the name of Suckboy Tony.
And so yeah, this is my muzzle loader. I guess I'll turn the LEDs on for effect. So now it's on fire and green for safe.
That's awesome.
And then so you can kind of see the two probes right there. You could see how it sparks. Maybe I can get a little.
Suckboy Tony has clearly taken an entirely unique approach to gun design, making his gun fall under the category of primarily printed designs, but it's intended to be reliable and have ammo you can make entirely at home.
Barrel, you can see the metal pipe in there. So it's a metal pipe that surrounds the 3D printed barrel, and you can also see kind of the octagonal rifling in there.
Other unique approaches to expand 3D printed gun capabilities is being done by a creator named Evan Jones, who is attempting to 3D print a full caliber rifle by utilizing a flywheel delayed blowback.
But yeah, it's basically just an FGC9 style or AP9 style bolt with two steel bars welded together and a hole for the firing pin and a little nub of weld for the cartridge pickup. And the rack drives a whole bunch of little gears, and the gears in turn drive a flywheel. The disadvantage of the gear ratio as well as the spacing of the weights far from the axis, which gives them a lot of angular inertia, imitates a heavy bolt effectively.
And even creators in Brazil are taking a brand new approach to fully DIY guns by trying to make something like the FGC9, but even easier to build.
So I can comfortably say that it is easier to build than an FGC9, especially since you don't have to weld the components of the bolt.
Along with more and more designs and designers, 3D printing technology is also not stopping to improve. The standard for 3D printed guns was the Ender 3 from basically its inception until very recently. Printers now are becoming more and more plug and play, are printing 10 times as fast as the Ender 3, and continue to drop in price. This means more frames being able to be printed, more people being able to join the hobby without as much of a learning curve, and many more people now experimenting with unique materials such as carbon fiber nylon blends. In fact, this hobby has grown so much that there are actual shooting competitions for only 3D printed guns. The one I went to in 2021 at Guns and Bitcoin had quite a lot of jams and malfunctions, but that really isn't the case anymore. Now, unfortunately, YouTube will prevent me from linking to anything directly, but if you want to join this hobby, it's very simple. You can be a lurker following people like Control Pew, Ivan, Jeff Rodriguez, Suckboy Tony, Hoffman Tactical, Invader Zip, Broken Bullets, or anyone else on Twitter, and I will link to all of those down below. If you want to be a designer or beta tester, it's just a matter of doing it. You can join Deterrence Dispense, Are We Cool Yet, or one of the many other smaller design groups. I would also suggest checking out Control Pew's guide to getting started. I can only imagine where the future brings us as printers continue to advance and drop in price, material options continue to grow, and designers joining the hobby doesn't slow down. It's certainly an interesting future on the horizon. I hope you guys all found this entertaining. Thank you for watching. I'll be back soon with more reviews, tutorials, fun prints, and...
Thank you, 3D Print General. That was a good overview, and to look at the future is really exciting. How they can make barrels and jackets and everything. What do you guys have to say? Jeff, let's start with you.
Yeah, so I've actually been 3D printing for a number of years before 3D Print General even started printing himself. So I've been printing since 2000. What's that?
I'm glad you're here to speak on it then.
Yeah, I didn't even know we were talking about that, but that's a good fit. I started printing in 2009, believe it or not. I was 14 years old when I started 3D printing. So a long time ago. And I actually had an engineering classes in high school where we had a very expensive 3D printer. But actually the quality of what can be done today by the one behind me, which is an Ender 3, I was like the first month it came out, I bought it because I've been printing with my own printers desktop since 2013. I bought my own personal printer for the first time. And what he was saying about there was nothing good before the Ender 3, that's not true. There was 5 to 10 years before 2018 when the Ender 3 came out. You could get something for sub $400 that does the same thing it can basically do now. But there's been vast amount of improvements and upgrades you can do. And the price points of the high level 3D printers has come way down to sub 2,000, sub 1,000 to do some really special things, special materials, special designs. and it's some really crazy stuff that's just taken off in the last
Have
5
you
to 10 years.
have you heard of the carbon fiber stuff with the nylon? And I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, so it's a material that can be melted, and it's a resin. So it's a liquid resin that's UV cured. So at my current employer, we have a few carbon printers, a few metal 3D printing machines.
So it doesn't actually have fibers in it. Like when I think carbon fiber, I think of like a bicycle, and it's like the way the tires are with like steel belting, kind of. So
Yeah, nothing's woven. Real carbon
Yeah, yeah.
fiber is woven material and
Right.
then in a resin and hardened in a resin.
Right.
This is just carbon fibers at a micro scale, displayed and dispersed throughout the material itself. So it's a common practice of 3D printing these days. Most large companies who do any type of engineering R&D have carbon 3D printers because that's very easy to do now. Expensive still for carbon, but easier to do than it used to be, and almost as easy to do as just plastic.
Well, I remember when carbon fiber bicycles started coming around in the 90s, and like,
Yeah.
and they were flexible still a little bit. They didn't just snap, you know, and they were really lightweight, and they were very durable, and they were still expensive, but you know, I can only imagine like being able to print that, and for like under $2,000, like how much are you gonna pay for? Even if you just print one lower of it, and you got to go buy all the other pieces of an AR-15 or whatever, like it's probably about the same price as one gun, like, right? You know,
Yeah.
one good rifle. And then, or you can get this machine and you can build endless supply of rifles, and, you know,
You can automate it to have it like print out
Wow.
X number.
That's great.
And just have it recycle and recycle and restart if you just have material loaded into it.
That's great.
So I've been 3D printing forever, since I can remember, as a hobbyist, as a learner in school,
Yeah.
and as a professional. I'm a mechanical engineer currently, so almost on a daily basis I'm doing 3D prints and prototyping and stuff like that. So I actually have a website that I do 3D printing consulting, bottomupdesigns.com, if people want to go to that. And so yeah, I consider myself to be an expert. Maybe not so much in recent years. I've gotten a little bit away from it, but I used to do a lot. There was a couple online services that were pretty open source communities where anybody can post that they have. It was like it was called 3D Hubs. So if you had a printer in your basement, you could say, "Hey, 3D Hubs, I want to be a vendor for you," and they're like, "Okay, print us a test piece and ship it to us, and we'll approve the quality. If you can hit the quality, we'll register you on the site per your location." So if somebody's down the road from me, they upload their part into the site, they input their location, and they'll see their local 3D printer hubs. And you can charge whatever you want, just so long as you maintain the quality, and they took care of customer service a lot of times, but you can go and physically meet the guy in person.
Yeah.
It was a really cool community. They've since commercialized it, and only the big companies are allowed to be hubs.
Yeah,
So
it got
they've gone
neutered
that
by
route.
the big ones. Yeah.
They got tempted by the money inflow and all of that. So there are some others doing similar things, but not to that extent and that well. But yeah, I've 3D printed all kinds of stuff. Never gotten into 3D printing guns,
Well,
but I've always
with-
been interested in learning.
With your, you know, you've seen it evolve. Are you hopeful for the future of armed defense? I mean, it's because a lot of people are like, "Oh no, they're coming. They're gonna take. You know, they're gonna like make it so that nobody can have guns. Nobody can own anything anymore." But with these printers, like, are you hopeful for the future of armed rebellion if it so occurs?
Yeah, they would have to shut down the internet. Seriously.
And even then, everybody's already downloaded the files. Like, you know,
transfer locally. They would have to cut off power, shut down the internet, and come door to door.
and they can't do that because all of their mind control is reliant on the internet. You know, if they shut down the internet, people might be like, "Wait a minute,
Yeah.
I can go outside. I can look at trees, you know,
Right,
I
right.
can meet my neighbors. Like,
A lot of
anyway.
those newer designs he was showing, all of that is 3D printed, and you go to the local hardware store and buy some screws and
Right.
nuts and a steel barrel and put it together.
They even have for like you can even make barrels with an acidification process. I think I have a video
Mm.
for that too. But
Okay.
before we do that, Conrad,
Yeah.
what would you like to say about that video that we just
I
saw?
was just thinking the same thing. It seems like this technology is definitely out of the like childhood stage, right? Like this is developing, and I don't see how they could stop this. You know, it's just like the internet. It's like BitTorrent, right? Like how are they going to shut it down?
Right.
I guess the only thing they would have is if people really don't have the money to even buy it, and they're so focused on survival that they have no time to do it. It seems like that's their best shot. Otherwise, you know, people get a knowledge of this. We're
Yeah.
unstoppable with that.
And
Well,
even if they went after the manufacturers of 3D printers themselves, I can make that. I can buy components and put it together if I have some software knowledge. You can make that from scratch. There's open source 3D printers that you can just
Wow.
buy the rails, buy the motors, buy the control boards, and upload your own firmware and use software to slice the models, and you can build your own 3D printer even. So
That's
it's
great.
totally decentralized, totally at a level of down to the person, and it's not going to be stopped anytime soon, and it can't be.
So
I don't think.
everybody should be starting to learn how to use computers. You know what I'm saying? Because really that's the gateway to the future of like it's a new language, and people should really look at the, you know, instead of being like, well, I'm just gonna, you know, grow my potatoes and, you know,
Yeah.
hopefully it won't happen here. Like maybe they do have a weapon already and they're like, well, I'm fine with grandpa's gun or whatever. But you know, it's good to have this knowledge, or at least if you do have an agorist freedom cell, let's say, it's good to have one or two of those guys in the group, you know, for when it does go down. If you're not interested in learning about, you know, computers or 3D printers, be
Yeah, I
friends
find
with the
this.
people who do and give them free vegetables and be their
Yeah,
friend. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
okay, what were
I
you gonna
find this
say?
to be very much more powerful and much more uptake in Europe.
Right.
Because in America, just about anybody is unrestricted from going and getting a gun.
Pretty
Even
much.
even if they buy an 80-20.
I've been to jail for cannabis, so like, yeah, I'm
Well,
on
you
the
can go get an 80-20.
What's this? What do you tell me that?
So an 80-20 is 80% of the work is done. All metal components. All metal.
Mhm.
You can go to a gun show and buy an 80-20 kit where the piece of the firearm that needs to be registered, it's actually not complete. It can't be assembled when you buy it. You need to
Oh.
drill some holes, and it comes with the pin. So once you drill the holes in the right locations with the fixturing that they give you, you could literally use a DeWalt power drill to drill the holes.
Wonderful.
And once you do that, then it can be interfaced with the rest of the components, and you have a working firearm that is unregistered. And you can sell those kits, buy those kits.
That's beautiful.
I've had somebody actually recommend that to me before, but if I'm correct, what they did here is now you can't get them shipped to like where I'm in Cook County, I'm in Chicago, so they won't let you ship those. So they are geographically trying to take that down. Those are one of the things they ban, not only assault rifles but also those gun kits. But I've heard about those before.
Is it all shipping or just postal USPS? Is it like also FedEx and the other guys? And
You know, I would have to find out further if that's really because
because USPS is federal government,
right.
you know, so don't use them, people. Anyway, go ahead. Please continue. So yeah, you're in Chicago, and you need to defend yourself against all the bandits that are there. You know, sorry guys, but still, like, really, like, we need to. There are a lot of people that are not using their conscious mind, and they think it's okay to hurt others, and they, you know, no one has defense, so if a criminal has a weapon, they can go nuts, and all you got to do is just hope they don't come to your house. Like, you know, so you need a weapon, and you still haven't figured out. I guess we don't want you to say exactly because the government's listening right now. So
I was able to get my family to take advantage of their Second Amendment rights before that Highland Park shooting came in. I was a couple months ahead, actually. So before that assault weapons ban came in, then now, as of now, you can't purchase them. Then there was like a court injunction or order, but then that got put on hold. So as of now, you still can't get a Kel-Tec sub 2000 or an AR, but you could before. So
Jeez.
those people that got
Well,
theirs in,
that's the
at least they
problem
have
with
that.
that's the problem with writing laws down like, oh yeah, it's this, and then they get an eraser and they smudge it out, and they're like, no, it's that. It's like Animal Farm, like
Yep.
2 feet bad, like whatever, don't sleep in beds, and then they eventually all got crossed off and changed, and the pigs were doing what they wanted. Like,
Yep.
this is what's happening. So if we just understood that we have the ability to make a gun and have a gun and all these things, trade with others, if there, we would all be free if we just recognize that we can do that. you know. Okay, so next, unless you guys have anything further while I'm looking for the other ones here, I'll share. Yeah, what do you guys think about the government of Germany coming and blasting that dude away?
Yeah, I
killing
don't
him?
know the details of that story, and but it doesn't surprise me at all. It's very dangerous for the government and the mind controllers of Europe for this technology and the models to be shared down to the individual level because they don't like you trying to be free.
Right.
I'm from Poland. In Europe, when they hear gun, they treat you like a criminal right away. That's in most parts of the world. That's how enslaved the rest of the world is.
I'm sorry, but yeah, it's really okay.
And what you were saying, Sean, is that going into this technology and developing the totally decentralized fabrication of firearms and weapons of self-defense, it's awesome technology and to do and important, but really this should just be normal.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be registering anything with anybody. That's totally under duress. That's totally a coercive system and immoral. And if we are all moral beings, no matter if we have nuclear weapons or lightsabers or a 3D printed firearm, we're not going to harm anyone else. We're not going to initiate violence against anyone else. So that's really the true solution, obviously, what we've been saying and what you just hit on.
Yeah.
But that's the state of where we are, where we have to go into this technology and into the quote shadows of trying to skirt the system of control. It's horrible.
It's kind of like the way they've done against cannabis. Like they had to bring it indoors and they had to bring up the potency of the THC. And like, now it's survived all this. And now they're saying, oh, you can't have THC Delta 9, but you can have Delta 8 and Delta 11.
Yeah.
And so like they're making all these because they're trying to get around the laws and still have freedom there,
Yeah.
That's the common MO. That's what and it's about domination of others. It's about bodily autonomy. So I think this might be the one where they talk about the barrels. It's Vice. So I'm warning you guys. So be aware if you want to speak up and yell at it, that's fine. You're free to do so. You're not muted or anything. So
there's usually more truth splattered into the Vice publications than most. So
yeah, you can see what their thinking is and really devise what they're really going on, what they're doing.
Yeah. Are you familiar? I know you just mentioned cannabis. Are you familiar with the Vice TV show Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia?
Yeah, Hamilton's great. He's from Boston. He's he's
okay.
a local kid. Yeah,
Nice.
He's great. And freedom of consciousness is important, and I'm glad that they give him money to do what he does. Anyway.
Yeah, Conrad, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, unfortunately, I'm actually gonna have to head out. I was a little bit caught off guard, unprepared, but I'm,
No,
so
you're
glad
great,
for
man. We're
being
glad
on.
to have you.
Thanks. And I was gonna say, I dropped my info in the private chat. I don't know if you guys are able to access that.
Right. It's truthandlaw.com.
Okay, great. So you guys got it.
And
Yes.
yes. And this other one, This Week in Tyranny, is that a link to your
That's
more
my
of your
show.
work?
Yeah,
That's
that'll
your show?
take the viewers to the
That's good.
YouTube channel and everything. I got an Independence Day special episode 30 coming out this weekend. So
Awesome.
Let's
That's
go.
great, dude.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much
your-
for having me on, guys.
Well, you're very welcome to be
Thanks
be
for your
out-
work, Conrad. Thank you.
You
Yes,
got it.
we're glad you're out there doing it, and we're glad that you're focusing on the State of Freedom on your own show as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Oh,
joining.
yeah. They're not stopping me. We got this.
That's great, man. That's right. All right. Cheers, Conrad. Have a great
Thanks.
day.
Take care.
Bye-bye. All right. So if you don't mind, I'm going to start this up here.
Go ahead.
I mean, art's in the eye of the beholder, right? This is just a way of expressing ourselves. It's freedom of expression in a much more loud way.
Now, this is obviously meant to scare the viewers. Oh my God, they're printing a dragon. Like, yeah.
The symbolism, yeah.
That's
I'm
simulated,
surprised, John, you want to
No,
pause?
it's
I'm
cool.
surprised that most of the other guys didn't get creative with crazy shapes and symbols
Right.
and stuff like that. They're just going pretty standard. I would get creative with it. Why not?
Yeah, I'll bet you there's a lot of that around.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like it's the same thing with motorcycles. Like, if you're too flashy about it, no one's going to want to buy it. They want the standard thing. Like, and then they
Yeah, but
wanna-
this is 3D printing. You can make whatever the hell you want.
Yeah,
take
you're
the
right.
take the base structure and the base frame, right? But
Right.
then add on to whatever you want.
Yeah,
Customize. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
this
Yeah,
is
and it's
cool.
good to scare the viewer of the barrel that that's pointed at you. And for the viewers that are, or for the listeners that are just listening, this is this Vice reporter guy is holding a semi-auto, I'm guessing, 3D printed gun, and the front of it by the barrel is a dragon with an open mouth, and like the bullet is the fire that he's breathing. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, and they chose to show this. Obviously, they chose this. They didn't
Right.
show like some of the other ones in the other video. They had like a teal color, like a baby
Right,
blue.
pink ones. Yeah.
Yeah. They had a red dragon.
Yeah, so this is like very scary.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes so fast.
Yeah, it's extremely fast. You know, it is on par or stronger than the actual factory one.
So the 3D printed is better than what you can buy
For
this.
For this one, I would say, yeah.
It's a brave new world.
Again, how
man.
scary, Brave New World.
Oh man.
Yeah, the mind control people, get ready.
And they figured the fact that they call it ghost guns, because ghosts are also historically scary, right?
Right.
Be afraid.
Yeah.
Oh, it's spooky.
It's a ghost story. Yeah,
Yeah.
be afraid.
First 3D printed gun created by Cody Wilson in 2013. 3D printing technology has come a long way since then, and so have the guns. Sometimes made entirely from plastic and just a few metal parts, today's 3D printed guns can look and feel like factory-made weapons. They're technically ghost guns, untraceable firearms with no serial numbers. Only 10 states and Washington, D.C. have laws on ghost guns, and they're virtually
Oh, what? Only 10? Dude.
These are normal guns. The other
Yeah.
guns are the strange ones that you have to register with the man.
Right.
That's strange.
Right.
That's not normal.
And it's just assumed like we should be regulating. Why is it there only 10? What the
Yeah.
We should do something. We should go on the streets and I gotta write my congressman.
And his spooky low tone. Like, this is a
Yeah.
ghost story.
Yeah.
unregulated federally.
It is just like buying anything else online. The choices here, though, could be deadly.
The most common ghost guns come
Ooh,
partially
deadly.
finished with all the necessary parts in a box.
Dave, these ghost guns are all too familiar for police in Philadelphia.
Well, a sudden rise in the number of untraceable guns has law enforcement scrambling to react.
Yeah, they're called ghost guns.
With gun violence on the rise in some
scary.
U.S. cities, the Biden administration is cracking down. And the president is taking aim at ghost gun kits in particular.
Want to rein in the proliferation of so-called ghost guns. Anyone from a criminal to a terrorist can buy this kit. As little as 30 minutes, put together a weapon.
Oh, there's a terrorist.
Criminal to
He's
a terrorist.
Look at that terrorist. Look at that goofy guy, dude. He looks like dad. You know what I
Oh
mean?
my
Like,
God.
oh man.
But
Okay.
aren't criminals like from criminals to terrorists? Like it's the same thing. They're both initiating harm.
Yeah.
It's the same thing to the government employees.
Yeah. Yeah. They're all terrorists too, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So there's dead.
But building a 3D printed gun from scratch isn't quite so easy. And there's another side to Ghost Guns. A nerdy group of inventors and designers who just love...
What nerds? Nerds! I hate nerds, man. Wow.
Look at this crazy individual, man.
Right. He's great. I would love to talk to that dude. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like,
he's
that's a real
definitely full of
conversation right
evil.
there. Oh yeah, look how he'll probably share a beer with you and tell you that your grandkids are cute or something,
Right.
Like they might be like, oh, you better like eat healthy and don't listen to the government, you know what I mean? Like they're okay.
Love to build and tinker with 3D print.
Look at that guy. I mean, what are they doing?
Sorry to make fun of people, but
dude, it's not
the shapes are funny.
They choose the people that they're giving us, and they said these guys are nerds. And look, and come on.
With the music.
And
listen to the music.
Yeah, total mind control. I'm glad you're here to share this with me because Vice just enrages me, like it's such total thick propaganda.
Guns. And that brings us here to this shooting range in Florida, which is hosting the first ever shooting competition exclusively for ghost guns.
I think my hammer broke. Uh-oh.
To see what today's 3D...
And they're showing us is like, oh, these guys have just got broken things that aren't going to do nothing. And they're going to need a F-15 and nukes to protect themselves from their perceived,
If they don't work, why are they scary?
Right. Yeah.
They're just showing them that not working, so nobody else goes and is interested in it and goes down that hole.
Right. They're just incel nerds who can't get it up and fire a good shot.
I decided to enter the contest, but first I needed a ghost gun.
Ooh.
The very first thing I printed was for my daughter. She's 5. She's like, what kind of stuff does it make? I'm like, well, it can make all kinds of stuff. It can make toys. She's like, can it make a cat? It can make a cat. So the very first thing I printed was a cat for her. And then
great.
Second thing I printed was a gun for me.
Rob Pincus lives and breathes guns. He's an ex-cop who now teaches classes on self-defense and firearms safety. He helped organize the shooting contest, and he agreed to help us build our ghost gun.
So we have looked at our options and decided to print a Glock 19. So this will be our ghost Glock. I guess the question for people is, what is a ghost gun? Like, what defines a ghost gun?
It really depends on who you ask. That's the problem. Ghost gun started out sort of as an internal conversation in the gun community. Like, well, that gun, there's no record of it existing, right? So when you make your own gun, in this case, 3D printing, you're making a gun that no one else knows exists if you don't want them to, right?
So for our purposes here today, because we're 3D printing this gun frame and it doesn't have a serial number on it, if the ATF wanted to try to figure out where this gun came from, if I didn't tell them, they would have no way to know.
Absolutely, right.
And that is totally legal.
Right.
This is my first 3D printing experience,
it's legal.
and it will be the first time I have shot a handgun in quite a long time.
You aren't like a ringer. I mean, you're not gonna win the competition.
Well, I'm aiming to win, but I don't expect it.
Well, if you do, there's gonna be questions asked.
How long, start to finish, do you think it's gonna take to print this Glock frame?
I'm thinking this should be 16 hours. That's my
Longer
guess.
than it would take to go to the store and buy it.
You have to want to do it this way. I don't know who the person is that falls into the weird zone where they're not just they don't want to buy a gun, they can't buy a gun, but they really want a gun, and this is the path of least resistance.
Criminals
as
and
opposed
terrorists.
to finding somebody to buy a gun.
Or they
for
just don't
them
want
or
it
buying
registered.
a gun illegally,
Right.
out of
They don't
somebody's
want to
trunk
comply
somewhere.
with
All right, we put our
duress.
gun frame on this little card here. Now we're gonna put it in the printer and make it happen.
16 hours later, we'll come back so you can see we're 5 minutes in and 0% of the layers.
It's wild that this becomes a firearm. Still wrapping my head around that a
Oh,
little bit.
wild. I cannot believe the freedom.
The thing is, this technology has been around for 15 to 20 years, and people are just like, oh, look at this crazy new thing. And I don't know. I guess I'm biased because I've been doing it since a young age, but it's people like, I can't believe it can do this. I'm like, yeah, I was doing this for 10, 12, 13 years ago.
Right.
So
Just like everything.
I'm bored now.
Well, yeah, well, I'm glad
next thing
because
is the-
when the boredom hits, that's when the creativity starts. Because like, well, this doesn't. I want to create new thing that makes it exciting for me. So then you'll be like, and then you'll make some fucking awesome. Like, that's the real artist. I trust humanity and it's creativity. It always prevails. That's why I'm so happy to highlight this stuff. I mean, even though this device, we see the capabilities,
Oh yeah.
and it's fun to talk shit about.
For me, the next development in 3D printing is at-home, affordable metal 3D printing. That's
right.
Until we get there, it's more of the same, just small iterations and improvements, in my opinion. But until we get to metal, that's a game changer.
Right. And really lathing metal is the best, like using grinding wheels and stuff is the best way to shape metal.
Yeah, I mean, anybody right now can go out and buy a desktop mill, CNC mill, or lathe. Right. Anybody can do that, but there's also thousands of dollars. I'm talking about metal 3D printing being sub $1,000-$2,000.
Yeah. Right.
Then you don't have to know spindle speeds. You don't have to know what cutting tools to use. It's really you just have to know
plug and play, just like these
more or less
3D printed guns that Defense distributed, or I forget.
I mean, in order to 3D print something, you do have to know how to use the software. If you didn't model it yourself, if you have to model it yourself, you have to know the modeling software. You have to know the slicing software. You know how to orient it on the 3D printer for support structures and printability issues. You have to know what materials to use, what temperatures, what speeds. It's not a plug and play really thing. I mean, there's plug and play machines now for simple things to print. But for printing these different components, it's not plug and play. You have to do an extensive amount of research still.
Wow. Well, thank you for bringing that up, because there is a level of knowledge that where people we need to attain this knowledge to be able to have these abilities. That is the real barrier, and the knowledge is being distributed freely, and just by chance, we're very happy to welcome our good friend from Italy, Mr. Francesco Sani. Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, cool. Just wait a second.
Okay, and we're glad to have you. Because your time zone is so far away, and we usually record at Saturday night. It's like impossible. We're very glad to have you here. That's great. Welcome, Francesco.
Yeah, thank you. Glad that you got my call. Well, I actually clicked on to join the conversation, and I was already here. So
that's great. That's great.
Hello, Jeff. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Wonderful. Yes, we're all part of a community. You can find Francesco's work at onegreatworknetwork.com. And Francesco, you have a lot to say about the Second Amendment. You are in Europe. Could you expand on that a little bit? Talk about it. Let's see.
Yeah, here is kind of I'm really in the belly of the beast when it comes to anti-self-defense radical stances.
Right, the mind control of the others is thick, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like a, I heard your previous caller Conrad saying that you're treated pretty much like a criminal if you talk about guns here in Europe, and yeah, that's pretty much it. That there's a huge stigma against these self-defense methods, and probably they got a bit more. People can talk about self-defense in a way, and there's also a debate going on between what you should allow to do, what you should be allowed to do in self-defense, and what not, and etc. etc. But however, when it comes to self-defense against the government and the institutions, then you get most people, even those that are in favor of self-defense, being scared about the prospect. And
interesting. So
I think it's kind of it's completely insane and crazy and exaggerated. So
it's like a wall for it's just like they gloss over, and the cognitive dissonance, maybe they can't achieve that level of understanding. It just stops there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Yeah, because there's basically here they much as they did in the US a little bit also. You have the pro self-defense and the anti self-defense, and you get if you're pro self-defense, then that means you're a right wing, possibly fascist, which is which doesn't make sense because they did all the gun laws and the anti self-defense laws that are still utilized today. So
right, it was
and if
the
you're
fascist.
and if you're like anti self-defense, so to speak, then you're you're on the left side of the political spectrum and so on. However, when you talk about defending from the institutions and the power structure, then everybody gets
right.
gets crazy and you so at you so because they think it's kind of now they really don't get the reasons why it is important to have these means at our disposal, whatever whichever they might be, from handguns to semi-autos to full autos and so on and so forth, so that's seen as completely some crazy idea and something that crazy Americans might want, but not here, that we are more rational and civilized.
So it's an us and them. It's like an us and them type. We don't think like that. We wouldn't fight against our government.
No, they won't. No, because they're really most people who would like to have, how can I say, less restrictive legislation on firearms. They actually, they would like that because they're afraid of, immigrant gangs of immigrants and things of that sort. But they would be in favor of, let's say, police and even powering up and giving basically in favor of police and military.
Yeah.
Also doing that stuff. So
interesting. So do you ever have conversations? I mean, do you ever like try to talk to your neighbors about this type of thing? Do you ever ask them like, what if the fascists came again and it was like Mussolini again? And like, you ever talk to them like that?
I had the occasion to talk about that, and that was really interesting because they with one person, actually a self-proclaimed anarchist, that said, well, but in that case, we'll find a way to get the weapons. And like, okay, yeah, do you know how to do that? Do you actually
right
know how to do that? Wouldn't right. Good luck with that. Wouldn't it be
well, it's helped. It's what actually we're sharing now. We're sharing videos about the 3D printed weapons, and it's come very far, and it was pretty much put together functionally by spearheaded by a person in Germany who ended up getting killed by the government. Obviously it's they don't like people to have this information out there, but it was shared freely, and he created this FGC9 fuck gun control 9mm.
Oh, right.
And so like that is, and now they're even creating metal barrels with acid and with 3D print. So like they're creating 3D printed bullet jackets as well that can be loaded into these 3D printed, fully printed at home guns. So like it is getting there. And we were talking with Jeff, has been 3D printing for a long time, pretty much his whole life. And he's talking about how it is becoming more affordable, and the abilities are there. So we're trying to show a little bit of glimmer of hope of the future, even though we're currently, this is a Vice, this is some Vice propaganda. But But if you'd like, would you like to join us watching? We'll continue. James is here too, actually. James is on mobile. He's and
Oh, cool.
Would you like to say something, James? We can hear you. Would you like to? Were you calling in to say something specific?
Oh, you can hear me just fine.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. We don't see you because you're in the car.
Yeah, I just want Francesco.
Oh, you want to say hi to Francesco? Okay, great.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi to my buddy Frank. That's all. But yeah, that you're here, bud. You know, I fucking miss you, man. It's been too long. But yeah, you know, I just saw. I was watching on a different platform, and I was like, "What, Francesco Sani? I'm going in. I'm going." You know, I'm like, I'm driving at the moment, so it's like I hope I'm not like imposing on you guys' time, but it's
man, you're good. We love you, man. That's great.
Yeah, that video that you showed about all the 3D printing, that was phenomenal stuff. I really enjoyed that. And,
right, that was from YouTube, 3D Print General, and people should give him a like and a share.
Yeah, and I want to say that Vice a few years ago they actually went in and exposed this sort of black market gun sales that were happening in Germany, with people wanting to have unregistered guns. It wasn't 3D printing, but they created this sort of this marketplace, I guess, in the dark web. So that was a whole other thing that they were saying, that they were just trying to, you know, scare people of the dark web, see what they're doing. They're buying guns because they don't want to register them. And Vice actually exposed that stuff, and the people involved were, you know, arrested. And
wow.
Yeah, people need to know that Disney owns Vice. So like this is like the
same people
lineage.
that gave us the Star Wars quote that Jeff gave.
Sure, you know, but this is like the lineage of that company. So it's like a propaganda arm, you know. So it is, you know, that Vice video that you guys were commenting on, like that was such funny commentary. Like I wanted to hats off to you for that. That was like I was laughing, you know. But it was it's true. Like the way that they use the music and the way that they use the language and showing Jeff, that was great picking up on that. I picked up on that as well about it broke, and it's like, oh yeah, like, and I just
making it look like we're just impotent losers. Yeah,
right. Like look at him go. Oh wow, he's trying so hard. They'll never succeed because all their stuff breaks. You know.
And if you like, I don't know if you were listening, but if you could see the pictures, they called them nerds, and then they were showing these people that were like overweight and wearing like a wrestling belt and like just looking goofy, you know.
Yeah, like what an ad hominem attack, like for real.
Totally.
It's just like
music,
it's
you know.
Right. Yeah, this like subtle, dramatic type of music in the background, like ominous type of music. It's just like painting this picture. It's just like that news story that we covered earlier today. And they just don't know what they're talking about, and they're just painting this picture, you know, and to make it look like this is like this super evil thing. Oh, terrorists and criminals. It's like, give me a break.
Right.
You know, like
and that's what they do with the.
What's that, Francesco? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying that, you know, that's the image that they are, with which they are painting they are painting gun owners basically, and in the United States, here in Europe, in the media and entertainment and.
Oh, like everybody from the U.S. is a crazy gun-toting freak.
Yeah, you have the, you know, crazy guy with, you know, completely nuts, and
like the TV, whatever Hollywood has, it's all gun violence and like.
Yeah, and also in the news you have the, you know, basically in the news they always say that basically Americans have this crazy idea that it's their right to own firearms.
What a crazy idea.
So because it's so dangerous, and they don't think about all the school shootings and what have you, and
right. And Obama cries, and why can't we be like Port Arthur? Like, why can't we just one school shooting and be done with it? Like, he wishes that we had a dictatorship. You know?
Yeah, and even
Yeah.
they actually they even said that when that guy, I think it was in Texas, that civilian that stopped the shooting at a church, I think, and they actually said that it was an armed civilian, you know, but the message that but then how they, you know, what they do to spin it, it's like, well, but that's not really the way you want to live, you know, with armed people having to go around armed.
Right. Oh,
like,
remember
wouldn't it
everybody,
be better if
have
there
a
was more?
monopoly of violence, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupt, but like,
So-
it's just they got to put that mind control. Even if they tell you the truth, they got to end it with like, be afraid, and you got to let them do it for you, and like you're powerless, like, you know.
Yeah,
sorry.
they basically say that that's not the right, you know, even if some civilian with a firearm stops another guy from committing some criminal acts, they say basically that's not the way you want to live in a civilized society.
You know,
So
one
it's
other point
up to
about
them
the
again.
it's interesting that you brought up the Port Arthur massacre. Like
Right.
that was what, 1996. Then there was a federal buyback. Well, their government did a buyback program. They confiscated the weaponry. They destroyed like thousands and tens of thousands of weapons in Australia. And like then they go, it's such a great success. We've never had mass shooting since. But you know what they did have? They rounded up people and put them into fucking camps over a virus, so over this thing that no one can see or even really downright confirm ever even existed. And then, so you know why that doesn't happen in countries like America? Because they know their people aren't going to go quietly. They know people aren't. It's like, that's why that stuff doesn't really happen here. It just goes to show the importance of being able to defend yourself, you know? I mean, we talked earlier about it can't happen here and how, yeah, it can happen here, but we're going to contrast that against something like Port Arthur and what happened the last couple of years in Australia. They're rounding people up, you know? It just goes to show the importance of like the deterrent of tyranny is firearms.
You know, I'm gonna actually, while you're bringing that up, I'm gonna share this real quick.
While you're doing that, like something that crossed my mind that I wanted to make sure that people know, and this has nothing to do with our show today, but like we like to help out, you know, our buddies and everything. Mark's course is, you know, the enrollment is still open until midnight Tuesday.
Right. I did.
So,
I was going to mention that. Yep. Go. I actually said people need to learn computers, right? Yeah.
yeah, that's what made me think of that. And like I tried to put in the chat. I'm glad that was on your radar too. But
And I attended Mark's course, and he helped me to learn to be able to do this. And I'm thankful for Mark sharing that information with me. And you were in his class, and Francesco.
Jeff.
I was last year.
He's not yet because of his time difference. And Jeff, right? So Mark has done a lot for us, and it sucks that Francesco's in a time zone he can't, like, but he's tried. He was thinking about it, I know.
Yeah, I found a way.
Right, that's great. So I mean, you know, Mark is trying to show us so that we can spread this information, and the more we can understand this information, we can learn how to make our own guns. Even we can make tools to fix the parts of the machines that are breaking down in our house, and instead of going to buy a new one, we're going to fix that washer, you know, like print out something that's going to actually fit, you know, and that's an ability that we can have that separates us from the dependence of our independence of the society, you know.
Right.
So
and you know, the freedom, like the good word about freedom and natural law and what these things really mean and how these things really exist, like it can be done on a face-to-face basis, and that's great, right? All right, do it, go ahead. But there's also something to be said about the importance of making a YouTube channel or having a stream like this and learning how to publish, produce content, and have a website. Like, that's what he's offering.
So much that we can have a friend from Italy just jump in and join us because everything is so streamlined and well done. Like, you know, we have this ability, and we're glad to be able to share this voice of all. You know, it's great, and I'm very thankful. And
Yeah.
I'm glad to be
So-
doing it, you know. And if I wasn't creating this, then I would be like restless and feel like I need to do something, you know. Like this is really a good avenue to put those efforts, and everybody is an artist and everybody can make something.
So
Anyways.
it's coming down to the wire. Like it's like 3 more days until the enrollment is closed on how to become the true media. Go to howtobecomethetruemedia.com.
Or
and
they can
enroll.
go to they can also go to whatonearthishappening.com. It's on the main page there in the news.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So
yeah, you
go
can
to
find
Mark's
it through there
website
too.
at whatonearthishappening.com, and you can find everything there that what he's doing. And on the main page is the How to Become the True Media, and you can also find it at howtobecomethetruemedia.com. But I just want people to visit Mark's website because that's the real hub of everything that he's got going.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll continue listening.
Have a good. You're going to the campsite and have some fun tonight and this weekend. I'm very glad you're having fun with the family.
I was away last week. I was up at Porkfest. So
Right.
like this weekend, I'm just like, did the show early, got the show in, and just gonna go hang out with my kids and like, I don't know, maybe throw my son in the water or something. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
That's good. Well, I'm glad. I hope you're gonna have fun, and
Yeah.
enjoy it, bro. And we'll see you next time. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah, love you guys. I'm gonna watch from the green room. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Cheers, brother. Okay. So now
Is there anybody else waiting to call in or?
Well, there's nobody in the green room per se. So like, if you'd like to, this one is, he talked about how tyrants come and take our guns, and this is on the floor of the Congress here.
From Ohio, why do we have guns? Why do we have the Second Amendment? Is it to hunt? Sure. Self-defense? That's even more important. But the fact is, you read the founders, Federalist 46, James Madison, contrasts us with the tyrannical governments of Europe who are, quote, afraid to trust the people with arms. Joseph Story, in his commentaries on the Constitution in 1833, quote, the right of the citizens to keep and bear arms has justly been considered as the palladium of the liberties of a republic, since it offers a strong moral check against the usurpation and arbitrary power of rulers, and will generally, even if these are successful in the first instance, enable the people to resist and triumph over them. We have a Second Amendment because we understand in this country that there are some things, inalienable rights, that you cannot justly take away from a free and equal human being. Tyrants disarm the people they intend to oppress. Those are the facts. Jewish people in Germany were prohibited from owning arms. 13 million Jews were exterminated by the Nazis. The Soviets instituted gun control and millions were killed. 20 million dissidents were rounded up and exterminated. Mao disarmed the Chinese people. 20 million dissidents were exterminated. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge were able to take advantage of the fact that limited gun ownership to just hunters and killed 1.5 million to 3 million Cambodians. Turkey disarmed Armenians and 1.5 million Armenians were killed in the Armenian genocide. The South disarmed slaves and actively fought against their arming. And then in the 20th century, armed Black Army veterans, for example, in Louisiana, were able to defend against the KKK. Even fact-checking organization Snopes said, quote, we find it
Even
reasonable to
Snopes.
conclude that gun confiscations facilitated by laws requiring the registration and licensing of firearms played a crucial role in the carrying out of 20th century genocides. This is not fiction. This is in our lifetime. This is in our grandparents' lifetime. This is in our recent history. This is why the Second Amendment matters. It's not trivial. It's not something you just brush aside. This is the foundation of liberty. It's who we are. But in order to sell a lie to the American people, that the government will protect them from all manners of evil, while defunding the police, leaving our borders wide open, I'm glad my colleagues can suddenly find Uvalde on a map, while allowing dangerous cartels operating hundreds of miles into Texas, allowing fentanyl to pour into our communities and kill tens of thousands of children. The very children my colleagues say they wish to protect In order to do this, Democrats in this body are willing to take away a citizen's God-given right, yes, God-given right that was mocked earlier, to protect himself or her family or his family from harm. The very harm they foster by appeasing lawlessness. And importantly, from the very tyranny being applied to them to deny that right. That is what is at stake. This bill, and it gets brushed aside, raised the age limit. Well, there are constitutional questions to that in the Fourth Circuit, Ninth Circuit, and other circuits. The second title on straw purchases, the very straw purchases Democrat DAs don't even want to really prosecute, would prohibit a law-abiding citizen from giving a gun to a friend as a gift. Safe storage would make it unlawful for me to have the 22 and the 20 gauge propped up by my door right now in Texas to kill coyotes and snakes. It would make it unlawful. This will not do any good. It will harm Americans, and it undermines our foundational liberties that is crucial for a free state. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
That was actually said on the floor of the Congress. Can you imagine somebody saying things like that? God-given rights, like.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in there, and then you can always see he spins it back and be like, "Well, the Democrats want this." Right. So it's just
he's under
an
my
ounce of
control
truth.
too. He's under my control too. Like
you have to discern
those levels,
discern it in context with everything else, but there's always splattered amounts of truth throughout, and he had spot on points for the first, I don't know, 40%, 50%.
I was looking to stop it. Like I was like, should I let him go? Yeah.
No,
But
it's good to see the full picture. So
Right.
people see like, yes. And it's like, oh man.
yeah, the
So
brakes.
they just see the whole thing because again, going back to the state of freedom, we're not free until we all are free. So you have to have the full picture in mind, not just the little pieces of truth that are splattered throughout.
That's right. Well said.
And I want to point people's attention to a awesome documentary called Innocence Betrayed. I think the subtitle is Innocence Betrayed, the True Story of Gun Control Worldwide. It's from 2003. And it just pretty much goes into a deep dive of some of the regimes and the places around the world where that congressman just outlined, where gun control was instituted to a vast degree. And as a result, the people were not able to defend themselves from the military and the police of the governments wanting to come in and literally kidnap, murder, rape innocent people. And it happened over and over and over and over worldwide. And it's a blueprint. It's very difficult to watch documentary, but that is history. Some of history is very dark and very ugly. So it's something you don't want to be ignorant of, so it's never repeated.
Right.
No, definitely. And those, much of those laws, actually, I saw the types of laws that were passed, and those are the laws that we currently have here basically in all of Europe. So
right.
There's registration everywhere, and there's limitations everywhere to what you can purchase.
Can you get bullets even?
Yes, of course, but you have to. Well, of course, you have to have a license, and then you have to register them. So you
have to register each bullet.
Yeah, the bullets that you have. Yeah,
wow.
How many? Because they have to see, because there are limitations on how many.
So they'll know if you went to target practice because you have this many less than you did yesterday. Like
yes.
Wow.
Yes,
Washington D.C. You have to register bullets. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, really? Holy crap.
Yeah, and magazines also, some above a certain capacity.
Yeah, they're trying to do that where they've already done that with handguns, where cops are allowed to have 14 rounds and the civilian can only have 10 with one in the chamber or something. I forget.
In some states, yeah. So, Francesco, you were almost the first thing you had said just now was you almost were saying that it's with the laws that they currently have in place, the things that this congressman was talking about are already in place in most of Europe. It's almost like it's
I think all of Europe.
It's just a matter of time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to really pay attention to this, and it's a very difficult topic here. It's something that I have difficulty trying to explain when I talk to people, even those that are against the system or whatever, that they don't agree with the current state of humanity and stuff. But the self-defense principle is one of the
it's a pillar
one
of
of the
freedom.
one of the more problematic topics I can discuss with people. But they have to realize that we are in the that these laws that preceded genocides and state committed atrocities are in place here,
right?
And that's a dire situation, because we pretty much depend on the
guns of cops, right, to defend you from whatever, right?
Yeah, no, but we also depend on the fact it's a matter of luck, basically. you leave it to luck that not that nothing is going to happen, and as I often say, we are a few orders away from even more severe violations taking place.
From the very beginning, this is controversial, I guess, but the Rome created Christianity, basically, and they took this hero and they made him say, turn the other cheek and give to Rome what is Rome's, and God appointed the rulers of this world, so you better not fight. There's always been the destruction of the sacred masculine, of the pillar of self-defense, ever since the beginning. And a good Christian, a God-fearing Christ, like, what fear? And they got this, the trauma-based mind control of the bloody body hanging there, and you gotta watch, and you can't read the book to hear even what he says, and they're speaking babbling Latin at you, and you got these pictures of this dude getting tortured and getting spit on and putting, and don't mess with Rome, right? It makes you stand down and be a willing slave, and it's always been that, and now it's happening again right there in Italy, where right there.
Yeah, I mean the Romans were also great, well, not gun controllers, but definitely arms controllers, because they, during their days, they absolutely prohibited whatever practice, even practicing forms of combat, because the centurions were the only ones that were allowed to keep the peace.
Same old same, right? It's
and we have to understand. Yeah, we have to understand one thing about the maybe even the continental European mindset that has been subjected to absolutism for so long, basically, empire and then church,
right?
Basically, the absolute power of whatever ruler you had above you, so church or
serf
king
system, the kings, right?
Yeah, they had absolute power.
Yeah.
So you didn't discuss the authority of the rulers, because it was God. It was coming from God.
Right.
So,
and the Pope is
the difference.
Pope is the vicar of Christ, so we got to treat him like he's Christ, even though he's raping little kids and drinking blood and doing dark rituals and whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a difference with that. There was a big difference with England, where it wasn't the case, because absolute power couldn't be established.
Because of the gun, they armed the Protestant citizens in the 1600s to fight off the Catholics, and they're a nice little island. It helps keep them from being invaded by the Catholic. Has their mind control is what's taken over since the Roman Empire to the Holy Roman Empire is like a mind control.
Yeah, and there was resistance to the Roman Empire. They couldn't. They weren't able to completely subjugate England, and then that reflected upon the other, the rest of history. Basically, you had this difference between England and Europe and the rest of Europe, and one other thing that you were saying, that actually in England, I think it's that they had this tradition of keeping arms.
Right.
The people who were free people who were not like serfs or slaves, unfortunately, they could they were bearing arms. They all had arms, and people could if need be, they could fight. So it was always a problem establishing total absolutism in England, and basically in continental Europe, I guess the only somewhat of an exception at the time was Switzerland. And but
Right.
yeah, you
Switzerland.
see that then that mindset got to the United States, and when they were formed.
Yes.
So they basically always had an inherent distrust about government.
That's right.
That we don't have here. And these historical facts, history is important because we carry with us basically the baggage from those times. And you can still see it today. It's pretty clear that here we have a whole other way of thinking about government. Here, we still have that heritage of subjugation to absolutism.
Wow.
So that's important.
It's
That's
because
important
of the
that people realize.
Like, because it's been generation after generation, it's ingrained in you, right? Is that like it's become such a solid thing. It's concretized over the years, and we've only been a 200-year whatever old country, and we had the seed of self-defense in the start, where we used self-defense to make us free, supposedly, and then we ratified the Constitution and like became federal government. It's like, but I mean, basically the what you're saying is that seed of freedom is like, we have to protect that because it's gone out in Europe. And with you, like you have that understanding, and you try to talk to them, and they're like, even an anarchist says, well, you can't take the guns away. We got to have a civilized society, or you can't have guns in regular people's hands because they're brutes, right? They're animals, right? Even though, like, I'm not an animal. I wouldn't, like what Jeff was saying, like I wouldn't harm anybody. Why would they? Like, and then you look, oh, the only people that are harming are people that need money, and like this, like the cops and the criminals are all just harming because they need money, and like the money's created its slavery system from the top anyway. Like, anyway, it's all mind control. That's really what we're trying to fight here. And there in Europe, the mind control is just concretized into the slavery.
Yeah, and definitely regarding self-defense, it's very, very much. It's gonna be extremely hard to instill that back into the minds of people.
Right. And
there also, I think, also the two world wars so close to each other played a big part in that. That they say, well, people, resisted. They resisted, fascism and Nazism with guns, not with other things.
Of course.
However, it was so traumatizing of an event that basically, people didn't want to.
Right. They're scared.
Have any? Yeah. It even people were even more scared of guns, possibly. So,
right. Right.
So we definitely didn't learn
mind control.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Makes them dissociative non-actors, just watching as their entire life is destroyed. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And yeah, the trauma that trauma was so big that they could then pretty much impose whatever they wanted with the idea that, oh, now we won't do any. Now there's not going to be another war in Europe, and
right. That now they're
going to be happily ever after with democracy and and the European Union and that stuff.
Right. Yep. European Union.
However, I think there was a lesson. There was a lesson to be learned there, and
Israel.
We didn't.
Yeah. I'm just sorry. I'm just.
No, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you talk, man. You talk.
No, I was just saying that there was a lesson to be learned there from World War II, obviously, but we didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't learn it, so. We are paying the price for that, for that too. So,
And now you have the Stockholm syndrome. Like it's like this latent, just this, like you love the captors that are keeping the guns away. That's what makes you us instead of them. The civilized, I'm civilized because I give my rights away, and them Americans, they're crazy. They, look at how many prisons they have. Ooh, but it's all systems of slavery, like the money, the prisons, like the keeping good citizens from having weapons. Creates more slavery under the police because they need to have something to keep the criminals down. Like, so everybody's kept down. And the congressman earlier was talking about how the government that was being formed here in the South had slave patrols that were going through and taking the arms away from the slaves, because that's what it is. How to dominate is like to take the guns away. And then like even they're taking clubs, lawn tools and stuff, gardening tools, and everybody, all the white men, it was their job because there was no such thing as police at the time. So the state needed some way to keep these slaves down, so let's make a dominating force that puts them under duress. And look what we have here now is still the same. Like, it's just happening to everybody, and it's sad that the people are in Stockholm syndrome. Like, there's a lot of people in big cities that think just like the people there where you're at, Francesco, and they think like, oh, like that ex of mine that was trying to give her the t-shirt, and she's like, oh, I don't think people should be allowed. And it begs the question, who's gonna allow it? Why? What? Well, that there must be someone to be the one who allows or not, because that's what a civilized society has, right? So it's really deep mind control. And Larkin was right. It is between people's heads, and yeah. I guess if any of you guys, we can continue a little bit on this video. Maybe, I don't know how much steam you guys still have. It's but we can either continue with the Vice, or we can any more things that you guys would like to talk about. Go ahead and speak up. If not, I'm just going to do this Vice right here. Okay. Well,
a group called Are We Cool Yet has been pushing the envelope recently.
Are we cool yet?
Guns.
Jesus.
They released the plans on the internet for anyone to download, hyping up their new designs on YouTube and Instagram. Are We Cool Yet claims their work isn't just protected by the right to bear arms, but also the First Amendment and the right to freedom of expression, because their guns are works of art. The shooting match in Florida was the first time many of the members met face-to-face, and the first time anyone from the group spoke to the media.
So you see on your hat, on the guns,
Yes.
AWCY.
Yes.
What does it stand for, and what is it?
Are We Cool Yet? The group name was actually used for like an SCP channel. It was used to kind of hide the group for a while until we decided that, we didn't really want to be hidden anymore.
Why did you want to be hidden in the first place?
Just because of the political situation out there right now. There's a lot of members
to
from
protect
states
themselves from Agent Smith, like their neighbors who are like, you're doing that? What?
Yeah.
Stuff is in the gray, not necessarily illegal, but it's frowned upon, and they feel like there would be reprisals against them at work or at school or wherever they tend to reside.
How did you get into the 3D printed gun community?
Oh man, so I've always loved firearms. I love building them. Honestly, I'll say I like building them more than I like shooting them, just because I like putting things together. And 3D printing was just the next step to that.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is based off of the Scorpion, which is a season.
Again, scary. Ooh, scorpions.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scorpio killed Jesus. Oh.
The Evo design. This one is obviously extremely modified. Really, just for the event, I thought, why not go big or go home?
You talk about this.
Go dragon or be nerd. Well, I don't know.
You use the word art to describe this. People see this and see a.
Yes, it's art. Everything that we create is art. If it's a pile of dirt, it's art. Like, they just don't understand the definition of the word, like, I guess. But
And look, she's questioning art, but look at her necklace. Like, that's an extravagant work of art.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
She should know what art is.
Yeah, right. And you could probably melt that down into a bullet.
If it's
Weapon,
copper.
you see art. What's the distinction?
Press.
I mean, art's in the eye of the beholder, right? So this is just a way of expressing ourselves. It's freedom of expression in a much more loud way.
And the fact that they're sharing the information freely with each other online, that is freedom of speech. Like that they have to be allowed to do that.
Art can't be used to kill people if you wanted to.
What do you mean? Huh? I can kill people. Like a fork is art, and I can kill somebody with that. Who would not allow that? I'm gonna turn that back a couple seconds so that we can hear this douchebag.
I can take a picture frame and hit somebody over the head with it.
Right. I don't think people should allow that picture frame in your home.
Go big or go home.
You talk about this, you
Turn
use
it
the
back
word
a little
art
bit.
to describe
Yes.
this.
Here we go.
People see this and see a weapon, you see art. What's the distinction?
I mean, art's in the eye of the beholder, right? So this is just a way of expressing ourselves. It's freedom of expression in a much more loud way.
Most art can't be used to kill people if you wanted to.
That's an assumption. That's a straw man right there. Like many things of art can be used to like a very creative person. Like anyway,
They aren't using the guns to kill people.
right.
They're using the guns to improve a skill.
Right. They're shooting targets. Like they're talking on.
They're
the
not
camera.
killing people.
Right. Right.
Yes, it could be used for harm, but I feel like most people that are going to do that are going to go out and steal one. Or the amount of effort that you put into these, you're not going to do that just to go and do someone harm.
How ignorant. Look at these bastards.
While I sat with Xander, the ghost gun was busy printing. After 18 hours, it was almost finished, or so I thought. Turns out, printing the gun is only half the process.
What?
All right, Rob, it's day 2. It's been about 18 hours of printing later, and we have what looks more or less like the frame of a gun.
There's a frame of a firearm inside of there with the supports, and of course on that raft we did for adhesion. But yeah, I mean, it looks like a clean print. It even has, your text on the side.
In order to turn a 3D printed piece of plastic into a gun, we need metal parts.
You need the metal parts. Technically, could you build one out of all plastic? Yes. Is it going to be reliable and awesome? Probably not.
Okay.
Right?
These are about $320 worth of parts that we ordered off of the internet, delivered here to assemble this into a gun. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing here.
Perfect. That's a lot of people think they know what they're doing, and then they just kind of get down a bunny trail.
I think what scares people is that literally anyone with a printer and plastic could make this.
Why is that scary? What the hell, man?
Even you. What are you doing, you bad person? Why are you building one on TV?
Yeah. Ooh, he looks like a terrorist.
Yeah.
Is he brown or just suntan? I can't tell. Let's bomb him.
Oh,
But why is that a problem?
Because people who are legally barred from getting a firearm, like a convicted felon, for example.
So, but
I'm a convicted felon for having and selling cannabis.
Yep.
And this dude wants to keep me from protecting my family because I'm a felon. That's it. I'm in that category.
Yep.
Too bad. Even though where I was put in jail, it's legal now and they sell it at the store and the government makes money on it. It's like, it's encouraged. They even, I mean, it's really, I don't know. I know they're expunging the records of people, so maybe it's changed. Maybe I can defend my family. And now but for the years and years, like 20 years, I have not been able to. So like, I don't even, because I'm a, in quotes, felon.
Right.
So because they railroaded me, you know what I mean? They made me sell to an undercover officer. And like, whatever. She looked good and whatever. I was an idiot. I was 19. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, I'm sorry. I don't want to go off track. But this idea of like felons shouldn't have them. Who says? When I was in jail, it was mostly people that like didn't pay their like legal fees for having their license or their car registered, or like they got in a fight with their spouse or something and they were like yelling. And it's really like 80% of people that are in jail are just for useless stuff that the government just wants to take their money, and everybody that's in jail, they get to charge the taxpayers like 70, like when I was there, it was like 70 grand per year per person that the jail was getting paid. So they just racked it up, and if I was out in the world and I was making 70 grand back then, 20 years ago, I'd be all set. They don't need to like keep me in a cage. But anyway, it's a system of enslavement. We all know that.
Make this themselves.
But do you not believe in one paying their debt, reforming, going through the process,
That's a different
getting
question.
their votes back?
Different question is whether or not that law is just.
The solution, first of all, is accepting the reality that freedom isn't safe, right? So once you accept freedom isn't safe, now how do we mitigate the risks that come with freedom?
I think that there's just the fundamental difference in politically in America right now. People who say guns should have as little regulation as possible because of the Second Amendment, and people who say it's so easy to get a gun, anyone can do it, and that's causing high rates of gun violence. And the troubling thing for a lot of people about what we're seeing here is this is sort of like the last frontier of no matter what the government will try to do to regulate gun sales, now someone could just buy a printer and a roll of plastic and make this.
Let's table that debate for a second. Okay, you think guns should be harder to get. Does that mean you want to start regulating rolls of plastic and 3D printers?
That's the slippery slope that we've gotten to of like, how do you, even if the government wanted to stop this, could they? And I think the answer is pretty clearly no.
Good.
Thank goodness.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking
Okay. Where do I start?
Start with that little guy.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if we probably don't want to watch all of this. So, okay, he's shooting and like, oh, scary. Okay, let's see what this is.
Look
at these goofballs.
Contest day. I just signed up to enter the pistol I 3D printed in this first ever shooting contest just for homemade 3D printed guns. We're gonna see how it goes.
Did you see his face? He like cringed a little bit.
Ugh, freedom.
Look at these free douchebags. Look at them exercising rights. What losers.
Rob Pincus helped me print it 2 days ago. I did print it.
Slices, dices, circumcises, juliennes.
Ugh. Jesus, dude, that's not a joke. I'm sorry, but don't joke about circumcision, dude. Gross. Ugh.
See what happens.
Welcome to the first Gunmakers match. This event is definitely a adventure. It's going to be competition in there somewhere. It's going to be a lot of show and tell. It's going to be a lot of like friendliness, happiness, and all that. Meet the guys from Aussie, which is pronounced 17 different ways. Are we cool yet? These guys have worked incredibly hard to make sure that this was going to happen. But this is really what we want to be the first of many celebrations of what I call like a freedom hobby. All right, gun making. And
like
that's what it is. And
kind of like freedom, maybe.
For some of us, it's, hey, I want to make my own gun. I want the government involved. For some of us, it's, I want a custom gun that has my logo or my name or my grip angle or whatever I want. For other people, it's, I want to create designs that never existed before and share them with all of Earth, Durwood, right? After the competition, we're going to set up some areas where we can do show and tell. But enjoy the day. Thank you.
Finally, some appropriate music.
Everybody's strapping up, and for the listener, like, oh, have people aiming their guns, pointing at target. He's running. Look at him run. Oh, that guy's with guns. Look at, oh, he's running. There's barrels. Look at, and he's making a stupid face.
Yeah.
Like, haha, inside joke. Look at that.
And I guarantee there's nobody else there with that low cut V-neck.
Yeah.
Who doesn't have muscles.
Right. Yeah, that dude, he's showing he's a butt boy.
He's like, yep, I'm a Vice employee and I don't need a name tag for it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. How did it go?
So easy.
Well, it is.
I'm a little nervous, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I fired about 5 bullets total so far out of this gun.
All right, man, you ready to go?
As ready as I'll ever be.
He's afraid to shoot it.
Oh, we jammed. Reliability is a problem with this weapon.
So this is editing, of course. Like
Mhm.
they, they're not going to show the whole film. Like they edited it to be jammed on the first shot.
Yep.
Okay. Don't shoot Karen.
He doesn't even know how to cock the thing. Like, oh Jesus Christ!
Jamming again. So my gun kept jamming. This was our issue when we were test
think it's
firing
operator
a couple days
error.
ago after the gun was ready.
It could just
but
be a
it
bad
wouldn't-
print.
Yeah,
they
it could
didn't.
be that.
They didn't clean it right. They didn't drill the holes right. I mean,
Right.
you still have to do things to it. It's not
Yeah.
just plug and play, close your eyes, and it's done.
That's right. And I'll bet you maybe he was there while they were putting it together. Maybe he did that on purpose, sabotage the making of that thing so that he would do that. And I
That-
don't put that past them. So.
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
Properly eject the bullet and load another bullet into the chamber. I guess it's an issue with not filing.
Looks like he's not nerd enough. He can't even match the quality of what the others can do.
That slide enough to get it running smoothly. It just shows that you can spend hours making these guns and it still doesn't work the way it's supposed to work.
I wasn't the only one with jamming problems.
Look at this editing. Jesus. All of them are jamming, huh? I guess I better not even try.
But
Why
yeah,
even buy a printer? Like, meh, meh.
it's totally to dissuade people. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like this is the full on propaganda mind control. Right.
Yep.
All right.
3D printed guns might look just like the real thing, but even the most hardcore 3D gun makers struggle with reliability.
Rob, I have sad news to deliver.
What do you got?
It jammed repeatedly. Did not finish.
You're a jammer?
Jammed.
How many shots you get out?
6 maybe?
All right, did you check to see if the thing was touching the other thing in there?
Every round it was jamming on the shell ejection and not cleanly reloading another one.
This is horrible. It's horrible news.
I know.
I feel like you need to use the ghost gun frame with a different top end.
He's getting that slide.
Hey, Barrett, grab me a little thing of oil.
So Rob is
They
very
didn't use the
kind.
right
and
parts?
he's
Yeah. Probably sabotage,
explaining that we need a new part. So we're going to swap in a new slide top part of
Not
the
a
gun.
new
and
one,
hopefully
a
that will
correct one.
Make the action better to be able to eject the shell and reload a new one. So the semi-automatic weapon actually functions semi-automatically.
Oh, Keegan's a lover.
This dude learned how to talk from Sesame Street and NPR. You know what I mean? He doesn't even know how to use words.
Man cares about himself means he cares about other people. That's the way I look at it.
Oh, that's so much better. That alone was better.
There you go. Now you actually build it correctly.
And you notice how they had to include all that jamming, and that took a good segment of this film.
Yep.
So they could have just edited all that out and said, look, it works, right?
Like, oh, we made a mistake. We got the
That's
wrong
much
part.
better. All right,
Now we got the correct part, and now it works. We're good.
Exactly. Operator error.
Or don't even show that they built it with the incorrect part. Just,
They didn't
just
even
totally edit that out.
Exactly, because it's a printed out thing that works. They could have had that, but now they gave us that extra piece to be like, look at this incel losers can't even build a gun.
Round 2 with a new Glock slide swapped in. So I'm getting my second chance at round 1. See how it goes. How's that stack up to the competition? Pretty well. All right, I'll take it. I'll take pretty well. Good job. I'd like for the record to show that I did not suck it up completely and that I did okay.
Okay,
he's
we're
actually
gonna-
having fun.
Okay.
Durwood's designs allow for guns to be built using almost entirely homemade parts. He makes the blueprints public for people to make or modify however they
Okay,
want.
maybe I'll
His
rewind
work
it a little bit here.
Put V1 with a mod barrel system. I think my hammer broke.
This is the PPS 43 printed receiver. Handmade bolt by me.
Run up and stab him!
What violent people.
Click.
Crazy Americans.
Stuck on my shirt.
What do we got
We tried.
next?
This gun is the FGC-9. I had nothing to do with the design of it, but I love anything that goes bang, so, you know.
Sure.
Okay, here we go. So I need to say something to people when I... You want to? Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. This is the new King Cobra. It's designed by Durwood and Mussey. It's still under development, but Hope to be getting it out to everybody real soon.
This is Durwood, or at least that's his handle on the internet. He's a legend in the 3D printed gun world, mostly because his guns are totally unique and seem to work better than everyone else's. I met him the day before the match. Durwood's designs allow for guns to be built using almost entirely homemade parts. He makes the blueprints public for people to make or modify however they want. His work inspired something called the FGC-9, or Fuck Gun Control 9mm, which is turned up in Europe, where the laws on gun ownership are very strict.
Now you're seeing these guns pop up all over the world.
Yeah, and that's fulfilling. That's very fulfilling.
Even in Europe, where it's used as this sort of like...
I'm not so happy with that.
Yeah.
What?
Used for this what? He didn't even say what.
They gotta find his boundary. They gotta be your moral relative, right? You gotta, like, there's a line, isn't there? And he's like, well, yeah, I guess not Europe. They shouldn't have guns. Like, what?
But the guy didn't even say, like, it's used for this. Like, he didn't say what he was talking about.
Right. Yeah, maybe I'll rewind it just a second here. Okay.
Yeah.
You mind if I shoot your gun?
I don't care.
Maybe I skipped ahead. Sorry, it's tough. I don't know.
Just keeps going.
Thank you for being here. I'm gonna go put some holes in paper right now.
All right.
These dudes are having fun. What's wrong with that? You know?
This is Cody Wilson, the inventor of the first 3D printed gun. When Vice spoke to him in 2013, Wilson predicted a world where 3D printing technology would evolve to the point where it would be impossible for the government to stop.
Gun control for us is a fantasy, in a way that, like, people say, well, you're being unrealistic about printing a gun. I think it's more unrealistic now, especially going forward, to think you could ever control this technology.
Wilson makes money off a website that hosts 3D printed gun files.
He makes money? Oh, get him.
And by selling a machine called the Ghost Gunner, which helps convert partially finished gun parts into assault rifles. He's also gotten into trouble with the law, but not for guns.
To assault rifles, yeah.
He's a criminal, too.
It's just a CNC mill.
Like
you can make anything in it.
Right. Yeah, I used to work in CNC. I used to work at a machine. And that's right. You can build a machine to do anything with metal.
In 2019, Wilson pled guilty to injuring a child for sexually assaulting a 16-year-old.
Oh, he is... Dude, what are they talking about?
Girl he met on the internet. He got 7 years probation and was required to register as a sex offender.
Dude, what the hell, man? What does that have to do?
Hippies. But obviously not a great dude, but still.
I don't like, obviously we don't like that, you know, obviously, but still, like, how does that fit? Like, why do they, this is total smear.
Yep.
Wow.
They couldn't just
he
focus
had
on the
to
topic.
say, like, freedom is unstoppable, and then they were like, yeah, well, he likes to touch them. Gross.
Right. Yeah, the whole thing started out from this inventor who was a sexual assaulter.
Right.
So everything after that must be bad.
Right. Yeah. Well, Ben Franklin tortured and was a member of the fucking Hellfire Club, and there's, you know, skeletons in his backyard, you know.
Yeah.
So people, they get, anyway, obviously we feel for the victim, and we hope that this is that she's not harmed by this. But I'm sorry, but this, like, it doesn't fit in the context, and it's obvious. So but moving on here.
Started out creating the 3D gun at the very beginning. Did you, in your wildest dreams, think that it would come this far so fast?
Yeah, I literally thought this is how it should happen. This was what it would look like. It would be these types of people, these young men, quasi-alienated, but actually rather literate, rather lettered if you talk with them, with political outlooks. I thought there was a risk that the politics would be diluted over time, but in fact, no. There's a kind of ironic engagement that the Zoomer, I think, influx added to it, which is perfect.
You talk about ironic. What about it's ironic to you?
The files, the activity will always be met with some level of police repression, either on the internet or in actuality. Like, maybe you won't be able to own a gun in this country in 10 years, or maybe you won't be able to build a gun in this country in 10 years. And these guys are kind of already playing with that future in an ironic and distasteful way. They're vulgarizing it, you know, they're making it mobile, they're making it...
Distasteful.
It's too flexible to be contained.
Is there any limit that you have in terms of where this should go or where it should stop?
No, I find no limiting principle. I can't define one or describe one. These guys are practicing something that is at once distasteful to the legacy gun manufacturers as much as it is to like, the activist wine moms and all that stuff. So it's a matter of taste and artistic principle.
If the government wanted to stop this, to outlaw it, to make it impossible for people to get files, could they do it?
The government should invent a time machine and kill me 7 years ago. It's far too late. No, the equipment.
Don't
3D
get 'em.
printing, it's
Don't
so
worry.
short. You can make anything. You can design anything.
Coming close. This is our first time doing
How scary. Ooh, anything.
this match, so lots and lots of reasons why this should have been a complete and miserable failure, and it wasn't. We will start with the printed pistol. Granted, this comes with a little bit of an asterisk, needing a slide change. Keegan Hamilton, third place. Choice.
All right. Let's see how they ended.
The guys at the shooting contest like to say 3D printed guns are just a fun hobby. But according to a leaked report from the Department of Justice,
here we go.
First obtained by the Trace, authorities recovered nearly 24,000 ghost guns at crime scenes in recent years. And guns aren't the only concern. Are We Cool Yet has designed 3D printed...
They get to choose what is a crime scene. They can be like, you have that plant, this is a crime scene, you know?
But this goes back to what I said earlier. He is one step away from coming to the conclusion of, well, I guess it's not the guns then.
Right.
I guess it's the bad people that are doing it. Well, in the hands of extremists, per that title of the document, in the hands of extremists, in the hands of immoral people, yeah, they are used as violent weapons.
Exactly.
Of course. So it's not the guns, it's the people, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, just think back to 2001, The Space Odyssey, you know, it was a bone that was the weapon.
Yeah.
And it created domination over the other apes, and, you know, and then it turned into space travel and nuclear weapons in space. Like,
yeah,
that's the progression. Like, so it's gonna progress, and it's just natural. Like, anyway, I mean, the bone can also be used in defense of, you know, against others with bones that are coming to whack you in the skull,
or to drive a
flesh.
nail in a structure as a hammer.
Yeah, right.
To build something.
Right. Yeah, I'd rather have a gun than a hammer in this day and age.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You can hammer a nail with a gun if it's a good one. But anyway, so continuing.
37mm flare guns that are just a short step away from grenade launchers.
Oh, scary.
The U.S. military has been working on the real thing.
But they're allowed.
What's something that couldn't be made before at home that can now be made using a 3D printer as far as explosives go?
So a 3D printed bomb. You could always make explosives at home.
Yep.
The anarchist cookbook was using military field manuals to teach people how to make improvised explosives. Like, what the heck, man?
Yeah, and obviously they are interviewing some perfectly moral individual from a great moral institution.
yeah, ATF special agent in charge.
In charge.
Yeah, but we actually have these kind of TV shows here too. There was one that was basically, and they were basically saying that it's that even here it's too easy to get legal guns.
Wow.
So I mean, imagine that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
We all want to climb up on the cross just like Jesus. We're martyrs too. Go ahead, kill us. You know.
I think I'll leave you guys for now. And
thank you, Francesco.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I was glad to catch the show live for once. So
we're so pleased that you
wasn't too late. So
that's great. And James was even so pleased he had to call in while he's driving. It's great to see you, brother.
Okay, great to see you too. So,
and everybody should check out onegreatworknetwork.com/Francesco-Sani, where they can all find your work, and you're translating natural law seminars into your native tongue for others in the state of Italy to learn about freedom. And God bless you for doing what you do. And you've got a podcast as well. And your English is not your first language. And thank you so much for, being here and speaking our language. And
no problem.
We thank you and love you. And cheers, man.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Take care.
That's great. Okay, so Jeff, would you like to continue with this?
Sure, yeah, let's get to the end, see how they
All right,
wrap it
this
up.
one's almost done.
Similar to these, where you have an explosives charge inside that with some type of switch on there to initiate the explosive and dropped from a UAV, UAS, typically onto our troops.
So somebody attaches that to a drone, flies it over, drops it, boom.
Correct.
And what's stopping someone from making that in the United States today?
Don't believe there's anything stopping somebody from making this in the United States today.
Just recently, over the last weekend.
But Obama's got drones, and he threatens kids that want to date his daughter with drones. Like, come on now.
And they had the first
Well, I wonder
ever...
where these guys got that idea from, to attach it to a UAV drone and drop it on somebody.
Yeah,
I wonder who's the first one to do that.
Right. Exactly.
Shooting
killing U.S. citizens in other countries.
Competition for exclusively 3D printed and homemade
really
firearms. And there was some really impressive designs on display. From 100%, almost every single part of the gun was either home manufactured or printed, to kit guns on the other end of the spectrum.
Sure, sure. So when you talk about those guns and unique designs, right? Only limited by the imagination of the builder.
And there's some...
He's smiling about that. He's like, I'm going to have a job forever. Oh, I'm going to get to bust these people. Dude, wow.
Really good
He's
imagination.
like, we need to talk and you need to give me your context.
Absolutely.
You want to see some of these guns?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
This is my trophy for third
Nice.
place. This is a little tour.
Why they got to show him on the phone? Like, it's such like, come on. Now he's got to like lean over and like, it's show him on a laptop, you know, or these guys can afford an iPad. Come on. It's
of the,
anyway,
right?
The hardware.
Wow. I mean, some of the concern there.
As if he's never heard of this or seen these
Yeah,
things. Come
right.
on. He's an ATF special agent in charge. Like,
He's the agent in charge.
Right.
He knows everything.
yeah, he's getting paid huge money from, you know, us taxpayers that we don't want to even pay him.
There is, did some of those look like toys? You know, with the special.
Well, yeah, toys are made of plastic too. Weird, huh?
So with the neon colors and
They make neon coated metal guns.
Yeah, that's right.
Powder coated metal guns, metal components that are any color you want.
Well, he's trying to insinuate that we're gonna corrupt the minds of children.
Oh yeah.
You know, like how like in the blue aisle at the toy store, it's all guns and but I mean, come on, they've been giving us Rambo and like RoboCop and all these R-rated
Sure.
movies, like, and like I was running around in the woods with a plastic gun when I was a kid, you know, like so that's the same thing with cigarettes. Like in Massachusetts, like they outlawed menthol cigarettes because they think a flavored cigarette is advertising to youth.
Right.
So like he's trying to, I think that's what he's trying to do, is put in this like, ooh, that's bad because kids might like it, you know. But I mean, look at the TV, dude. It's all sex and violence. Like they're giving to kids.
Right. Yep.
% homemade. All the metal parts are homemade.
No kidding.
That's how far it's come.
Maybe some of them look like Nerf guns.
This one's 100%
Again with the kid gun thing. See,
invented design. There's no model that they're basing that off of.
Wow.
This is the Scorpion
Yeah, right.
Evo
Like you didn't
in
know.
full auto.
No kidding.
And this guy's got his SOT license. So what do you think about that?
That's wow. It's future, right?
Yeah.
as if he didn't already know. What a
Playing dumb.
There are several recent cases where ghost guns have turned up in the hands of white supremacists and extremists.
Of course, they got to paint the white supremacy. Oh man!
And you don't think the ATF doesn't know about that?
Exactly.
ATF certainly knows about that.
Yeah, the ATF and the FBI are working together to make these white supremacist, in quotes, groups like act like they're going to kidnap Whitmer or whatever, you know. And
Sure.
12 out of 14 of them are agents. Like, I mean, come on, this is the plan.
US and in Europe too. And the fear is these weapons will keep falling into the wrong hands in the coming years.
And they got to put boogaloo on there. They got to put that word.
But again, they say the answer themselves. They fall into the wrong hands. That's exactly right. If the guns are in a righteous hands, there's no problem. They're not even a weapon.
Right. The hand that is the hand is what is where the will of the human exists.
Yep.
You know, the gun doesn't have a will of its own.
Yep.
Yeah. And the boogaloo thing and the white supremacy thing, that is the plan. We've heard Biden, you know, we've seen him up there with the red on the stage, and he's looking like looking like Mussolini, yelling about white supremacy is the new terrorism.
Yeah.
And if you're white, then you're a white supremacist. They've flipped it around so that the majority is the minority, and they've like it's the satanic mirror, when really the white Christian adults are not crazy with their guns. They're all respectable, but everybody from cities that work on Vice, these jokers, they all think we're a bunch of loonies,
The Biden administration wants to require serial numbers on some unfinished gun parts and restrict mail-order ghost gun kits. But in a victory for Cody Wilson and ghost guns, a federal appeals court recently lifted restrictions on how 3D printed gun files can be shared online. No matter how the law changes, probably too late to contain ghost guns.
Joe Biden, this is no country for old men.
Is there a way to keep that out of the hands of bad guys and only in the hands of these people who are doing it just for the fun of it?
Why do we need that? Why must we take them out of the hands of anybody? How can they do that without civil war?
But again, it's always a restriction, not getting to the causal factor of how do we eliminate the bad guys?
Right.
Oh, we educate, morally educate.
Right.
And then they magically aren't the bad guys anymore because they know what not to do. They know the difference between right and wrong, and they're not bad.
Maybe if we could find a way to not have scarcity, this artificial scarcity anymore, and we could recognize the abundance of the natural world is like every tree has a million apples or whatever, you know what I mean? The scarcity and the money is going to create these criminals that are going to use weapons to take your stuff because they create the jungle. That what George H.W. said, the law of the jungle, we're going to fight it. That they create that situation, and that's where they thrive. Order ab chaos. It's on the cover of Albert Pike's book, The Double-Headed Eagle. They're put both sides under control. So,
as long as they're used for their intended purposes by people that legally can have firearms, I don't have an issue with that.
That's right. Once they do a crime, then they're a criminal. They're allowed to have it to defend. It's not a crime to defend yourself. That's the separating factor. Once the crime happens, if you use a gun in an immoral way, then the strong men in the society, whether it be cops or not, are gonna come and give justice, right? This is how it works.
Well, he's saying all types of criminals, not just gun-related crimes.
Right.
He's talking about all criminals.
Yeah. Again, like myself, who
Sure.
smoke cannabis a lot, whatever.
I don't think ATF has an issue with that. It's when people use.
But they do. Anybody that has a medical card for cannabis is not allowed to have a firearm. That's being challenged in the courts, and it's still up in the air in some states. But the federal rule apparently, and you know what else? In Massachusetts, at least, they'll take you off a donor list. They won't give you a donor kidney or lungs or anything.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll let you die. Isn't that
wow?
Amazing? So it just goes along hand in hand with if they take away your gun, they're letting you die too. If harm comes to you, you can't defend yourself. And oh, you're sick, you need an organ. No, you use cannabis to treat yourself medically. We think that's wrong. So you get to die. It's really sick.
Use those firearms for criminal purposes. That's when.
And speaking of using the Obama Fast and Furious, people need to look up what Fast and Furious is. Obama gave a bunch of assault rifles to the Mexican cartels who are dealing fentanyl and methamphetamine and all of the worst drugs onto our streets. They work with the federal government. They traded guns for drugs, and then those same guns killed federal officers. And Obama's like, whoops, whatever. They don't care about arming criminals. This guy's
it becomes a problem.
Round back. Come here. Come here, Aaron. Round back.
I mean, look at what they did in Afghanistan. They armed the Taliban, or supposedly criminals, right? I mean,
right.
You know, it's their job to arm them. Because we create the weapons, and Lockheed Martin, and like that's.
Whoever's going to maintain the control system, that's who they want in the hands of. That's who they want the guns in the hands of.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Somebody.
It's a tool of domination. It's like it's dominating other people.
If it's limited. If it's limited. If it's dispersed throughout, it's not a tool for domination.
Exactly. It's a tool of liberation if it's fully dispersed, because there's always more, if in a ratio, there's more that are under the thumb of power than there are people in power. You know, it's like 99 to 1. And, like Godspeed You Black Emperor says, don't bend, ascend. There's more of us than them. Amen.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's real.
Good at photos. Make sure I get this.
Contest is over. Now we need to do something about the ghost gun. I can't bring.
What are we gonna do about it? We got to throw it in the fires of
What's he about
Mordor.
to say? Yeah.
Bring it home with me. It's gonna come back from whence it came, which is melted plastic. I mean, certainly we saw
The fires of Mordor.
Why can't he take it home?
I don't know. Because he doesn't have a legal whatever. Because he's scared of it. He's scared to shoot it.
I guess, yeah.
But it's funny because it's going back to whence it came. He even used whence. It's just like the book of the Lord of the Rings.
that it's not easy to print and make your own gun. We're still in a world where you need.
And you see they placed it on the red line.
Look at that. Yeah, good eye.
And it's a division between them. And
Right.
he's on the left. He's a lefty.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and the left-hand path is satanic, everybody. If people should look into that. So that's right. That's the red line.
Need a lot of expertise, a lot of just time and labor to make this thing work, and then even then it doesn't work perfectly.
Right.
What a douchebag. I hate this show.
But the future, it's going to get easier and easier and easier and lower the barrier of entry to getting a gun. And in your eyes, that's a good thing.
Absolutely, because here's the thing. Think of it this way. I know this is counterintuitive for a lot of people, but the more people who have guns, the more normal gun ownership is, the more responsible the community will be, and also the more
That's how it always used to be.
Yep.
It's every home had a 22. They were showing their 5-year-old kid,
educated the community will be in judging responsibility, right? But I think it's really important to acknowledge that,
Look at he's burning it on camera, dude.
Oh my god.
What? And the music.
In the pavilion. Like, go to a fire pit.
Yeah, right.
And
It's
you don't
gonna
want to
be
be
this-
breathing this in. That's
Yeah.
not okay to be breathed in.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of that, people should look into what the air is like in Ohio right now. It's disgusting. It smells like burning plastic.
Well, even 3D printing, the fumes from the melting of the plastic into the shapes that the printer prints, you want to have your air filtered or even pumped outside, depending on the material you're using. You don't want to be sitting in the room with it.
Very good. Thank you for including that. People, that's a safety precaution that people need to have.
Yep.
I don't think everybody should have a gun.
What? This guy that wants people to be free, he says he doesn't think everybody.
I think everybody who wants to be a responsible gun owner should have that option. Who wants to and is capable of, obviously, right?
Let's make one fewer gun.
Even he has a line in the gray, the moral relativism. I don't think everybody. Okay. Thanks, guy.
Yeah.
I think grandma needs a gun more than that, of these people on this show. You know what I mean? Like, and she needs to know how to use it. That way, like, nobody can come and take her stuff or rape her, destroy her, like whatever. That's the equalizer. It's the peacemaker.
Gun right
Sure.
now.
How do you feel? I mean, you put a lot of work into this.
There is a tiny part of me that's like, damn, I spent a long time filing away on that thing. Like, my hard work is going up in flames.
Right.
Well, that's Vice, everybody. Just gonna end it there. Yeah. So that's Vice. That's what we're dealing with. That's the kind of mind control that the people are under, that create like the situation where Francesco has to live amongst all of the Agent Smith that says you can't have freedom. What? Even me, who doesn't like the government, says, well, maybe not everybody should have a gun, you know. And if not everybody should, then who's going to be there to take it from them?
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely. If you don't want something, one of the things that actually Larkin said in one of his speeches last week, if you want a law to exist and you don't want to personally go and enforce that law, how can you justify wanting to have that in place?
Yeah, good point.
If you don't want somebody to have a plant in their house, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, I don't want to do anything. The police will go and do something.
Right.
Well, are you consistent in that logic? Are you really going to follow through with the thing you want? Or do you really want it? Are you willing to go through and conduct violence, not just condone it, but conduct violence, go to your neighbor's house and stake that thing? Everybody's going to say no. Everybody's going to say, no, I don't want to go do that. I don't want to go do that. The people who might say yes are the ones in the police and military, but they're already heavily messed up in the head to be in that state in the first place. But the average Joe on the street, your average neighbor, isn't going to be willing to go and do that. And it just points out the hypocrisy of what they actually support, because they won't do it themselves.
Well said. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody wants to be children and have mommy and daddy go do it for them. It's real sad. And like James said earlier, we got to take the responsibility and, you know, grow up, you know. This has really been a great show. Thank you, Jeff, for joining. I'm gonna end this segment, and we're gonna after we say our goodbyes, we're gonna play a presentation from our friend Mark Passio called "The True Meaning and Purpose of the Second Amendment," just to really finalize it and, you know, show the nuts and bolts of what we're saying.
Awesome.
So, Jeff, where can people find you?
Yeah, it was a pleasure being on, Sean. Thank you very much, and thanks to
joining
James
us.
if he's still listening. Been a pleasure and an honor to be on the show. I've watched previous episodes of Black Pill Digest, so thank you very much. People can find my work primarily on gooff.com, GOAUF.com. That is almost a defunct website because I'm starting a new website that has a more concentrated branding and messaging as far as freedom goes and what I want to talk about. And the great work is going to be very exciting project that I'm working on currently and should be ready within a month or two. So I have mentioned previous, I had another website, bottomupdesigns.com for 3D printing consulting. I have 3D printers of my own. I can print people whatever they wish, send me a file and for a fee and shipping and stuff, and we'll get it printed. And
awesome.
any type of questions for 3D printing, I'm happy to answer as well. So I'm also a member on the One Great Work Network. So you can go to my page there, onegreatwork.com/my name. And
onegreatworknetwork.com. Right.
Yep.
You say onegreatwork.com, right? It's
onegreatworknetwork.com/Jeff-Hippauf. Yep.
That's right. That's your page in the creator section and where people can find you. And that's wonderful. So goauf.com. And when you do have when you got everything, all your ducks in a row with this new project, be sure to contact James and myself. And he's got a show and I've got a show and we have this show together. And we would love to speak to you further and, you know, talk about anarchy and freedom.
Absolutely.
We're always up for those topics. And it'd be great for you to be able to tell everybody what you're working on and where they can find the new stuff.
Yep.
So
very exciting. Coming soon. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jeff, for joining us. And thank you all for joining us here on Black Pill Digest. And I'm going to do a share screen here, I guess. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So, Jeff, thank you very much for joining us. And we will see you hopefully in the near future. And hopefully all of you listeners will check out his work. Thank you again, Jeff.
Great. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, everybody. This here is about 40-something minutes and it really breaks down the reality of where we're at, and what the true meaning of the words, 27 words that have kept us free this long, and we need to maintain it. So Mark gives a redefinition where he chooses new words where he thinks it's a little more concise and clear. So wait till the end to hear for that. And thank you very much for joining us. And hopefully, please visit Wake the Dead, my show, and visit Hitchhiker's Guide to Truth, James's show. Visit freeyourmindne.com. That's James's website where he posts all his work. Visit our pages on the onegreatworknetwork.com. We do love donations. Please, any little bit that you can give. I've been working many hours to climb out of poverty, and that's why my show has been few and far between. I'm sorry, you guys. I haven't been making as many shows because I've been working so much. And I have another project, a secret project that will be rolled out soon, but I'm working on it too. But please, there's a donation page on freeyourmindne.com, and donation pages on every member of the One Great Work Network has a button where you can donate. You can donate to Francesco, you can donate to Jeff Hippauf, you can donate to James and myself. And we thank you very much for anything that you can give. Also, James and I have a t-shirt store. Both of them are at storefrontier.com, but that site does not work anymore. So we're looking to start new pages with a new shirt store, to hopefully roll that out soon. So we'll be sure to tell you all when that happens. So I don't know if any of you have been trying to buy a shirt. Sorry, it's not working, but we'll have that remedied soon. So thank you all for listening. We love you, and we'll see you on the next Black Pill Digest.
All right, thanks so much, everyone, for taking the time to be here this evening. I want to thank John and the whole Liberty on the Rocks meetup group for providing the opportunity for me to speak here tonight to everyone. And, when I was talking to John a couple months back about a possible topic to present here at Liberty on the Rocks, I felt there was no better topic than gun ownership rights and the Second Amendment in general. And kind of came to my attention that many people still don't really deeply understand the original intent of the Second Amendment as was put forward in the founding documents of America. So I figured I would do sort of a breakdown, an in-depth analysis of the Second Amendment. And that led to this presentation that I'm going to give here this evening, which is entitled True Meaning and Purpose of the Second Amendment. And this is going to fly in the face of, the type of modern-day revisionism that is often attempted to be put forward about what the Second Amendment really meant. So I'm going to jump right in. I call this 27 words worth fighting for, this little introduction. And it's just really the 27 words of the Second Amendment. And they are indeed words that are worth fighting for if we truly understand what they mean. So Amendment 2 of the Bill of Rights. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This was written by George Mason and James Madison, and it was ratified into the Bill of Rights on December 15, 1791. 27 simple words. Again, many people want to try to revise this to suit their agenda and to suit their interpretations. What I'm going to try to do here is to provide people with a framework for understanding of what the actual men who wrote this meant by it. So I'm going to be giving this presentation in two sections, field stripping and reassembly. And for those who aren't quite gun savvy, field stripping doesn't mean we're going to be going into a field and getting naked, okay? It means field stripping in firearms parlance refers to breaking down the firearm to its constituent components. And then, you would clean it or try to maintain its operation, and then you're going to put it back together. That's called reassembly. So we're going to break down the Second Amendment. We're going to perform a complete analysis on every word in the Second Amendment. So let's start with this phrase, a well-regulated militia. This is probably the most important part of the Second Amendment, and yet it gets truncated all the time, and people just go right to the phrase, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed, okay? So this is the most important part of the entire Second Amendment, and most people don't understand what this means. So let's look at what both of these terms actually mean. What does well-regulated really mean? What did the founders, what did the writers, the authors of the Second Amendment really mean by the term well-regulated, okay? So I'm going to define simple everyday words here, give dictionary definitions, and then explain what it really meant. To regulate means to maintain according to a set of standards so that something operates or functions properly, such as with a machine or a process. That's what it means to regulate something. The term well-regulated, as put forward by the authors of the Second Amendment, did not mean, it had nothing to do with quote-unquote government regulation. This is what modern revisionists want to say well-regulated militia had to do with, government-controlled, government-regulated. It absolutely did not mean that. It literally referred to the regularization and maintenance of the equipment being used and proper training for tactics that were being employed by the militia, which we'll get to what that means. But this would be a well-regulated rack of shotguns. They're all the same. They all shoot the same ammunition. They're all well kept. They're all in good working operation, in good working order. Okay? And those who would be trained on the usage of those shotguns, well-regulated would be part of their training. Do you know the components? Do you know how to clean it? Do you know how it works? Do you know its effective range? Do you know tactics with it? Okay? That's what well-regulated meant, according to the authors of the Second Amendment. It had nothing to do with government involvement. And anybody that tells you that it did is either ignorant or lying to you. Okay, so now, the most important part of this entire presentation is to understand what was meant by the word militia, capitalized M, in the Second Amendment. So what is the militia? The English word militia is actually derived from the Latin term militium vulgarum. It's a truncation of that term. And in Latin, militium vulgarum literally means like the military everywhere. Militium means like the military, similar to military. And then vulgarum means the commonplace, everywhere present. Okay? So it meant literally like the military everywhere, or in other words, capability that is commensurate to a military force which is present everywhere or distributed throughout an entire population. That's what the word militia actually means. A militia is a decentralized, distributed force of armed individuals who maintain weapons and tactics similar to a military force, but unlike a standing military, are not centrally controlled or directed by a government. The militia is not the military. The militia is not a standing army. A militia is not a military or a standing army that is controlled by a government. Okay, so that's what a militia actually is. Then the question becomes, who then comprises the militia? Who is this militia that is talked about in the Second Amendment? When asked the question, who constitutes the militia, the authors of the Second Amendment and many other American founders and patriots were consistently clear and unambiguous in their speech and writings about who constituted the militia. The militia spoken of in the Second Amendment is comprised of the entire body of the people who are capable of employing arms for the purpose of repelling an organized foreign or domestic threat to their lives or freedom. That is who the militia is. That is who constitutes the militia. It is the entire body of citizens, the entire body of people that are capable of taking up arms for the purpose of repelling an organized threat or invasion. So you are the militia, whether you knew that or not tonight. Okay? We are the militia. There is no separating the people and the militia. They are one and the same. And the founders and other patriots consistently referred to the people as the militia. The co-author of the Second Amendment, along with James Madison, George Mason, when asked the question many times during the course of his life and in his writings, he said, what is the militia? It is the whole people, period. That's who the militia is. And that's the person who wrote the Second Amendment telling you that, not me. Okay? So let's hear from some other people who talked about who the militia was. James Madison, the other co-author of the Second Amendment, said a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the best and most natural defense of a free country. He's telling you who constitutes the militia, the body of the people. That is who the militia is. Richard Henry Lee, Virginia delegate to the Second Continental Congress, and actually the delegate who tabled the motion for American independence, said, a militia, when properly formed, are in fact the people themselves, and include all men capable of bearing arms. I would include women in that as well. In the parlance of their times, of course, they would have never even considered women as, members of the militia, because only men went to any type of conflict or battle. But I would say it includes all people capable of bearing arms. Tench Cox, a Pennsylvania delegate to the First Continental Congress, said, who are the militia? Are they not ourselves? Congress shall have no power to disarm the militia. Their swords and every other terrible implement of the soldier are the birthright of an American. The unlimited power of the sword is not in the hands of either the federal or state governments, but where I trust in God, it will ever remain in the hands of the people. So, that's what a militia is. That's who the militia is. Unambiguously, by the men themselves who authored the Second Amendment. So let's break down this phrase, and we'll do it one word at a time. Being necessary to the security of a free state. These terms have to be broken down individually. What did they mean by necessary? Necessary for what? Security. What did they mean? Security from what? And what did they mean by a free state? So let's look at this. The word necessary, dictionary definition, required to be done, achieved or present. Needed, essential, something that you cannot dispense with, that must be there. Okay, the word necessary appears in the entire Constitution of the United States only 6 times. And in the Bill of Rights, it appears only 1 time. And the only place where the word necessary was used in the Constitution and Bill of Rights to refer to a thing, group, or entity is in the Second Amendment. The only thing which the authors of the Constitution and Bill of Rights enshrined as necessary was the militia. It is the only thing to which the word necessary comes right before. That it was necessary to securing a free way of life, as we will see. Not even the 3 branches of government, the president or the executive, the Congress or the legislative, and the Supreme Court, the judiciary, are referred to in the Constitution using the word necessary. The question then necessarily becomes, pun intended, to what ultimate purpose did the writers of these documents understand that the militia was necessary? Why was it necessary? It was necessary as a means for security, which is stated in the Second Amendment, but a security against what? That's the most important thing to understand, why the founders wanted a strong militia. The word security, dictionary definition, the state of being free from danger or threat. To secure something means to protect it against threats. Thomas Jefferson, founding father, person who basically wrote the Declaration of Independence, the 3rd president of the United States, said, for a people who are free and who mean to remain so. A well-organized and armed militia is their best security. Right there in Thomas Jefferson's own words. So what was meant by a free state? They said that it's necessary to the security, meaning keeping it from threats, of a free state. The word free state did not mean Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, as we will get to. The word free, dictionary definition, it means not under the control or the domination of another. Not under the control or domination of another. Or in other words, not a slave. Not a subject to someone else. The word state, dictionary definition, the particular condition that someone or something is in at a specific time. Very simple definitions of words. Okay? This is exactly what they meant. They didn't mean, it did not refer, the phrase free state did not refer to a geographic region such as Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Delaware, etc. It referred to a free condition of existence or a free way of life, a free state of being. That is what they referred to in the Second Amendment. Now, what was the threat to that free way of being? And the founders were all too happy to tell us what that threat was. The threat that they envisioned as the thing that was the most dangerous thing to a free way of existence were standing armies. Standing armies constituted by government. And they told us repeatedly this. George Mason, the co-author of the Second Amendment, said once a standing army is established in any country, the people lose their liberty. Recollect the history of most nations of the world. What havoc, desolation, and destruction have been perpetrated by standing armies. You know, in the Constitution, a standing army against a foreign power threat was only supposed to be brought together for a period of 2 years. And then all funding was to be withdrawn from it. You know, but we don't go by that anymore. You know, we've thrown that out the window because we didn't listen to the words of these wise people that were telling us that the biggest threat to domestic freedom was standing armies. And I would suggest there's a different form of a standing army that lives among us in the modern world, and we're going to get to what that is. Elbridge Gerry, 5th Vice President of the United States, said, "What is the use of a militia? It is to prevent the establishment of a standing army, the bane of liberty. Whenever governments mean to invade the rights and liberties of the people, they always attempt to destroy the militia in order to raise an army upon their ruins." I'm going to explain what a militia is and how it protects against a standing army with a simple infographic here. Okay? If you envision a geographic region like the United States, the mainland United States like this, imagine a standing army being raised, or even several standing armies being raised in the midst of the people, so that they were going to attempt to take their freedom. Let's look at this as even a foreign invading power for the time being. Okay? So let's say 3 standing armies invade the United States and take up these positions as their main positions. So those red dots represent a standing army. The next thing I'm going to show you is what would represent the militias of the people, constituted and being present within the borders of the United States. This is what properly constituted militias would look like. Now, what are standing armies going to do against that force of distributed military power present in the hands of the people? That's what I mean by distributed force. They could take out any of those standing armies essentially by swarming them. Okay, that's what the founders originally intended to mean the security of a free way of life in the United States, by having the entire body of the people well armed and well trained with those arms. This is the standing army the founders were warning us about. We have standing armies in almost every major city. They're called militarized police forces. Now that has taken over, the traditional idea of the standing army. It has taken over, certainly, the traditional idea of the militia. We have the National Guard that has replaced the kind of idea of the militia. It was not meant to be under any kind of a governmental institution. Certainly not a militarized police force, which is what we have in just about every single city within the United States, let alone every state. Okay? There's the standing army we were warned against repeatedly. The militia was seen as absolutely essential, required, and necessary to secure a free way of life. Richard Henry Lee, again, the delegate who actually tabled the notion for the Declaration of Independence, said, to preserve liberty, it is essential that the whole body of the people always possess arms and be taught alike, especially when young, how to use them. You were ingraining in the children not only the ability to use arms, but you were ingraining in them a deep respect for them, as we're going to talk about. A responsibility, for what it meant to own, to possess, and to be trained in the use of firearms. Alexander Hamilton, another founding father, said, if circumstances should at any time oblige the government to form an army of any magnitude, that army can never be formidable to the liberties of the people, while there is a large body of citizens, little if at all inferior to them in discipline and use of arms, who stand ready to defend their rights. He was describing the militia. That was the militia. The body of people who were not inferior to a military force in their discipline, their tactics, and their use of arms. Okay, he said, as long as there's that kind of a body of people, well trained like that, who stand ready to defend their rights, no military is going to be formidable to their liberties. No military is going to be able to take their liberties. And like a standing army, let's say, that is constituted by a militarized police force might. Let's go into the next phrase in the Second Amendment, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. So we have to break down several words in this. We have to break down right. We have to understand what keep means. We have to understand what to bear means, and we have to understand what the word arms means. The people is pretty self-explanatory. That's all of us. What are arms? Simple dictionary definition. Weapons and ammunition of any kind. I challenge anybody, go look it up in a good dictionary. There's the definition you're going to get. It does not mean just guns, just firearms. It means anything that you are capable of picking up and using as a piece of defensive weaponry. A hammer is arms, okay? A club is arms. A knife is arms. A bow and arrow, a handgun, or a semi-automatic rifle. Okay, they're all arms. It's what can you use in a defensive capacity when you are being accosted with violence against your life, your freedom, or your property. That's what arms are. Very simple. Now, this next section gets into my work specifically a little bit, because to understand what a right is, what it was meant by a right by the founders, you want to look into my material on natural law, or what is simply moral law, spiritual law. I highly recommend people check out my full seminar called Natural Law, the Real Law of Attraction and How to Apply It in Your Life. If you are not familiar with it, if you have not already seen it, I highly suggest it. I think it is the most important work that I put forward. So this comes from some of my natural law seminars, and it's a simple chart of the difference between right and wrong. It seems strange to even have to put something like this up and talk about that, but the sad fact of the matter is most people cannot give you the definition of what a right is. The vast body of people cannot tell you what a right is, and that's why we're losing our rights. Okay? So right and wrong have a basis in truth or untruth. Okay? Right is based in truth. That's why we use the same word when we say right and when we say correct. To mean morally right, we use the word right, and to mean correct, yes, you got the correct answer, that's the right answer. There's no coincidence with why those words are the same, because rightness in the sense of morality is also based in truth. Okay, when you are correct and something is based in truth, more likely than not, it is going to be also based in morality. So it is moral. What is right is what is moral. It is in harmony with the laws of nature, the moral laws of nature. And it's in harmony with those laws because actions that are based in right do not result in harm to other sentient beings. Wrong, on the other hand, is based in untruth. It is based in illusion. Okay? It is immoral because it is in opposition to natural law, and actions that are based in it result in harm to other sentient beings. So a right can really only be defined in the negative. You have to use the negative phraseology when you're defining what a right is. Okay? A right is an action that does not cause harm to another sentient being. That is the actual definition of a right, and I would suggest 99.99% of people cannot give that correct definition, sadly. That is what was meant by a right, meaning I own a firearm. I'm not causing harm with it. It is my possession. I own it. I'm responsible for it. There is a correct usage of it, there is a moral usage of it, and then there is an incorrect or immoral usage of it. So you have a right to keep and bear arms for self-defensive purposes, which is what this next part is about. It's about understanding the difference between force and violence. Violence is always wrong. You're always violating somebody else's rights when you conduct violence. Self-defensive force, however, is always a right that you reserve, naturally and inherently. In my natural law seminar, I break down that true spirituality, true enlightenment, is actually based upon two basic pillars or tenets or principles. And one is the sacred masculine and one is the sacred feminine. So the sacred feminine principle is the principle of non-aggression. It simply states, do not cause harm to other sentient beings. In other words, don't do any wrongdoing. Don't violate the rights of other people, their lives, their freedom, or their property. Very simple. Do not initiate force that is undue against your fellow beings. Or in other words, don't conduct violence. Now, the sacred masculine principle has to be wed to that and combined with it. It has to be married to the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression. Okay? The sacred masculine principle is the self-defense principle. When violence is being conducted against you, you maintain the inherent right to use defensive force to counteract that violence that is being done unto you. That's the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. This is not a right that is granted or given to anyone. It is a right that exists in nature. It is a birthright. You are born with it. It can never be taken away from you, no matter who claims such. Okay? So these two principles are critical to understand in harmony with each other, wed to each other in union. Okay? The sacred feminine principle of non-aggression with the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. That's what real spiritual enlightenment is about. So, to keep. So we've looked at what a right is. Okay? So we've looked at what arms are. Now what did they mean by to keep? Well, very simple, dictionary definition. Just keep going back to the basic meaning of words, folks. It was common sense. There wasn't anything magical or mystical in the Second Amendment. These were common sense men writing in common sense terms. To keep means to have, to own, or to retain possession of. Okay? A third grader knows this, right? To own something means that regarding that thing, an individual maintains rightful possession, meaning you didn't steal it from someone else, control over its usage, meaning you get to decide what is done with it, and responsibility for its usage, which I would argue is the key thing in this definition of what it means to own something. So, I own my body. I'm in rightful possession of it, I control what happens with it, and I'm responsible for it. If you own an object, then you have to have these three things lined up and in harmony with each other. Rightful possession, control over its usage, and responsibility for its usage. So, I am a firearms owner, I have rightful possession of the arms that I keep, I control their usage, I am the one who uses them responsibly, and I'm responsible for their usage. What happens with that gun is my responsibility because I own it. So, and it's the same thing with any possession, a car, a house, your own body. Okay? Rightful possession, control over its usage, and responsibility for its usage are the hallmarks of true ownership. Speaking of the possession of arms, James Berg, author of a book called The Ideological Origins of the Second Amendment, wrote, "The possession of arms is the distinction between a free man and a slave, it being the ultimate means by which freedom was to be preserved. Unarmed people are enslaved people, ladies and gentlemen. Free people have the means to defend their freedom, period. Anyone who is disarmed is made into a slave. That's how you should read that. In natural law, there is equality of rights, as opposed to in man's law, where some people have rights that other people don't have magically. I'd love for people to explain to me how that situation actually works out, because it doesn't exist in nature. Everyone in reality has the same exact rights. No one has any more or less rights than anyone else does. Since rights are not created by humanity because they exist objectively and inherently in nature by way of them being actions in nature. No human being or group of human beings is actually capable of, quote, granting rights to anyone else, nor is any human being capable of, quote, unquote, revoking rights from anyone else. These are claims that are made by people who believe that they have such capabilities, that they have such power. But in nature, in reality, that can never be done. Rights can never be granted or revoked. They exist inherently in nature, and they are immutable. They are unchangeable, because they are based in whether an action causes harm or not to another being. And that exists inherently, naturally in the real world, not as a construct or an idea in someone's mind. To bear simply means to carry. Okay, it does not mean to brandish or to take out and wave around, okay, as some people believe it does. It simply means to carry on your person. So when we understand, if we understand the natural law that no one actually has the right to grant or revoke someone's rights, how can licensure come into the picture? How can one group of people say, we have the right to license if you put a gun on your hip, cover it up with your shirt, and walk out the door? Yet many people will insist that that can be done. I ask, if no individual can grant somebody else that right, how can a group grant somebody else that right? Who, anywhere, can grant or refuse to grant a right which already exists to someone else? That is my question on this slide. And the answer is no one can. The correct answer, regardless of what anyone thinks, the correct answer is that cannot really be done by anyone. It can only be claimed by some and believed in by others. Shall not be infringed. This is the one people have the hardest time with, especially the revisionists. You know, they think we could just make laws about this regarding firearms and that's okay. You know, well, if you understand what an infringement really is, the dictionary definition of infringement, you'll understand all laws that are made about firearms are completely invalid. Infringement is to limit or to encroach upon something. It means to act so as to limit or undermine, to encroach upon, to chip away at. Okay? So, to encroach, what does encroach mean? It's not really a very common word. I mean, you know, they use it in football, but you don't usually hear this word in modern, you know, colloquial English. So to encroach means to advance gradually beyond the usual or acceptable limits, beyond the usual perception. To do it incrementally, to take a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time, until you have it all. That's what an encroachment is. Okay? It's called incrementalism is the name of the game when it comes to these revisionist interpretations of the Second Amendment and of the natural law right to defend yourself with arms. First comes background checks, then comes registration, then comes confiscation, and then we all should know what comes after that. It's called genocide, comes after that. Everybody before they leave here should take that chart that I have printed in the back. I printed 50 of them. Take a couple, take one for your friends. It's from a group called Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership, one of the best gun rights activist groups in the United States. And there's a chart on there, and I actually have it coming up later in the presentation, but there's a chart on there outlining all the regimes in the last 100 years that murdered their citizenry, how many people they murdered, and how they did it as a direct result of gun control measures. You know how many people it was? I'll give you the number a little bit later on in the presentation. This is called incrementalism, okay? And it's a tactic of Fabian socialism or creeping socialism. This shield here is the shield of the Fabian Society. And you'll notice they're very open about their stated agenda of bringing outward socialism in through incremental measures. One of their big stated agendas is gun control. Okay? It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. You see there? The wolf's head, the wolf's body, but on his body, strapped to him, he has a white sheep's, fur around it. And this is their openly stated shield. That's their symbol. Okay? So all laws regarding guns, all laws regarding the ability to keep and carry, to own and carry defensive weaponry are completely antithetical to truth and natural law. Okay, people will say, well, should we have automatic weapons? Should we have this? Should we have that? We should have all means of defensive weaponry at our capabilities and be responsible for that. Look, the bottom line is, if any form of military or police force has a weapon and the people do not, you're already enslaved. That's the bottom line. Once somebody acquires better tactics and capabilities and weaponry, you're already at a tactical disadvantage, and it makes it that much easier for your rights to be completely overwhelmed. We have allowed that already to happen. What I'm trying to explain is the mindset that people have to get into to understand how to undo this situation in the United States. The founders told us repeatedly how to do it. We want to think we're so much smarter than these old men. We want to think, oh, that was then and this is now. We would do so well to have people even a quarter as truly wise as these men were. So we have to stop this incremental taking of these rights. Infringement is the road to slavery. Once again, the co-author of the Second Amendment, George Mason, said, to disarm the people is the best and most effectual way to enslave them. He understood this. As soon as the government has weapons the people don't have, that's an enslaved society. Thomas Jefferson said the strongest reason for people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is, as a last resort, to protect themselves against tyranny in government. It was not about hunting rights. It was not even about self-defense within your own home, although that comes into the picture. But ultimately, the ownership of firearms was about defense against tyranny, and anybody that says it wasn't, all you need to do is go right to the founders' words themselves. They were all too happy to explain it over and over again, unambiguously, what they meant by the right to keep and bear arms. It wasn't about any of these other things. It was about your ability to defend yourself against a standing militarized presence in your midst. That is what it was about. Unambiguously, that's what it was about. And I won't let Thomas Jefferson have the last word on that. I'll let Adolf Hitler have the last word on that. Hitler said the most foolish mistake we could possibly make would be to permit the conquered Eastern peoples to have arms. History teaches that all conquerors who have allowed their subject races to carry arms have prepared for their own downfall by doing so. So let's not have any native militia. German troops alone will bear the sole responsibility for the maintenance of law and order. It worked out real well, didn't it? This is what some people here in the United States would like to see. Only government with access to firearms. And go get that chart in the back on your way out of here tonight, and you'll find out what happens. Here it is, right here. A little difficult to see with the fine print, but there's the number, folks. Over 90 million civilians have been murdered by governments within the last 100 years, the last century alone, as a direct result of implemented gun control measures. 90 million souls. Almost 300 million individuals in totality when you count in all wars, military combatants plus civilians. 90 million civilians murdered by their own governments, not foreign governments, their own. Okay? This is democide, death by government. And that chart in there, out there on the way out, it has this within it. It's by JPFO. You can check their website out. And, you know, they have a great film out called Innocence Betrayed that I highly recommend everybody watch, too, about what happens when gun control measures are passed. 90 million people in the last 100 years from 1915 to 2015. Reassembly. Let's put it all back together. We've broken down what every word in the Second Amendment literally means. So now let's reassemble it. All right? This is how the Second Amendment was actually written in late 18th century parlance. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. Some strange comma placement and some strange, ordering of wording. Okay, now how we might write it today in modern colloquial English is like this. Since a well-regulated militia of the people is necessary to secure freedom, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Already you can see it's infinitely less ambiguous. But this is what was meant by this. See, they say, a well-regulated militia being necessary, meaning since it is necessary. See, they didn't even felt like they had to explain what a militia was because this was an everyday term for them. In their day, everybody knew what the militia was. They knew who constituted it. They knew what it was used for. You know, today, all these revisionists and our absolutely appalling understanding of world history, especially our own, gets in the way of the understanding of this word. The media is all too happy to constantly, berate the entire idea, the concept of a militia, and make it look like they're the bad guys. So this is how we would write this today. Since a well-regulated militia is necessary to secure our freedom, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, much less ambiguous. I'm going to show you now how I would have written it, if I may be so bold. Here's how I would have written it. And this is the reassembly that I'm talking about. We're putting it all the concepts back together. Since it is true that a militia of the people, or in other words, a decentralized, distributed force of armed individuals comprised of the body of the people who maintain working weaponry and tactics commensurate to a military force, is necessary for and essential to the preservation of a free way of life. The inherent natural rights of people everywhere to own and carry defensive weaponry of any kind shall never be encroached upon so as to limit or undermine those rights. You think it would have been a lot less ambiguous? I think it would have been a lot less ambiguous. I think we need further clarity of language sometimes, which is what I try to bring to bear on some of these issues. There are 27 words worth fighting for, ladies and gentlemen. We have to continue to fight for them, or we're going to be in infinitely worse trouble than we're already in. But they are just words. They are. I have to make that statement. They're words that convey very important ideas, but they are just words. When it really comes down to it, tyrants don't care about truth. Tyrants don't care about truthful ideas or concepts. They most certainly don't care about rights. That's why they're tyrants. They're conquerors. They're enslavers. That's why words are one thing, but being ready is entirely another thing. And I would hope that a presentation like this would help people to understand the true meaning and purpose of those 27 important words. But then I would also hope that it would inspire action. And it would help people to start to put yourself in the psychological mindset of preparedness, of responsibility, of right action. Come to think of it, maybe I would have added just 4 extra words to the Second Amendment right there. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for your kind attention.
So that was our good friend, Mr. Mark Passio. And those of you who have stuck around this long and have listened to the entire presentation, whether you pause it and listen to a little bit here and there each day, or if you're a tough guy and you can take it the whole thing all at once, if you have the attention, we're gonna ask you to stick around for part 2. Mark Passio actually created a second presentation to go further into the what's keeping people from, what in people's minds is it that makes them want to control others, that want freedom. So we're going to play this as well. This is called The True Meaning and Purpose of the Second Amendment, Part 2.
Thank you so much for being here today, everyone. Government is slavery. I want to thank John from Liberty on the Rocks and the rest of the Liberty on the Rocks regular attendees for the opportunity to be here and present for you today. This, as John said, is part 2 of a presentation. I originally gave the first one at least a couple of years ago at Liberty on the Rocks. It was called The True Meaning and Purpose of the Second Amendment. And this is today, The True Meaning and Purpose of the Second Amendment, Part 2, Arms, Needs, and Cowardice. And I will be giving the presentation in those 3 sections. And I want to say today that, I'll usually dedicate my presentations to maybe a very important historical figure, such as Samuel Adams, the father of the American Revolution. But today I'm going to dedicate this presentation to a group of people who are actually very important to me because they inspired a presentation like this from talking with them and understanding exactly where their mindset is at. And they are people who look like this. They're people who live on their knees. The cowards of the world. So this one is for you, cowards of the world. You know exactly who you are, deep down inside. And I've spoken to many of them in my personal experience. And them telling their mindset to me is what actually inspired this very presentation here today. So I know there's not many of them in the audience here, but I know that they're out there watching on the internet, and as I say, you know who you are. So before we begin, I usually give a little bit of a caveat about my presentation style, just by a show of hands, who has never seen me present before? Okay, not bad, not bad. That's good, that's good. So my presentation style is often very harsh. It's very direct. I don't sugarcoat my words, and the easily offended should just leave now, okay? Because I don't care how offended I make anybody. I'm not here to be delicate with other people's sensibilities. I'm here to tell harsh truth that needs to be spoken. And because so few people are speaking that harsh truth, I'll do it. I'll take up that mantle and do it. No problem. But truth is combative. So I'm not going to sugarcoat my words or my delivery. Some may be upset or angry by what I will say during this presentation, so be it. Getting upset and getting angry will never make what I say untrue. Truth remains the truth, regardless how anyone feels about it. The truth by its nature is belligerent because it wages war against all forms of deception and mind control. I don't present this information to be liked. I don't present it to be popular. I don't present it to make money. And I don't present it to make friends, because certainly speaking truth like this will not make you any of those things. I speak publicly because I recognize that in the crisis of overwhelming ignorance and deception in which we live, I have a moral obligation to communicate what I know to be taking place in our world in order to help others understand it so they can then take action and do something about it. Thank you. Thomas Paine One of the other founders of the American Revolution, without his philosophy, it may not have ever occurred, said, "He who dares not offend cannot be honest." So I'm not here not to offend you. I'm here to be honest with you. So if you don't like it, that's what your cry closet is for. Unfortunately, I don't think we have one present. You might have to go to the nearest local university for a cry closet. But, so this quote always, hits home with me. Telling the truth and making someone cry is better than telling a lie and making someone smile. There's way too many people that want to do that. They're all over the news media, lying to you with a nice, pleasant smile on their face, looking real attractive, but they're, speaking with forked tongue. The only people who get mad at you for speaking the truth are the people who are living a lie. Isn't that the truth? So let's go through a very brief review of Part 1. Part 1 was called The True Meaning and Purpose of the Second Amendment. I gave it back here, back at Liberty on the Rocks at another place called the Cafe in Center City, Pennsylvania, on February 10th, 2015. It's actually been that long. So over 3 years ago. Amazing. That was the title card. So let's review some of the main points quickly, briefly, of that presentation, for those of you who may not be familiar with it or have watched it. The militia referred to in the Second Amendment is a decentralized and distributed force of armed individuals who maintain weapons and tactics similar to a military force, but they are not a military, and they are not centrally controlled or directed by a government. The militia is not a military or a standing army. It is the whole body of the population who would assemble to defend against a threat to their lives, rights, or freedom. That is the definition that the Founding Fathers put forward the militia to be. When they were asked what the militia was, they consistently and repeatedly told people that the militia was the whole of the people, over and over again, unambiguously. And the majority of the people during that time absolutely recognized the militia was the whole body of the people. Today, we barely even understand what the word means, let alone who constituted it. The term well-regulated in late 18th century parlance referred to discipline and uniformity. It meant that every weapon was maintained and functioning properly, and every person received basic tactical, combat, marksmanship, and weapons training. It did not mean government regulation. The Founding Fathers and the authors of the Second Amendment, James Madison and George Mason, were also abundantly and consistently clear when they were asked what the terms well-regulated meant. It did not mean regulated by a government. It meant you are using the same equipment, you understand how it works, you're receiving the same training, everything is set, checked, regularly maintained, and ready to go. That's what well-regulated meant. And anybody who's telling you differently is lying to you or ignorant. The militia was described as, quote, being necessary to the security of a free state. The word necessary means indispensable, cannot be dispensed with or gotten rid of. And we'll talk about needed, the word needs, later in the presentation. This meant that the militia was an absolute requirement for the preservation of a free way of life. The word free state, the term free state did not mean Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, etc. That's not what they were referring to by the term free state. It meant a free way of life. It was the militia was the very means required to ensure that the people would maintain the ability to defend their freedom with defensive force when necessary. Rights are universal and inherent to creation. Our natural rights are not man-made mental constructs. Let me reiterate that. Our natural rights are not man-made mental constructs. Too few people do not understand that rights are inherent to nature itself. They are not mental constructs invented by man. Rights are not granted or bestowed upon us by government. They are our natural and universal birthright endowed by the universe itself. The right of self-defense is one of our natural rights and can never be removed or incrementally encroached upon, or in other words, infringed by humankind. That is not a right to perform. Any attempt to do so is completely and utterly morally illegitimate. Now, that's what the word infringed means, to incrementally encroach on. The founding fathers are saying in this meme, gentlemen, I still believe shall not be infringed is quite clear. I mean, we won't be handing this nation over to morons, will we? Well, unfortunately, I think that's exactly what happened. Elbridge Gerry, one of the statesmen of the Revolutionary War era period, said, "What, sir, is the use of a militia? It is to prevent the establishment of a standing army, the bane of liberty." They called standing armies, in other words, armed forces, the bane of liberty. That's what the founding fathers and their contemporaries referred to standing armies as. And yet that's exactly what we have today, everywhere. The police and military forces constitute standing armies in our presence, in our midst. And the founders were vehemently opposed to this. They even put provisions in the Constitution to protect against the rise of standing armies, as I'll talk about. Whenever governments mean to invade the rights and liberties of the people, they always attempt to destroy the militia in order to raise an army upon their ruins. The militia was necessary to prevent the establishment of a standing army. The founders never intended us to have standing military forces. They're actually unconstitutional entities. And this is the standing army the founders warned us about. Militarized police forces in our midst that are the greatest direct threat to freedom that humanity faces. So let's get into section number 1. As I said, this presentation will be broken down into 3 sections: arms, needs, and cowardice. So you'll notice I did not define the word arms in that previous review, because this section is going to deeply explore what the founders meant by the word arms and the actual authors of the Second Amendment meant by arms. The Second Amendment does not just apply to firearms. Let me say that again. The Second Amendment does not just apply to firearms. Okay, people insist that this is what the Second Amendment is only about, that it's only about firearms, and it is not. The word firearms actually does not even appear in the Second Amendment. The wording of the Second Amendment is, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The word firearms does not appear in the wording. The word arms does appear with a capital A in the Second Amendment, and it literally meant any instrument that is capable of being used as a weapon for the purpose of self-defense. Any instrument that is capable of being used as a weapon for the purpose of self-defense, including but not limited to, you ready? Here we go. Pepper spray, tasers, knives, swords, hammers, brass knuckles, axes, bows and arrows, slingshots, baseball bats, tire irons, clubs, maces, pitchforks, nunchucks, throwing stars, bayonets, cannons, explosives, flamethrowers, pistols, shotguns, rifles, semi-automatic rifles, machine guns, grenades, lasers, tanks, airplanes, battleships, and atomic and nuclear weapons. That is what is being referred to in the Second Amendment. And if you don't think so, you're wrong. You do not understand the founders' original intent. It meant all and every implement of self-defensive weaponry. So these are arms, okay? Swords, knives, nunchucks, katanas, pistols, baseball bats, everything. You name the weapon. Some broken glass that you found on the ground, a brick, a table leg, okay? You can make improvised weapons. They're covered by the Second Amendment. Anything you can imagine, okay? Including firearms, including semi-automatic and automatic weaponry, including planes and tanks and bombs and grenades. And yes, let's take it out to its total conclusion. Okay, right away, let's get it all off the table. Let's take it all the way out to its total conclusions. People go, well, what about tactical and nuclear warheads? Yes, yes, included in the Second Amendment, yes. Okay, and here, I'm going to go a little further because I'm an extremist, so let's go even further than that, okay? And this is here's the argument. But should everyone be allowed to have this weapon? Yes. Death Stars and Infinity Gauntlets for everyone. Okay? Let's just take it all the way out to its conclusion. Okay? Because here's the principle that should be understood, folks. People should not be focused on the weaponry. If the government has it, the people have to have it. If government has it, the answer is yes, the people should have it to defend themselves from government. Okay? So that's one of the main concepts I wanted to get right off the bat, out of the way for people to understand. And most people don't understand it because they're so fearful of weaponry. And that's what we're going to get to in cowardice. We're going to get to the real psychological heart of the matter, where we're not going to be talking much about actual weaponry there. We're going to be talking about what goes on in the human mind and the human heart. And that's going to cut really to the quick. People have to understand the principles involved in the Second Amendment. This has nothing to do with the weaponry. They get too hung up on the weapons. This is about rights. This is about principles. The two principles of enlightenment, the two pillars of enlightenment, the two pillars of natural law, as I refer to them. The sacred feminine non-aggression principle. It is always morally wrong to initiate violence against other sentient beings. Always. Don't start violence against other people. Period. That's it. So simple. And yet people can't adhere to it. Especially government and their agents certainly can't adhere to that principle. They throw that right out the window. Well, you have to combine the sacred feminine principle of non-aggression with the sacred masculine principle of self-defense. They have to be wed together, hand in hand. They cannot ever be separated from each other. You have to maintain the sacred masculine self-defense principle to include your natural law rights. This means that owning and using any weapon for the purpose of self-defense is an inherent human right. Notice I said self-defense, not initiating violence or aggression against other people. Weaponry must always be maintained for self-defensive purposes, and that's the self-defense principle. In other words, do no harm but take no shit. That's what enlightenment really constitutes. That's what constitutes a genuinely enlightened being. And yet, people can't get simple principles. They can't wrap their mind around simple principles. And that's because of fear. To possess and carry arms is a natural human right. The Second Amendment does not grant any rights to anyone. I don't think I made that clear enough in Part 1. The Second Amendment grants no rights, folks. Okay? The whole Bill of Rights does not grant any rights. No, they're not government rights. They're not constitutional rights. They're natural rights. The Second Amendment was originally intended to act as a written guarantee that the government of the United States would never be permitted to even encroach upon our natural rights to self-defense with arms. Any laws limiting the people's right to own and carry arms of any kind are immoral decrees which are completely null and void in the realm of nature. Such so-called laws are passed to incrementally chip away at our inherent right to self-defense. The very act of attempting to limit our natural right to defend ourselves with weaponry is in and of itself tyranny. The very act of attempting to do it is tyranny. Any and all encroachments upon this natural right of self-defense are morally illegitimate. I don't care what law it says in government books. I'm not talking about that kind of legitimacy. I'm talking about it's not morally legitimate. No one has the right to do it in nature. It is a wrong to attempt to do it. So think about it, folks. I can carry a .45 automatic Colt pistol on my hip, .45 ACP, and that's seen as okay. in most of the states in the United States. And yet, in almost every single state in the United States, the hand weapons on this side are not allowed to be carried, and there is no permit to carry them. You cannot apply for any permit to carry them anywhere in the entire United States. I can't carry a pair of brass knuckles to defend myself. I can't carry a knife, especially a switchblade, to defend myself in most states, and I can't in any state carry a pair of nunchucks, which would be one of my weapons of choice because I'm trained in using them. You know, I would rather have something like a pair of nunchucks, which I could gradually increase from non-lethal to semi-lethal to lethal force because I know how to use them, and use them with different gradations of force, rather than have to take out a pistol that one shot is probably going to kill another human being no matter where it hits them, because they'll bleed out. Okay? But yet, I can't carry any of the weapons on this side. Okay? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. And yet there are people who still don't understand, not only does this apply to the Second Amendment, but think that that's somehow okay, that that's somehow morally acceptable. You know, it's called moral relativism in the rights, in moral relativism in man's law. That's what that's called. And that's the other problem with why we're going deep down into bondage, because the vast majority of this society is morally relativistic and believes in relative morality. Especially people even in the libertarian and anarchist movements. And that's why we're not making any headway, because we think man makes up what rights are. And we could just make up rights here, they apply in this geographic region and at this time, and in other geographic regions and times and places they don't apply, or different laws of right and wrong apply. It's nonsense. It's ridiculous, immoral nonsense. Another argument you get from people who are anti-Second Amendment is that the Founding Fathers didn't even envision the technological advances that we would have in firearms. And a lot of people rightly respond to them. They didn't envision the internet either. Does that mean you don't have freedom of speech on it? Because they didn't understand that the internet would exist one day? Secondly, they're wrong. The Founding Fathers absolutely did envision technological advances in weaponry and had semi-automatic firearms in their time. And these are 4 examples of semi-automatic firearms during the Revolutionary War era. The pepper box revolver, which was a six-shot revolver that, you could load 6 rounds into it before having to reload. The Belton flintlock musket was an early semi-automatic musket. The Girondani rifle was an air rifle, an air-operated, like a piston rifle, operated by air that would be carried on a separate wagon, and could fire 20 musket balls in under 5 seconds. It's between 20 and 30, actually. And then the puckle gun, which was a rotating semi-automatic, sort of like a small cannon. Okay? All 4 of these weapons existed during the Founders' times. So they had semi-automatic weaponry. Not only could they not envision it, they already had it. So the people who bring up this ridiculous argument are ignorant to history. They don't even understand what weaponry existed during the Revolutionary period. Our unalienable right to self-defense never expires or becomes outdated. This is another thing people have to understand. They say, oh, that was then and this is now. Oh, that applied to their time, It doesn't apply now. No, rights don't work like that, folks. They're eternal because they're not made by man. They're inherent to creation. Contrary to what many authoritarian statists would claim, our unalienable rights never expire. Maintaining the means for effective self-defense with weaponry is a basic human right and can never expire or become outdated. Human beings' necessary means of self-defense should always grow in scope and scale in proportion to the existential threats of every age. That means if 100 years from now the government develops more advanced weaponry than the people have, the people should have access to that government. And it should continue to grow in proportion to whatever any potential enemy of the people has. Lysander Spooner said, "A man's natural rights are his own against the whole world,
Wouldn't matter how many people say they're not valid. Any infringement of them is equally a crime, whether committed by one man or by millions, whether committed by one man calling himself a robber or any other name indicating his true character, or by millions calling themselves government. Absolutely. The problem is, you're not going to hear this man's philosophy espoused in modern universities and high schools and grade schools, because they don't want children to learn that. They want them to learn socialism and communism so they could get in line like good little following sheep. They're not interested in teaching the actual philosophy of freedom to human beings, no. They want to prepare the way for slavery. So that's the arms section, so that people absolutely understand what the word arms and the Second Amendment apply to, and that it does not just apply to firearms, it applies to any implement that could be used as a weapon for the purpose of self-defense. And that is absolutely true and the case. Okay? I'm not making the claim that I think that that was their intent. That was their intent. Okay? That's what the words in the Second Amendment actually mean, factually. So this section is called needs. Now we get into even hairier areas because we're talking about what people perceive, their perceptions. We're getting out of even the physical realm. Now we're going into the mental and emotional realm of what people perceive as needed. Then in the last section, cowardice, we're going to go really deep into the philosophy of this, into the psychology of this, I should say. What did the founding fathers, understand to be absolutely needed? In the entire U.S. Constitution, including the Bill of Rights, the only element described by the framers as being, quote, necessary, meaning unable to be dispensed with, was a well-regulated militia. Think about that. They didn't say the presidency was necessary. They didn't say that Congress was necessary. They didn't say the judiciary was necessary. They didn't say any other element of government was necessary. They said the militia was necessary. And they meant the militia that was comprised of the body of the people. Not the Congress, not the judiciary, not even the presidency was described as necessary by the framers of the Constitution and Bill of Rights. And they were men who were specific and meticulous about every single detail of every single word they wrote. They wrote that the element of society that we need to secure a free way of life is the militia. The possibility that a governing body of any kind could easily descend into tyrannical oppression was abundantly clear to the Founding Fathers. They prescribed that the natural rights of the people were to be protected with defensive force if necessary. This could only be done by ensuring that the people who constitute the militia would never be disarmed. And that was the original intent of the Second Amendment. See, we need what they have, as a reiteration of what I said in the arms section. If a government already has a certain class of weaponry that the body of the people who they allegedly represent do not possess, those people are already subject to a state of tyranny because they would not possess the necessary means to employ their natural right to alter or abolish the government. The militia is necessary, needed, to ensure that the people possess the required defensive capacity to resist government tyranny. And yes, that is what it is about. It is not about hunting. It is not about just self-defense in your home or on the street. It is about defense against government and their agents when they become tyrannical and oppressive. In other words, don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You have to maintain what the opposing side has. Because here's what happens when you bring a knife to a gunfight. Y'all remember this? Yeah, it brings back memories from my childhood. This is what happens when you bring a knife to a gunfight. That's what happens. Okay? So it's about maintaining equality in the ability to inflict damage to the opposing side. But you bring a knife to a gunfight, and that'll happen almost every time, unless you're some super well-trained, incredibly trained martial artist who knows how to get within closing distance in a very short period of time. The militia is needed to ensure that the people have what they need. Let me say that again. The militia is needed to ensure that the people have what they need when the time comes. And I'll explain that. In military engagements, armed forces seek to secure what is called full spectrum dominance. In other words, control over land, sea, and air. A primary purpose of this engagement style is to secure supply lines for your own forces while simultaneously preventing movement of supplies necessary for the opposing forces to continue to fight. One of the main purposes of the militia is to counteract such a military engagement style. This is accomplished by having supplies and means for potential battle already in place. And that is the very definition of a distributed fighting force. You distribute the supplies and the means for battle throughout the entire geographic region. That's what a distributed fighting force or a militia is. So if and when supply lines do become blocked by an opposing force, needed items for engagement are already available where you are at. Governments continuously attempt to dissuade people from forming a truly effective, well-regulated militia because they know how effective a militia is against the battle logistics of a long-term standing army. Governments also have attempted to incrementally disarm the general population so that they can permanently prevent any righteous rebellion from a people's militia against government tyranny and slavery. That's what incrementally disarming people through different laws is all about. That's what gun control agenda is all about, incremental disarmament. So here's the big question everybody asks who's anti-gun and anti-Second Amendment and pro-gun control agenda. What do you need a combat rifle for? And I will not call it an assault rifle because it's an absolute asinine term. Assault is an engagement style or assault is an actual behavior. It's not an assault rifle any more than your fork is an assault fork. Okay? So let's stop using completely and utterly asinine terms. It's a combat rifle. It's a rifle that is used in combat engagement. Those are designed to kill multiple people wait, let me see if I can get the voice right. Those are designed to kill multiple people in a short amount of time. Well, thank you, Brainiac. Did you stay up all night with your slide rule and your abacus figuring that one out? Okay? Really? That's what they're designed for? Thank you for informing me. I didn't know. Yeah, of course that's what they're designed to do. That's what a battle rifle is. That's what a combat rifle is. Combat rifles are needed by the populace because government, which is based on coercion and violence, can and will become tyrannical and attempt to enslave the population. It's not like it hasn't happened in even the very near past. It has occurred within the last 100 years, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's just a very cursory look in a history book, which most people run away in a million miles an hour in the opposite direction from these days. I'm well aware. But even a cursory popping open of a history book will display that government has and will become tyrannical. Good people who will not tolerate such an immoral condition will not just allow their freedom to be taken from them without a physical fight. They know that government and those who support its violence have no right to do what they are doing to take away or even attempt to take away their rights and freedom. Why do we need combat rifles? They are tools for shooting and killing multiple agents of the state, should that eventuality become necessary. Okay? Nobody just wants to say it out in the open like it is without sugarcoating it. Combat rifles are for killing agents of government. That's what they're for. And hey, people say, oh, that's not going to happen. This is a police officer holding a fully loaded combat rifle at an unarmed individual's face. And we don't think we're already in that situation. Okay? That's what's going on every day in America. And yet people will say what I just said was an extreme statement. No, ladies and gentlemen, that's extreme. This is common sense, self-defense. That's extremity. Okay? Let's get it clear. Why would anyone ever need a 30-round magazine? How about at a slaughter massacre like Wounded Knee? Okay? Count them. Okay? Agents of the state coming for people's freedom and lives. And we don't think it can happen. People who don't think that that can happen are 100% ignoramuses regarding human history. That's all I have to say about that. It's a nice, funny meme here with the founding fathers all confronting Thomas Jefferson. You don't need a military assault rifle to hunt with, Tommy. And he responds, well, that depends entirely on who I'm hunting. You don't need 30 rounds to hunt. Correct. But the Second Amendment was not written in case the deer turn against us. Okay? What do I want to respond? That people will say, what do you need a combat rifle for? My response to them is, what do we need a standing army for? What do we need a standing army for? Okay? If a threat requiring, see, this is what the Second Amendment was really about. This is the actual intent, the actual true meaning and purpose of the Second Amendment. If a threat requiring military-grade force should arise, it would be the responsibility of the people, not the government, the people, to bring forth the members of the militia and the necessary weaponry to wage such a conflict. And then afterward, the weaponry of war would either be destroyed or returned into the hands of the people's militia. Such weapons of war would certainly and should certainly not be kept at the disposal of an institutional government's military, where they can actually do the most harm and the most destruction to people that did not commit violence. Even the U.S. Constitution, I'm not a constitutionalist, I'm an anarchist. I'm a radical, extremist anarchist. I'm not a constitutionalist. All government is slavery. All forms of government is slavery. Okay? But even the Constitution, who constitutionalists and minarchists want to get behind, okay, even it specifically forbids the continuance of a standing army in Article 1, Section 8. It specifically forbids the continuance of a standing army. The standing army is meant to be dissolved after a military-grade conflict, requiring it. And the Constitution specifies that no money is to be appropriated to any army, anything constituting an army or a standing military, for any longer than a period of 2 years. Specifically provisioned in the U.S. Constitution. Because we've ignored these types of constitutional provisions, the idea that the people could never wage a war against government tyranny is firmly anchored in this technological disparity that has been allowed to propagate. We've allowed the military to continuously build up their grade of weapons to a point where they have things that the population doesn't have, and then the population thinks we could never possibly fight them. That's where that mentality, that psychology comes from, because we've ignored provisions like that in the Constitution. Government-controlled standing armies don't even have any right to exist, let alone manufacture weapons of intimidation and mass destruction, as they have. And here's the clause in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 12. Congress shall have power to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. Right in the Constitution. The author of the Second Amendment said it himself. George Mason, who wrote the Second Amendment, said that the people have a right to mass and bear arms, that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state, that standing armies in a time of peace are dangerous to liberty and therefore ought to be avoided. Right from the author of the Second Amendment himself. And yet people want to debate its meaning. No, you want to know what we need a standing army for? Right here. is what we need a standing army for. That's what the standing army is used for, folks. Look at it and weep, cry all you want in your beer, cry in your milk. It's never going to make it untrue. We're defending poppy fields in Afghanistan, and we're taking as much natural resources in the form of oil as we can from countries in the Middle East. That's what standing armies are doing every single day. So get as offended about that as you like. That's the truth of what standing armies are doing. Because if they were really fighting for our freedom, this is what it would look like. Right there. Yeah, but you won't see that from order followers. Order followers are people who do what they're told regardless of what's moral, regardless of what's morally right. Okay? And that's what all of these people are. We have right now in this country a complete reversal of the Founding Fathers' original intent of the Second Amendment, of the entire setup of the country. What the Founding Fathers envisioned as needed and what we have today are completely reversed. Today, people envision that it is necessary to have a standing army, yet we don't have a true, well-regulated militia. The Founding Fathers would have seen our current condition as tyranny. What they envisioned for us to keep in place was the exact opposite, that we should never have a standing army unless there was a very direct threat against the country and its people, and that a militia comprised of the people would always be necessary to provide for the defense of the citizens against foreign or domestic threats to their lives or freedom. That was the purpose of the militia. That was why it was needed. So, but here is the logic of the gun control mob about what we should have and what we should be allowed to have and what we need. Gun control advocates would choose to leave guns only in the hands of the police and the military. Rights are the same for everyone. No one has any special rights that other people don't have. Everybody has the same exact rights. So how does law enforcement, by definition, itself a standing army? If you really look at the characteristics of what a standing army means, law enforcement is a standing army everywhere in every city. How do they have the right to own and use firearms, but the people do not? According to the gun control mob, as I like to call them. I don't call them the gun control crowd, the gun control advocates. They're the gun control mob. Okay? Belief that any government personnel can own and use firearms, but the body of the people should be forcibly restricted from doing so, is a recipe for tyranny, slavery, and mass murder. As I call it, a recipe for total enslavement. We're in a form of covert enslavement right now. But you want to see overt, total, totalitarian enslavement of a populace? You give up your right to keep and bear arms, and you'll see it real quick. So this is who leftists and authoritarians want to have all the guns and ammunition in the hands of. Great fucking idea. Real smart. Real smart. Yet, this is how their logic goes, okay? Their so-called logic, okay? The police are violent, racist, murdering thugs, and I 100% concur. Yes, they are. That's what they're doing in this country. They've been doing it forever. They're violent, they're racist. I've seen their racism firsthand, and they're murderers. Period. Get as offended about it as you like. That's true, and nothing your emotions will never make that untrue. But then in the next breath, the same people who want to take away my rights to defend myself with firearms will say police are the only people should be allowed to have guns, particularly semi-automatic weaponry. You have got to be kidding me. You cannot be. It is impossible to get more stupid than that. But yet, that's the power of mind control. That's what mind control, that's what social engineering is. That's how that was accomplished. And I'm going to talk about that, because most people know nothing about it. So to wrap up this section, your emotion-based, quote, need to feel, quote, safe does not trump my reality-based need and right to defend my freedom with firearms. The need to feel safe, or even, and here's where I'm going to offend a lot of people, and I could care less, even children being murdered by firearms are not sufficient reasons to abolish human rights. However tragic any situation may be, and I agree, children being murdered with firearms is tragic and should not occur, okay? But be that as it may, that situation will never be grounds for disarmament of a population or abandonment of human rights. If a child dies due to gun violence, that is a violation of the child's right to life by an individual taking wrong, violent action. It is not a justification to violate the rights of other individuals to own firearms for the purpose of defending themselves from violent individuals. Most child fatalities anyway by firearms are due to a lack of proper weapons, safety, and training on the part of adults, which would be omnipresent if we maintained a well-regulated militia. There wouldn't be those type of accidents, or they would be almost negligible. But that's where most children die due to firearms, statistically, not in mass shootings. Here's what the crowd who wants to ban firearms sounds like, okay? Yet they'll say that they hate him, yet they speak the exact same rhetoric. The most foolish mistake we could possibly make would be to allow the races that we subjugate to possess arms. Hitler. Yeah, it's a great role model to base a society on, don't you think? Yet that's what people in America would actually base firearms ownership on, the words of an absolute psychopath like that. And yet they can't even see the contradiction in their thoughts. The contradiction isn't even apparent to them. 55 million innocent lives murdered by socialist tyrants in the 20th century alone. Stalin, 20 million. Pol Pot, 2 million. Adolf Hitler, 13 million. Mao Zedong, 20 million. So, isn't that a wonderful trend of what happens when you disarm your population? It's called democide, death by government. First, they disarmed their populations, and then mass murder took place. It's a historical pattern. And once again, if people spent less time looking at their smartphone on Facebook and more time in the history book, they would understand that's the historical pattern. Hard to swallow pills. And here's my sentiment exactly, folks, and like I said, get as offended as you like. 10 million school kids could die from gun violence every day, and it still wouldn't trump my natural right to self-defense. Get over it. Don't put words in my mouth or get it twisted either. I don't want to see that eventuality. But I'm telling you, you're not going to judge me based on what other people do. My actions belong to me. They're my responsibility. That's like punishing the class because one kid talks out, you know, when he shouldn't be. Okay? That's a tyrant's position. That I'm going to take everybody's rights away because somebody acted out in a way they shouldn't have. I will not be held responsible for misdeeds committed by people who look like me, with guns like me, or for any actions by other people. I am responsible only for my own actions. The last words on guns and needs. It's better to have one and not need it than to need one and not have it. Ain't that the truth? Yeah, go look up stories of people who were in a situation requiring a firearm. They didn't have one on their person. That's tragic. That's tragedy because it could have been averted. And if the government says you don't need a gun, you need a gun. Take it from first-hand accounts, okay? So let's move on to the real meat and potatoes of this presentation, cowardice. Now we're going to get into, see, the first section was like physical stuff. Then the next section is more emotional stuff. Now we're going to get into the deep-seated psychological material, because this is where it all falls apart for most people, okay? And this is where most people don't have the necessary courage to really understand what the Second Amendment is truly about, what the right to self-defense, period, is truly about. Patrick Henry said, fear is the passion of slaves. And like, you know, Frank Herbert in Dune said, fear is the mind killer. Well, I say fear is the freedom killer. The fastest way a population is going to descend into tyranny is when they remain in a consciousness of fear. And that's because fear of death is the beginning of slavery, as we'll talk about. I'm going to introduce a term most people probably have never heard of. It's called hoplophobia. Hoplophobia is the irrational fear of weapons. Here's a quote by Eric S. Raymond, who's a freedom advocate. He said, hoplophobia, like homophobia, is a displacement symptom. Hoplophobes fear their own forbidden feelings and urges to commit violence. This would be harmless, except that they project those feelings onto others. See, that's the real psychological motivation for not wanting weapons in your presence, is because they're so psychologically immature that they don't trust themselves with them. See, when I'm walking in the general population with weaponry, as I am right now, it actually makes me more focused and more calm and more intent and watching every bit of my emotional makeup, because I realize the deadly force I have at my disposal. That makes me more responsible, because I'm already a responsible adult. Then when you add that actual ability to take life in self-defense, okay, it actually amplifies your responsible qualities in good people. See, that's what I'm trying to explain, is that hoplophobes, people who fear weapons, deep down inside, they're not really good people. Deep down inside, they don't trust themselves, because they have these urges deep within their psyche that they would act upon at a whim, at a moment's notice. And that's why they fear weapons so much. It's a displacement symptom. This is called displacement in clinical psychology. Sigmund Freud also recognized it, and he recognized it as a symptom of immaturity. He said, and I don't care what you think of the man otherwise, I don't agree with everything he talked about psychologically, but on this he was dead on point. He said a fear of weapons is a sign of retarded sexual and emotional maturity. Absolutely on point. Couldn't have said it any better myself. And then the woman holding the pistol there in this meme says, my right to defend myself with a gun supersedes your ignorance and irrational fear of guns. And I couldn't agree with her anymore. Just because someone is uncomfortable with something doesn't trump a right. That's what we have to why we have to understand what rights are. That's why most people can't define what a damn right is in the year 2018. They can't just spit out the answer, a right is an action that does not cause harm to another sentient being. They can't spit that definition out. And that's why we're losing our rights. Because people don't even know what a right is. How could you defend what you don't know how to define? Just think about that for a moment. Yet this is where we are at societally. We're a nation of grown children. A nation of fearful grown children living under the stairs. Emotional maturity requires a developed understanding of self-defense, because self-defense is part of self-love and self-respect. I'm better than my emotional, psychological, and entire makeup of my personality is actually more valuable than every single person in all of government that has ever lived or existed. That's the infinite value of my life, my mind, and my existence. That's how much self-respect I have. I'm more valuable than tyrants and oppressors and people who want to do violence unto other people. People who would enslave other people. Okay? I'm more valuable. My life is more valuable than people who would put other people in the chains of slavery. That's the kind of self-respect I have for myself, and that's what other people, how they should value their own life and their own mind and their own psychological makeup if they were true adults. That's why my self-defensive rights come before somebody else's need to feel safe. It comes before somebody else's irrational fears. Stunted and childlike development is exhibited through fearful emotional arguments that are devoid of any rationality or logic. And believe me, there is a deluge of that in our society today. Modern day political leftists and authoritarians suffer from this emotional arrested development due to ignorance and cowardice. Fear almost always stems from ignorance. Since they don't know how to use weapons to protect themselves, they irrationally fear that all weapons are going to harm them somehow, or they're going to harm someone else with them. When it comes to weapons, they react only with fear, and they insist that everyone else should have to lose their natural right of self-defense just so they can be allowed not to be afraid. This is the mentality of an immature, fearful, bratty child with poor or absent parenting. Government is only too happy, I'm sorry I have a spelling error there, I'll correct that in my final slides, is only too happy to step in and become the proxy parent for such grown children. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we have a two-party system in politics. One represents daddy, that's the Republican Party, who's going to keep everybody safe from cradle to grave. He's going to fight everybody's battles for them. And then we have mommy. That's the Democratic Party that's going to nurture and take care of everyone from cradle to grave. Don't you get it? That's the parent system. That's the psychological proxy parent system. And nobody's even thought of it. They don't even recognize it. It's staring them in the face, and they can't recognize it. And the reason why, they don't know who they are. If you don't know your own psychological makeup, and you don't know how the system of oppression and control is acting as a proxy for what you are secretly yearning and craving for, the absent parenting that most of us never really truly had. It's parental abandonment issues psychologically that drive that control dynamic. Yeah, exactly. So, you have children saying, I feel safer in gun-free zones because criminals aren't allowed to use guns in them, right? That's how it works, right? Yeah, that's how it works. And then you have brats like this, who, tragic things happen in their school. Well, I wish things like that wouldn't occur, but guess what? We have to also understand they're not always as we're told that they occurred either. They didn't always go down as we're told by the mainstream media and government that they went down, okay? So let me tell you something. While I empathize that, classmates may have been harmed and killed, you're not taking my weapons. Not without bloodshed, my friends. You're not taking my weapons. You're not going to take 99% of the people who have weapons away from them. Not in America. You may get it done, but you're going to have to drop hydrogen bombs to do it. Let me tell you that. Know it like you know your own name or like you know the sun's coming up on the eastern horizon tomorrow. You'd have to drop hydrogen bombs on this country to take the people's weapons here. It ain't going to be like Europeans. It ain't going to be like Australians. You ain't going to do it like the Canucks, like the Euros, or like the Aussies. This is an entirely different animal you're dealing with in America. Believe it. Let me explain how children like that are output into our society. It's called social engineering. And if people don't know about it, they better look it up and they better start reading. Okay? And I call it what it really is. You want to use the scientific and the politically correct term or whatever? It's called social engineering. All right? But what I call it is what it really is, mind control. And that's what most people are under. They're under mind control. Okay? Social engineering is used to keep us ignorant and afraid. The socialist, communist, outcome-based education system that we have in place in this country is keeping people in a state of ignorance regarding inherent rights through indoctrination into postmodernism. This is what is being taught in universities all over this country, all over the world. Postmodern thought, which is all about think with your feelings, everything is relative, okay? And you could just believe whatever you want. And that'll basically make it so. And everybody's belief independently is just as valid as everybody else's belief. No, it's not. There's such a thing called truth. And then there's such a thing called aligning perception to truth, which is what our job as human beings should be to do. So we're not unthinking, irrational imbeciles. That's what critical thinking is. That's what our children should be being taught, critical thinking skills. But no, they're being taught how to use their feels to come to conclusions, Look, I'm an advocate for emotions. People have to get in touch deeply with their emotional selves. I mean, our emotions are a compass, a guidance system for morality, so that we can feel what we do to other people. But you can't come to logical, correct conclusions about truth and what's going on in the world just by feeling it. You have to read and research and study and weed out contradictions and use scientific methodology. You're not going to come to conclusions about what is true and real with your feelings. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. Cultural Marxism and social Darwinism have become the basis for, quote, determining what rights are. School shooting events are employed to drive an agenda of disarmament under the pretext of safety. Such programs directly target the minds of the youth to instill postmodern ideology, socialism and communism, and the disarmament agenda, all of which accelerate the destruction of human freedom. And then we have the mainstream media, who is directly in league with intelligence agencies and big tech corporations such as Google, furthering the agenda of oppression through censorship of dissenting information. Children and adults increasingly believe today that unless information came from the government, that it is not true. They believe government is the only legitimate official source of information. Folks, how many people in this room have read the book by Jim Keith called Mass Control? Mass Control by the gentleman named Jim Keith. I want to count. Please leave your hand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people. Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Everyone here, if you want to know what is taking place in America and throughout the world, should have already read the book by Jim Keith called Mass Control. Mass Control by Jim Keith. He was assassinated for writing this book. He was found dead under suspicious circumstances with no connections to the crime, no one arrested for it, because of the information he released in this book about exactly how much and how deeply embedded the Central Intelligence, members of Central Intelligence in the United States, have embedded themselves in United States media corporations and entities. And he discovered that it is far worse than how embedded the KGB was in Soviet Russia media. But only, see, there's a big difference between them and us. There's a big difference between people living under Soviet rule in the USSR and people today in America. The people living under Soviet rule, when the KGB owned every aspect of just about every media outlet that they were allowed to see and hear, laughed at it. They laughed at it. They thought it was a joke. They turned the news on at night and said to one another, "Here comes the KGB report." Literally. Literally, it was a common phrase. The KGB report is what the nightly news was called in Soviet Russia. Here, full-grown adults, or people who think of themselves as adults, actually believe that they're being given critical information that they need to hear and understand when they're watching the nightly news, and don't believe that the CIA 100% controls the news media and the outlets that put forward the news, so-called news. This is how naive and childish the American population is. And it's because they don't do reading. It's because they're too busy flipping through Instagram photos. Okay? Mass Control by Jim Keith. Indispensable reading. So, this meme says, Operation Mockingbird, talked about in the book, was a fully implemented CIA program to spread disinformation throughout American media. CIA Director William Colby testified to the Church Committee that over 400 CIA agents were active in U.S. media to control what was reported through American mainstream television, newspapers, and magazines. Do you know when that was given? 70s. In the 1970s. I believe it was 1971, if I have the year correct. But it was the early 1970s. Could you imagine how bad it is today? Yeah, and then YouTube and Google want to make it worse by actually censoring people. They don't understand that this is the opening volley of a war. This is the opening volley of civil war. And they don't understand how serious what they're doing by censoring alternative views are. Let's get to the psychological heart of the matter, the real psychological heart. People don't want the responsibility of self-defense. They want somebody else to be responsible for their self-defense. They don't want to take that natural responsibility that cannot actually be delegated to anyone else and own it. And there's a reason for that. They fear the possibility that they may be injured or killed in the exercise of that personal responsibility, and that they are also highly fearful of the possibility that they themselves may need to shoot and kill another human being in their own defense. This is one of the greatest fears of human beings. See, they can't envision that they actually may have to take the life of another human being. So I ask everyone here today and everyone watching, if someone was attempting to take your life or freedom, or the life or the freedom of those you love, do you know whether or not you could, in fact, willfully kill another human being? Yes. How many people have actually really deeply sat with themselves and thought about that potentiality? You know? That's what shadow work is. You know, psychological work is not always positive. Sometimes you have to envision doing the worst things that you may need to do. You know, and there's the people who are going to be coming for those rights and freedom and possibly lives. You know, because they don't call it a police state for no reason. You'll notice that it's not called a politician state, right? It's not called a judge state, a banker state, right? It's not called any of those things. It's called a police state. There's a reason, because those are the people who lock it down. Those are the people who come for the rights. Those are the people who come for the guns. Those are the people who come for the lives. And if you don't know that, you're a very psychologically immature child. Fear of doing what needs to be done. This is all part of, overarchingly, this is all part of fear of freedom. Fear of self-defense is fear of freedom. Because in freedom is contained self-defense. You cannot actually be free without taking the responsibility of your own self-defense. No one else can actually provide that as a service to you, no matter how much you think government is beneficent and actually wants to protect you. No, it wants to control you. It wants to protect its masters, who it thinks are somehow, that's going to somehow magically save them. Like, they're going to be the last ones eaten by the great beast, you know? But as long as they're the last one to go into its, you know, huge jaws, then that's great. They won somehow. That's how order followers think. This is how retarded they are. You have to be broken at a soul level to think that you cannot kill another person who is coming for your life. Now, I want to give an allegorical example. How many people watch The Walking Dead? I find it a pretty interesting allegorical television show about what would happen in a complete societal collapse and how people would behave toward each other. And it's probably much more sanitized than what you would actually see. But in this recent episode of the television show The Walking Dead, the so-called hero, who incidentally is a former cop, Rick, did not exemplify a moral person when he spared the murderous psychopath Negan. Negan in this allegory represents government. And he says, I am the New World Order. You're going to give me 50% of all your earnings, which is what any good definition of slavery basically is, except total slavery is you're giving me 100%. You're doing all the work and giving me 100% of what you earned. But he's saying, I'm going to be the new king. You're going to do the work. You're going to give me 50%. Okay? And he says, and if you don't give me 50%, you're going to die. That's his New World Order, explained in the Walking Dead TV show. So this guy, Rick, who's supposed to be the hero, finally gets a chance to kill this guy, and he leaves him alive. And what I say is, he wasn't doing anything moral by sparing his life. He was actually acting immorally. He was endangering every single other life in the entire group by leaving him alive. Sparing his life was the equivalent of letting loose a wild, hungry tiger into the middle of a village full of children. Because he couldn't do what needed to be done. Because he has this ridiculous romantic notion of keeping people in a cage is somehow less barbaric than ending their life. When they're an absolute animalistic psychopath that has proven that they're just a murderous beast and needs to be dealt with as such. Would you go and try to capture, if a tiger came into a village and killed a bunch of children, do you think you're going to just go, take it, cage it, and then keep it in the village with the children? I mean, really? What would be done? You'd go and hunt it with a high-powered rifle and end the threat. That's what a sensible person would do. I understand, look, I'm all for being 100% just as harmless to animals as I want to be to people. But there is a limit when something is coming and killing you and eating you. That's called very simple self-defense and self-preservation. It doesn't mean you're making that the goal of your entire life. It means that when a threat presents itself, you do the moral and actual effective thing to continue to live and not have your people devoured. And that's the state that we're at right now with government. Because government is opening up its jaws and getting ready to clamp down on our throats. It has been doing it. I keep telling people war has already begun. War has already begun. 10,000 people have been killed without trial by police in America since 9/11 on the streets of America. And you don't think that's war statistics? You don't think those are the statistics of war? I'll give you statistics of war where not that many people have been killed in war. Police have murdered without trial 10,000 United States citizens since 9/11 occurred. And we're standing here having presentations. Really? Really? See, because people are fearful of fighting a battle that they believe they might not win. And that's not a mentality of good people. That's a mentality of cowards. Cowards think like that. Good people don't think like that. Okay? Good people don't put their life before they put freedom. Most people are afraid of righteous rebellion. And let me just say something. Thank God for the revolutionaries of America who fought and made it possible for me to even get these ideas into my mind and speak them. Thank the creator of the universe for those men and women. And people think that that wasn't a legitimate righteous rebellion. That they believe that wasn't a legitimate righteous rebellion against England. And we'll talk negatively against the American revolutionaries in America. Just because they think all of them were slave owners. No, it was less than 1%. And it certainly wasn't the revolutionaries of the North who were trying to abolish slavery back then. Particularly some of the founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson, who wrote anti-slavery clauses into the original Declaration of Independence, and then the Southern delegates who were making tons of money from the Ivory Coast slave trade insisted that the anti-slavery clauses be removed, or they wouldn't sign it. They wouldn't even come back into committee in the Second Continental Congress. But people don't know that history. No, they only know what their communist professors told them about this time period. Most people are afraid of righteous rebellion because they believe we couldn't fight the government and win, which isn't true. They'll say things like, you couldn't fight the government with an AR-15. Yeah, not one person. 100 million American gun owners with semi-automatic battle rifles. Like I said, you'd have to drop hydrogen bombs on America to defeat it. All the armies, not just no army, all the armies on the face of the earth combined could not defeat the firepower of the American population. And we would do it quickly. That's real battle logistics, if you understand the numbers involved, which most people don't. It's like an imbecile flat earther who doesn't understand the size of the earth. You know, they don't grasp the actual size and magnitude of the earth, because they don't have those actual physical understanding in science and mathematics and geometry and physics in hand. They don't have those tools in hand. So it's the same way when you try to present legitimate battle logistics to somebody who has never studied any military engagement styles or logistics. They're simply incorrect and it's not true. As a matter of fact, U.S. Army War College analysts have published literature on the effectiveness of small arms in urban asymmetric warfare, which is the likely form and nature of a rebellion against a tyrannical government in the modern world. These logistics are often completely ignored by armchair strategists and opponents of the Second Amendment who are too cowardly to take up arms in the first place. They believe compliance with tyrants and despots is a strategy that will somehow, quote unquote, keep them safe long term. But that coward strategy never actually works out, as history has demonstrated time and time again throughout the ages. Once again, they prove that they're ignorant of human history. People who comply with tyrants, they just extend their lifespan a tiny little bit, and when the tyrant's done with them, they take their head off. And see, this is what people think of. They think they're so smart by saying this. And exactly, they have their head up their ass and have no idea what the reality of it is. Hey, you with the guns, your paranoid fantasies about fighting a rebellion against a theoretical future fascist government takeover do not trump my rights to demand appropriate and reasonable public health policies to stop gun violence. Sincerely, the rest of the American people. Sincerely, the rest of the American people with their head firmly lodged up their ass. Okay? Because every statement in this meme is incorrect. It's not paranoia to believe that government becomes tyrannical. It's a historical fact. It's not a fantasy about fighting a rebellion with small arms. As a matter of fact, the next two slides are going to be historical examples where that has been done and accomplished. Okay? And no, my right to protect my freedom with firearms does trump your right to feel safe and demand that they be taken away because of quote-unquote public health policies. Yes, they do. My rights trump that. Everyone's right to self-defense trumps that. Examples of successful battle operations with small arms. See, again, ignorance of human history. How about the Vietnam War, where the Viet Cong basically defeated the United States military in protracted jungle combat? Supply lines was a big thing in this. Getting the supplies that they need appropriated by Congress was a big thing in this, and the type of small arms that they were being shot at with was a huge factor in this war. But that's what the Viet Cong used. They used AK-47s, they used 7.62x51 rifles, and they used grenade launchers and some 223 rifles, or Remington 223, NATO 5.56. Those were the small arms used in the Vietnam War by the Viet Cong, who essentially defeated and drove out the United States military from their territory. How about the Soviet-Afghan War in the 1970s through the 80s? Okay? Ever hear of Operation Cyclone? They made a movie about it. It was called Charlie Wilson's War. The biggest CIA operation in human history. Funneling taxpayer money to the Israelis to buy weapons, small arms, and then to funnel them into Afghanistan to fight the Soviet Union and bleed them during the Cold War in a protracted war in the mountainous region of northern Afghanistan. How many people have ever heard of Operation Cyclone? Fantastic. I was not expecting that show of hands for that. Good. Good. So, people should really learn about it and read about it, and they held the Soviet Union's war arsenal at bay with small arms. And the Soviets warned us not to go into Afghanistan because they said you'd be there for decades. Oh, what happened? Yeah, because we're not interested in really leaving because we want all the opium. We want to control the opium trade throughout the world. So what do we truly value, safety or freedom? Most human beings are just too cowardly to stand up to the violence and coercion of government, no matter how many of their rights are taken away. Most people have chosen comfortable slavery over potentially dangerous freedom. They've done this because their priorities and values are way out of order due to false beliefs. They fail to understand the truth that life itself has no value without freedom. Life itself has no value without freedom. That's called just surviving. Just physical survival is not thriving in life if you're not free. Who would rather just survive in a state of slavery just because you're alive rather than actually be free? I'm more concerned with being free than being alive. They've done this because their priorities and values are way out of order due to false beliefs, mainly false beliefs about death and who they are. They fail to understand the truth that life has no value without freedom. Valuing life without freedom is actually the ultimate mindset of the religion of Satanism, which if people know my work, they know I talk an absolute whole lot about what the real satanic belief system is, okay? Because I have direct experience with it from my past. And I'm telling you, in the religion of Satanism, they value physical survival. The actual first tenet of the satanic religion is survival of self above all else. Self-preservation is the absolute highest law of nature, even above freedom and morality. Freedom and morality be damned to a Satanist or to those who are trapped in the satanic mindset. See, and people think that that means worshiping the devil. It doesn't. You should watch my presentation called Satanism and the Dark Occult. It's available in the back. And you'll understand what the real mentality of Satanism is, and they have indoctrinated most people in America into this religion without even understanding that they have been indoctrinated into this religion. Okay, so of what value is physical safety if you are not actually free? Now listen to this for a moment. Listen to the logic in this philosophy. Being free does not necessarily mean that you are safe. You can be free and not be safe. But being enslaved always means that you are definitely not free, because you are always under duress of physical violence if you are enslaved, if you do not comply with the mandates of your masters. Slavery always means that you're unsafe. There's no such thing as safety in slavery. Never has been and never will be. Yet those who value safety over freedom cannot seem to see this very blatant contradiction in their own thought process. So when I do presentations like this, I feel like Samuel Adams, the father of the American Revolution, who came to the Pennsylvania State House here in Philadelphia, rode on a horse 300 miles over incredibly tough terrain by himself to speak in front of many rich, unconcerned representatives who thought that all the massacres that were going on in the New England colonies were just Bostoners' problems. You know? That it wasn't affecting them, so who gives a shit? And when he came here and spoke here in Philadelphia, he said to all the assembled rich delegates, if you love wealth greater than liberty, the tranquility of servitude greater than the animating contest for freedom, go home from us in peace. We seek not your counsel nor your arms. Crouch down and lick the hand that feeds you. And may posterity forget that you were once our countrymen. That's how I feel about people who want to have the violence and duress of government continue as statists. You know? They think it's other people's problems. Because everybody thinks it's somebody else's problem until it happens to them and they get hit and they get put down real hard. Then all of a sudden, they're all up in arms over it. And maybe that's what has to happen to people in America. Maybe we're just living too comfortably and too untouched by all this violence. Maybe this violence has to happen to us directly, or maybe even better, maybe it has to happen to our children. Maybe then people sit up and pay fucking attention. I want to address the fake-ass patriots out there, because there's tons of them too. I could do a whole presentation on these jackasses. People who think they're patriots and yet are still government supporters. Many people calling themselves militia in this country are not the true militia. Ex-military who have never renounced governmental authority comprise many of the so-called, quote, militia groups. They chose the military as a means of life advancement and took a paycheck to advance empire building on behalf of the United States and its covert monetary powers. And they could have renounced their allegiance with evil and quit their cult, but they chose to continue their consort for money and a pension, often. Now many are ignorant, racist, flag-waving, ex-military, fake-ass patriots who think that government and police represent freedom. They are the exact opposite of the true militia spoken about in the Second Amendment by the Founding Fathers, because they completely lack a true understanding of rights, morality, true freedom, and above all else, natural law. They need natural law seminars brought to them so that they can understand what rights, freedom, and morality really are. Here's a great meme. When you try to patriot but end up red coating instead. Here's the Gadsden flag, the flag of the first American Revolutionary militias, okay, next to the thin blue line flag of police slavery. Yeah, Yeah, that. I mean, can it get any more contradictory? Fear of death is the beginning of slavery. See, and this goes to real consciousness, because we don't know who we are. We don't know who we are in consciousness. See, we don't do the psychological work to really know ourselves. That's the first tenet of all the mystery school traditions of consciousness. Know thyself. Fear of physical death is the beginning of every form of slavery that has ever existed. Those who believe in physical material existence as the only reality generally exist in a continual existential state of the fear of death. Because such individuals hold the material realm as prime and ignore and discount any spiritual existence, they are almost always afraid to fight for freedom. They fear death because they don't know who they are. They deny the spirituality that is inherent in freedom, and they don't understand anarchy as the intrinsic state of a free being, meaning no rulers, no masters, no slaves. That's what anarchy is. It's not chaos. It's not lawlessness. It's not disorder. Anarchy means no rulers, no masters, no slaves. Literally means that. This is why the internal great work of consciousness is the foundational work of a sovereign being and the ultimate solution to the condition of slavery. True consciousness means knowing who you are and who the enemy is. It means knowing your surroundings and the nature of the situation in which you exist, in which you find yourself, and confronting that head on. It means understanding that you are not just a physical body, but a spiritual being having a physical experience here for the purpose of learning and growing spiritually. As long as you fear death, you can be made a slave. The threat of slavery will always be present as long as people live in a state of existential, satanic doubt when it comes to who they are in consciousness. That not knowing that they are eternal spiritual beings having a physical experience on earth. They don't have that spirituality inside them, and that's why they can be made to obey, because they fear death more than they fear slavery. Sun Tzu in The Art of War said, if you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but you do not know the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. But if you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Freedom always trumps safety. There's a meme of people on the streets of America after the Parkland shooting holding up signs. Is freedom more important than, let me get the voice right. Is freedom more important than safety? And Big Bad Ben saying, yes, yes it is. Yes it is. Freedom is more important than safety. Protecting rights and freedom is more important than physical safety or even survival. Unfortunately, most people today love their comfortable lives much more than they love freedom. In the face of tyranny, cowards always search for safety, while good people place themselves between tyranny and their principles, even when death is probable or certain. Cowards choose either to embrace evil and enlist themselves to tyranny as its agents against humanity, or they seek to appease tyrants, insisting that the enemy is too strong and cannot be beaten. This is what I hear over and over again by weakling cowards. You can't ever fight them, they're too strong. No, we got to fight them in mind, we got to fight them in spirit, and we have to fight them in body. You can never take physical confrontation off the table. They're doing violence to us every friggin' day. So the physical option can never be taken off the table. We have to work to change the minds and hearts of people so that they stop believing that slavery is morally legitimate and that they continue not to understand that government is slavery. It's just a covert form of it. And you've just diffused the masters into a body calling themselves government. It's an oligarchical slave plantation. That's all it is. That's all government is. Instead of having one master, there's just several masters. People who think that they're above everybody else when it comes to rights. Cowards choose. Okay, so where was I here? Cowards will not fight for freedom because they discard their principles at the first sign of danger. Modern-day cowards see militarized police and armed forces as some kind of invincible, unbeatable leviathan. The coward will always choose to remain passive, and as a result, they become complicit in evil themselves. Remaining passive in the face of evil is becoming complicit with the evil. Let me say that again. Remaining passive in the face of evil is to become complicit with that evil. Good people will always develop the will to fight for their rights and freedom, whatever the odds may be. Because this is what happens when we choose security over freedom. It eventually eats us. We think we can put it on a leash and we can control it, but then eventually it grows bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually it eats you. That's why Ben Franklin said, those who would give up essential liberty to secure a little temporary safety will have neither and will lose both. Courage is sorely absent and desperately needed. I'm getting ready to wrap it up. This is my last section. Only a completely immoral coward would say, let slavery continue to reign, just because death might be the alternative. There are things in this world, in this universe, that are worse than death, and slavery is one of them. The response of the cowards is always that we couldn't possibly fight the forces of tyranny because we would lose. A righteous rebellion for freedom is not waged only because there would be a significant chance of winning. That's not why righteous rebellion is waged. You think people who have waged righteous rebellion always knew they were going to win? You think they sat down and calculated, oh, we're definitely going to win this thing, so let's start fighting? It's not how it works. They put their lives on the line. They didn't know what the outcome was going to be. The proper motivation is that slavery, to fight a righteous rebellion, is knowing that slavery is morally wrong and should not be allowed to continue, whatever the cost may be. Real rebels don't care whether they might die in physical combat. And I'm not talking about soldiers here. They are following the dictates of their masters and not thinking. They're just obeying. I'm talking about real rebels. They don't care whether they might die in combat. That's what a real warrior is. A real warrior is not an order-following soldier. They're not fighting who they're fighting because they were told to fight them. They're fighting who they're fighting because they recognize the immorality of the opposing side and know that they must be beaten at whatever the cost may be. They don't fight because they desire only to physically survive. They fight because they would rather fight and die than to accept slavery as the alternative. That is what liberty or death actually means. It means that the instinct for the preservation of freedom overcomes the instinct for the preservation of life. Only someone in a purely satanic mindset chooses for life to be preserved, even if freedom is not preserved. This is a quote by Harriet Tubman, who helped many slaves escape to the northern states during the times of oppression of black slavery in early America. She said there was one of two things I had a right to, liberty or death. If I could not have one, I would take the other, for no man should take me alive. I should fight for liberty as long as my strength lasted. That's a rebel. That's a real woman. Self-defense is our duty and our personal responsibility. An anonymous quote. If anyone knows the author of the quote, please let me know. No one needs a gun until they do. It's about preparedness. Building a storm cellar or keeping a first aid kit does not make you weak or a coward. It makes you smart and responsible. Saying you don't need a gun is like saying that you don't believe evil exists. It's a naive, careless, stupid, and downright dangerous perspective. Self-defense is your responsibility. It cannot be delegated to anyone. Grow up and own yourself. Thank you. I'm gonna wrap up with two more quick things, two more slides. This is the true meaning and purpose of the Second Amendment decoded by me. This is how I would write it in modern language. Since it is true that a well-armed, fully functional, and effective distributed fighting force comprised of the whole populace is absolutely necessary and required for the preservation of a free way of life, the inherent and unalienable right of all individuals to possess and carry arms and ammunition of any kind shall never be removed or incrementally encroached upon by anyone. That is the Second Amendment's true, original intent and purpose decoded, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Just some final words regarding courage. This is about doing internal work upon the self to overcome a mindset where we place physical survival above the importance of maintaining freedom in our lives. Now, everybody asks me the question, how can that be instilled in another person? And the answer is, I don't really know. I can't give courage to someone else. I can only speak the truth and attempt to live the truth to the best of my ability. And in so doing, set an example for other people and say what I mean and then do it and act upon it rightly. You know? But to really work upon ourselves and develop courage that needs to be developed is a truly inside job that has to be done one-on-one by taking a very much needed deeper look at ourselves and who we truly are. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much today for your time and your attention. Government is slavery.
Mark Passio, everybody. Thank you, Mark, for that. And thank you all for listening. And we love you. And happy 4th of July.